It's hard now to remember when it all felt right. There was a time when every breath of the temple was fresh, a time where every word Reverend Jim Jones preached felt like salvation itself. Back then, when our numbers were small and the world outside us seemed even smaller, we'd found something pure, something good. Reverend Jones was there for us, his voice filling our ears with visions of a better life. His promises ringing out from that small pulpit, filling us up with purpose. He'd lead us through every tribulation, he'd said, every trial sent by God, and every temptation thrown by the devil himself. The early days were simple, they were good, they were pure. But purity demands sacrifice, and the Reverend understood that. So did I. I stayed loyal through everything, every moment of doubt, every warning from outsiders who couldn't see what we were building, what we were becoming. And that loyalty brought me here, to Jonestown, where the heat swells as heavy as a curse, and the air trembles with whispers. Sometimes I look at the children playing, or the people gathering in worship, and I wonder how many of them remember when things felt so bright. It's nearly dusk. The air's thick and stifling, and I'm crouched on the trailer of a tractor, my hands tied around the shotgun. Around me, others wait in silence, the quiet broken only by the occasional scuff of a shoe, the shifting of weight as we prepare ourselves. Up ahead, at the edge of the airstrip, two planes wait, a small Cessna and the Twin Otter, engines humming softly in the warm evening air. Somewhere in the pit of my stomach, a feeling stirs up. Something dark and unpleasant, but I shove it down. This is for the good of the temple. This is the will of Reverend Jones. We sit there, waiting, the hum of the tractor filling the silence. The leader stands at the front, a rifle slung across his shoulder, his gaze locked on the tarmac. When he looks at me, there's a gleam in his eye, a spark of something sharp and ruthless. He raises his hand, signaling for silence, and then we hear it. The gunshots crack out, distant but unmistakable, and I feel a jolt run through me. The leader nods, satisfied, and the tractor lurches forward, carrying us onto the tarmac. My grip then tightens on the shotgun, the stock cold and heavy against my palm. As we approach the Twin Otter, our leader turns to us, his voice low but firm. "Remember what I told you," he says, his eyes scanning each one of us. "When I give the word, we open fire. No one gets out alive. You two." He nods at a pair of men beside me. "You'll jump out and circle around. Make sure you cover every angle. We cannot leave anything to chance." The men nod, their expressions grim but unwavering. I don't know their names, only their faces, etched into my mind with that same dark determination that fills my own heart. This is what we've been trained for. This is what Reverend Jones has prepared us for. The leader shifts his rifle, aiming it at the cockpit of the Twin Otter, his finger poised on the trigger. "Now!" he barks. The crack of gunfire explodes into the air. My finger tightens on the trigger, and the shotgun kicks against my shoulder as I fire. The blast was deafening. The others join in, a barrage of bullets tearing into the plane's metal frame, shredding the cabin and puncturing the hull. I don't think, I just pull the trigger again and again, pumping round after round into the machine, into the glass, and into the flesh that lies inside. And then the doors burst open. The people start to stumble out. I see them, faces twisted in terror, hands raised in surrender, mouths open in silent screams. Congressman Leo Ryan is the first to appear. His suit is bloodied, his face is pale with disbelief. He raises his hands, pleading for mercy, calling for a ceasefire. "Wait!" he cries out. "Take me prisoner, don't do this!" But his words fall on deaf ears. The leader raises his rifle, a cruel smile twisting his face, and he fires. The bullet hits Congressman Ryan square in the chest, and he staggers, his eyes wide with shock. He falls to his knees, clutching at the wound, his gaze locking onto mine as if begging for some sort of understanding, for compassion. But I feel nothing. I raise my shotgun and fire, the blast echoing across the tarmac as he collapses, his body riddled with holes, his life bleeding out onto the hot concrete. The others follow suit, unloading their guns into his body, tearing him apart, piece by piece. I hear the dull thuds of bullets rip through his flesh, the wet, sickening sound of blood splattering across the ground. By the time we're done, his body is ruined, a pulpy mess, his face unrecognizable, his suit soaked through with blood. And yet, I can still see his eyes, staring up at me, wide and empty, accusing and helpless. We move on, sweeping through the tarmac, firing into the plane, into the bodies that lie slumped in their seats, into the few who still cling to life, gasping and begging for mercy. I don't hear their words and I don't see their faces. All I see is the will of Reverend Jones, the vision he's instilled in me, the purpose that drives me forward, even as my stomach twists with nausea that I cannot ignore. And then in the chaos, I hear the roar of an engine, a high-pitched whine that cuts through the gunfire, sharp and piercing. I turn just in time to see the Cessna lurching forward, its propeller spinning as it gathers speed. A handful of survivors have scrambled aboard, clinging to the desperate hope of escape. And for a moment, I freeze, my heart hammering in my chest. But my leader's voice snaps me back into reality. "Stop them!" he shouts, his face contorted with fury. "Do not let them get away." I raise my shotgun, taking aim, but the Cessna is already too far, too fast, its wheels lifting off the ground as it soars into the sky, carrying its precious cargo of survivors away from the hell that we've all created. I lower my gun, a cold, hollow ache settling in my stomach as I watch it disappear into the distance, beyond our reach, beyond our power. The leader curses, spitting on the ground, but doesn't dwell on it. Instead, he turns to us, his gaze hard and unyielding. "We did what we came to do," he said, his voice cold and unfeeling. "The congressman is dead. The reverend will be pleased." We climb back onto the tractor, our guns heavy in our hands and our faces blank and emotionless. A few of the others start to sing, their voices rising in this twisted hymn, a song of praise for the blood we've spilled, for the souls we've damned. I join in, my voice hollow and empty, my mind numb with the horror of what we've all done. When we return to Jonestown, the people gather to meet us, their faces alight with admiration, with gratitude, with the blind devotion that has kept them bound to this place, to this life. Reverend Jones stands at the front, his arms wide open, his eyes shining with pride. He steps forward, clasping my hand in his, pulling me close as he presses a kiss to my forehead. "You've done well, my child," he murmurs, his voice soft and soothing. "The congressman is dead." And as I stand there, surrounded by the cheers of the faithful, the praise of the reverend, I feel a chill settle over me, a cold, creeping dread that seeps into my bones, into my soul. I've done the will of Reverend Jones. I've followed his commands, spilled blood in his name, taken lives for his vision. And yet, in the depths of my heart, a single horrifying thought takes root, twisting and writhing like a serpent. I am lost. I don't remember exactly what day I stepped through the doors of the People's Temple, only the feeling, the sureness that I'd found a place that finally understood what I was looking for. Back then, the Reverend's voice carried, like it was somehow connected to something higher, something that cut straight through the doubt and the fear. "The truth is with us," he would say, like he knew we were all afraid and why we had come. I was hooked, we all were. I stayed because in those early days, his promises felt very real. Jones was a brilliant man, and when he spoke, it was like being handed the keys to the world's secret workings. He promised unity, equality, a place where the forgotten could be remembered, and the lost could find their way home. When he announced we were going to build a real paradise, it felt almost holy. We came to the jungle with nothing, just the clothes on our backs and the faith in our hearts. The first few months were very hard, blistering work, but there was this strange joy to it as well. We raised houses, worked out in the sun, grew food from that stubborn soil, and slept under the stars brighter than I'd ever seen before. Jim would stand on the pulpit at night and tell us this was how God's chosen to live, and that we were blessed. And I believed him. But as time passed, that pulpit started to feel like a cage, and that faith like a poison dripping through our veins. He'd say, "It's us against the world." And then he began ranting, raving about the evil outside, about conspiracies clawing at us from the darkness. The eyes that had once drawn me in seemed darker now, clouded with fear, or maybe it was madness. I couldn't be sure. All I know is that the paradise we built had turned into something else, something different, like we were always on the edge of violence, and yet, by then, I was so far in, so deep underneath his influence that I did not see a way out. When the word came that a congressman was coming, it sent this ripple through us. Leo Ryan was a name whispered among our leaders, somebody connected with the concerned relatives. It seemed impossible that anybody outside could truly understand what we were building here, but fear was a building. Everybody was on edge. Whispers about the congressman and his intentions, rumors of freedom. I'd been in the crowd when Jones announced his arrival, his face pinched with anger, his words sharp and sour. "The enemies of God are here," he told us, his voice low and venomous. And when he said that we might have to show them our true devotion, a sick realization began to creep over me. The day Congressman Ryan finally arrived, I watched his face as he walked among us, looking into our eyes like we were prisoners, almost like he pitied us. I hated him for it, and yet something in his gaze awakened the feeling that I'd buried long ago, that maybe all of this was a mistake. As he spoke to us, I could see that Jim was watching him, a strange, calculating look in his eye, and I knew then that something was about to happen. When the congressman took his group to the airstrip to leave, I thought for a moment that it might be over, that maybe he'd go back and report to the government and then we'd carry on. But something in the way the leaders were talking said differently. One of the guards leaned in close to me, his voice low, almost at a whisper. "We have orders," he said, and my blood turned to ice. Jones had promised that some sacrifices had to be made for our paradise to continue, but it never occurred to me what that truly meant. By nightfall, we were all called to the pavilion. The air was thick with tension. The entire congregation gathered in rows, children, mothers, fathers, all waiting, faces like blank masks, their eyes hollow. Jim stood at the front, that wild fire in his eyes now completely consuming him. He started preaching about the ultimate sacrifice, revolutionary suicide. "It's not death," he said. "It's a passage." He told us we would leave this world together, pure and untainted by the lies outside, that we'd be a symbol, a beacon of strength. But by then, all I could really feel was fear. My pulse was hammering, throat was dry. I couldn't move. All around me, people were nodding, clutching at one another, whispering words of reassurance that sounded almost rehearsed. Somebody passed me a cup, a strange, sickly sweet smell wafting up from the liquid. The woman next to me smiled, her eyes glassy. "Drink it," she said, her voice gentle, like she was coaxing a child. You don't want to go against the Reverend's will." My hands shook and I thought about running. I glanced toward the pavilion's exit, but the guards were stationed there, guns in hand, watching us with eyes that had long since deadened to the emotions. Jones himself caught my gaze. He smiled. A cold, empty thing that didn't even touch his eyes. I decided then that I wouldn't drink. I'd hide. I'd wait for an opening. As everybody's attention was fixed on Jim, I slipped back. My heart was pounding in my throat. I ducked behind one of the buildings, huddled in the shadows, and listened to the sound of my own breath, trying to calm that rising panic. I could still hear Jim's voice, calm and unwavering, leading the congregation in a prayer that sounded like a death chant. The sounds of people choking, coughing, children crying as they were forced to swallow that poison. It was all a nightmare made very real. Footsteps. I held my breath, pressing myself flat against the wall. The guards were rounding up anybody who tried to hide, herding them back to the pavilion like cattle. I could hear their voices ordering people back, their footsteps growing closer. I held back a whimper, squeezing my eyes shut, hoping they couldn't find me. But then, a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me from the shadows. Two men, faces expressionless, dragging me through the crowd and forced me to sit in the front row. Jim looked down at me, smiling that same hollow smile again. "There's no running from salvation," he said, lifting a cup and pressing it to my lips. I tried to scream, I tried to fight, but they held me down, forcing that bitter liquid past my lips, down my throat. The taste was vile, metallic, like drinking sickness itself, and I felt it burn through me like acid. The world started to spin. My vision was blurring, faces warping into these grotesque shapes, melting together. I could hear Jim's voice still, like he was right next to me, whispering promises of peace and salvation. But all I felt was pain, a deep throbbing pain that spread through every inch of my body, numbing my mind and drowning out the voices, the cries of the others, fading into a dull roar. I imagined they poisoned the children first. As the darkness crept in, as my body grew heavy and the poison tightened its grip, all I could see was his face, Jim's face, watching over us like a god, his eyes alight with triumph, his voice like something I'd never heard, echoing in the dark. "We are free," he said, his voice a mere whisper. "We are finally free." And then there was nothing. I was only a child when we joined the People's Temple. My parents were so happy. I remember their faces glowing with excitement as they packed our stuff, talking about how things would finally be different, how we would finally be safe and understood. When we first arrived, I felt that glow too. It was so different from the world I knew before. There was order, a kind of peace that I'd never felt at home. My parents worked hard alongside the others to turn that camp into what they called the kingdom on earth. We raised buildings, built gardens, tended to animals. It was beautiful. The jungle around us was green and dense, alive with birdsong and strange sounds that I grew to love, sounds that sang me to sleep at night. There was other children too, dozens of them. We would play for hours under the sun, hide and seek in the jungle, tag around the pavilion. We laughed until our stomachs hurt, until it felt like we burst from happiness. The adults all smiled down at us and said we were the chosen, that we were blessed to be a part of something bigger. Someday, they'd say, the whole world will see. And I for one believed them. I loved how they looked at me, like I was something important, like I really was part of some bigger plan. But then, things changed. It happened slowly, creeping into our lives bit by bit. First, it was the rules. Rules about what we could say, what we could eat, who we could talk to. There were rules about prayer, rules about curfew, rules about how we were supposed to think and even feel. They said it was for our own good, to keep us pure, to keep us free from corruption. I would catch glimpses of my parents whispering to each other at night. Their faces grimaced, but they would hush when I asked what was wrong. The adults changed too. Their eyes became distant, their smiles stretched far too thin, like they were worn down to the bone. Reverend Jones's sermons grew darker, full of warnings about the outside world, about the evils waiting to destroy us all. He'd say things like, "Freedom is coming soon." But there was something in his voice that made my stomach twist, like a bad feeling that you just can't shake. The other kids started to talk, to whisper about things they'd overheard from the other adults. "We're important," one of the other girls told me one night as we lay in our bunk. "He says we're special, that we're the future." But she didn't look excited. She looked terrified. Then it got really strange. It was like some kind of switch had flipped, and the adults around us weren't the same anymore. They were almost like ghosts, hollow-eyed and lost, muttering things that I couldn't quite understand. They wouldn't look at us. They wouldn't talk to us. We were strangers. Some of them began crying during prayer, sobbing so hard that their voices would crack. I asked my mother what was wrong, but she only looked at me with red-rimmed eyes and whispered, "Just pray, sweetheart. Pray with all your heart." Things got worse when a politician from America came to visit us. Congressman Ryan was his name, and for a moment, I felt like everything might go back to normal. People were smiling again, acting like themselves, putting on their best clothes, whispering to each other in excitement. But I saw the looks that they were sharing when he wasn't looking. Dark, fearful glances. Reverend Jones's eyes were hard as ice that day. His smile was forced and thin as he led Congressman Ryan around the camp, showing him the buildings, the gardens, the children. When he spoke, his voice was calm, almost cheerful, but his hands were clenched and unclenched, like he was barely holding something back. The morning that Congressman Ryan left, things got even weirder. My parents wouldn't let me go outside. They wouldn't let me near the pavilion. They kept me in our small room, their faces nothing reminiscent of the people that I once knew. My mother took me aside, her hands shaking as she held my shoulders, looking me in the eye. "Today," she said, "we're going to play a special game of hide and seek, but you have to listen very closely to the rules." I nodded, heart pounding. There was something about her voice that scared me more than I could really understand. "You have to hide in the closet," she said, "under the clothes, as far back as you can go. Don't make a sound, no matter what you hear. And stay there until I come get you." My father's eyes were dark, empty as he watched on. He didn't say a word. He just nodded as my mother led me to the closet, piling clothes and bags around me until I was almost completely hidden. "You're gonna win this game, sweetheart," she said, her voice trembling. "I know you will." I stayed in that closet, the smell of dust and old fabric filling my nose as I waited, heart pounding so hard I was sure somebody would hear it. I heard my parents leave their room, their footsteps fading away. For a long time there was silence, the kind that pressed down on you that was smothering. And then voices, low murmuring voices drifting in from outside, strange, almost like chanting. I tried to make out the words, but they were too soft and too far away. Then I heard footsteps. Somebody had come into the room, moving slowly, their shoes scuffling across the floor. I held my breath, pressing myself back as far as I could, praying they wouldn't look inside. I could see a sliver of light through a crack in the closet door, and I watched as a shadow passed by, pausing for a moment. I thought they might open up the door, but they moved on, their footsteps fading down the hall. More time passed. The sounds outside grew louder and more frantic. It was like some kind of, some kind of ritual. People crying out, their voices breaking. almost like they were in pain. The air felt thin, hot, like the walls themselves were holding their own breath. And then that's when the screaming started. At first, it was just one voice, a single piercing scream that cut through the silence like a knife. But soon, others would join in, crying out, wailing, pleading. It sounded like a nightmare, like something you'd only hear in your worst dreams. I covered my ears trying to block it all out, but it was everywhere, filling the air and filling my head. I don't know how long it went on, but eventually the sounds faded until there was only silence left. A terrible empty silence that seemed to swallow the entire settlement. I waited, my heart pounding, too scared to move and too scared to even breathe. When I finally dared to open up the closet door, the room was empty, dark. I crept out, legs shaking, my whole body numb. The settlement was different. People were lying everywhere, sprawled out on the ground, their eyes staring blankly up at the sky. Some of them looked peaceful, like they were sleeping, but others looked twisted, their faces frozen in terror and pain. I walked through the camp, my footsteps echoing in the quiet, stepping around bodies and calling out for my parents, for anyone who still might be alive. No one answered. When I reached the pavilion, I stopped. There were hundreds of them, lying together in rows, their hands clasped, their faces towards the sky. I recognized some of them, some children that I played with, the adults who looked at us with such pride. And there lying among them were my parents, their hands still clasped together, their faces pale and still. I stood there staring down at them, my heart breaking and my mind reeling. They'd saved me. They'd hidden me away so I wouldn't have to drink that poison, so I wouldn't have to join them in whatever this was. But they hadn't saved themselves. They'd gone with the others, leaving me behind, alone in this nightmare. But as I looked down at them, at their lifeless faces, I felt a strange hollow emptiness that I still fail to describe today. I don't really know how long I stood there staring down at them, at all of them. But I know I'll never forget the look in their eyes, the silence, the terrible suffocating silence that filled the air, that filled me. I knew then that I was alone, truly alone, and that there was nobody left to save me. I wandered around that compound for another 20 hours or so, dodging the few armed guards that were left, guys that were totally out of their minds at this point, screaming nonsense into the air and begging for forgiveness. Authorities showed up later, apprehended everybody who was left. And that's when they found me and took me back to Georgetown. I went back to America, to my Uncle Alan and his family. Despite the years of grief and anguish, I've never forgotten what my parents sacrificed for me. I'd never heard of Jonestown until I was ordered to go there, boots in the thick jungle mud, staring down at what no briefing or training could ever prepare a man for. I'd known about Jim Jones though, heard about him in whispers and even in late night news reports. The Messiah in sunglasses who led a flock of believers all the way from San Francisco to some patch of isolated land in Guyana, away from America's reach. We were supposed to be the cleanup crew, but by the time I got there, the authorities had already been through, trying to salvage anybody still breathing. They were right to call in help. None of us had ever seen anything like it. We walked up this makeshift dirt path lined with discarded pamphlets and scraps of clothing, flies swarming everywhere. The first few bodies came into view before I'd ever even seen the main compound. Just people crumpled in the grass like dolls tossed aside, their faces frozen in pain. Some of them so young it almost made me turn back. But it was worse inside the gates. The open-air pavilion stood like a broken promise. The very place Jones used to rally his people, hammering away about the world's sins and the glory that would supposedly await them on the other side. Rows and rows of bodies lie beneath the sun in piles that made me sick. Some reaching 6, 8, even 10 foot high. There were infants with glassy eyes, children with toys clutched in their tiny hands. The elderly folded into each other as if they dropped where they stood. It was something out of a nightmare, a twisted, stinking hill of humanity that we couldn't even look away from, no matter how much we wanted to. Every breath tasted of rot, and I zipped up the first body bag. I wondered how many I could take before I would lose it. We worked in teams, sweating underneath the sun, pulling the bodies apart and moving them to trucks to haul them into the airstrips. Each time we'd lift a child or a mother, or even a father, a horrible numbness crept into my bones, making me feel more like a machine than a man. Still, we moved quickly. They wanted everything cleared away before the media would get a hold of it. I overheard some of the other guys talking during chow breaks about what they'd heard, how Jones had started as a preacher in the 50s, bright-eyed and full of promise, drawing crowds with a powerful voice, a promise of salvation, justice, and equality. But power twisted him into something monstrous. He'd whipped up their loyalty so hard, they thought he was God himself, and in the end, he called them all here to die with him. Rumor was he grew more paranoid as the years went by, talking about phantoms lurking in the government, whispering of the CIA, warning everybody about end times. And then there were the tapes. Recordings had surfaced, Jones ranting and raving, saying there was no way out. The only way to escape the white man's clutches was to drink the cyanide, to transcend. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. The few survivors left could barely speak, broken into silence from the horror that they'd lived through. Sometimes one of them would babble about Jones' final sermon, how he called their suicides revolutionary. But mostly, they were shells, haunted souls left wandering among the dead. The hardest part was the children. They were everywhere, little bodies mixed in with adults, some in their mother's laps, others alone with expressions twisted in agony, little mouths rimmed in foam. They'd said the cyanide worked fast on kids, but looking at their faces, I knew it hadn't been fast enough. I remember one little boy in a striped shirt, face upturned, wide-eyed, like he was looking at the sky for the last time. It was nearly impossible gathering all those bodies, but we had a job to do. We bagged them up and hauled them back to the airstrip for transport home. A weight I felt in my shoulders and my gut that I knew would stay with me. 10 hours in, I found him, Jim Jones himself, lying in a bed of damp leaves near the pavilion. He was propped up like he was some kind of king, his head resting on a small satin pillow. His sunglasses were missing, his eyes dull and half closed, his skin waxy. There was no struggle in his face. He'd gone in peace, unlike the rest of them. The autopsy said cyanide, but the pistol still clutched in his hand told another story. They said he probably took the poison and then when he felt the burn in his veins, pressed the barrel to his temple and pulled the trigger. A coward's death, really, after he forced all these people to do it. We hated him. Some guys even spat at his body before bagging it up. I just stared, wondering how a man could bring himself to do all this, to pull this many lives down with him into oblivion. Beyond the pavilion, some groups had tried to escape when the massacre began, hiding in the jungle or huddling in small camps. Not all of them would make it. We'd find them later slumped over in makeshift shelters or lying along paths leading away from the camp. Others were herded like cattle to their death, and some of Jones' armed guards lie dead as well, either by their own hand or forced by others who managed to wrestle a gun free. It was chaos, total unimaginable chaos, and we'd been tasked with piecing it all together, packing up the fragments of lives that once held so much promise. We had a doctor with us, a stout, tired guy with glasses who, after a while, just stopped talking. He would kneel beside each corpse, make the sign of a cross, and move on. Once he told me they didn't have to die like this. They believed in him. He shook his head. That's what they believed in. He had to examine every body in that settlement. The final day, when we thought we'd bagged the last of them, I was clearing out a small hut on the edge of camp when I found a little girl hiding underneath a cot. She was alive, clutching a ragged doll to her chest, staring up at me with these huge, terrified eyes. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. I knelt down, speaking softly, telling her it was all right, that we'd get her out of here. She wouldn't move. She shook her head, eyes darting to the doorway, as if expecting somebody else to come back for her. "He said we'd all be together," she whispered, gripping her doll, her voice barely even audible. "He said we'd go to heaven together." My throat slammed shut and my eyes filled with tears. I wanted to tell her the truth, that Jim Jones was no god, no savior, just a madman who had led her family to their grave. But looking in those eyes, I knew it would shatter her, so I took her hand and led her outside, letting her keep that faith a little while longer. Leaving Jonestown, I felt completely hollow, like I left a piece of myself behind with all those bodies. Every night since, I see their faces, those empty eyes staring up at me from the dark. People ask why I won't talk about it, why I don't explain what we saw, but they wouldn't understand. No one could. And some nights, I almost hear his voice, that tone echoing from somewhere deep in the jungle, calling them all back to him. Salvation.
There are a few places more out of the way than McCarthy, Alaska. Over 200 miles east of Anchorage, the hyper-rural community stands as a testament to the fortitude of the human psyche. There is no easy way in or out of the bush. Temperatures can fluctuate well over 100 degrees during the seasons. Summers get as high as 90, and winters plummet to over 50 degrees below zero. It's located smack dab in the middle of Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve. The park itself is 6 times larger than Yellowstone. The magnitude of this wilderness is lost on those who haven't seen it. Millions of acres, endless forest, and 4 individual mountain ranges that come together in the park to form 9 of the 16 highest peaks in the country. The average snowfall is around 52 inches per year. This isn't just rough backcountry, it's some of the most unforgiving terrain in the entire world. What brought settlers to such a nowhere destination was the discovery of copper high in the ridges of the foothills. Kennecott was founded, then its sister township of McCarthy, but neither community would survive very long. The ore quickly depleted, the price of copper plummeted, so both the mine and the town were abandoned. Even the railroad that carried the copper from the mine to the refinery succumbed to disrepair. Besides the railroad, airplanes were a common method of travel in and out of McCarthy, like many other rural Alaskan towns. There was also an old gravel road that led from McCarthy to the next town, over 60 miles of washboards and culverts. Either way, no one lives there anymore. But in 1983, McCarthy was home to 22 citizens. The road wasn't used as much, as a major flood had washed out the bridge on the east end of the road. Between locals and the state departments, no effort has ever been made to rebuild the bridge, so the only way in by land was by way of the hand-powered tram. McCarthy, Alaska was a place people could go to be alone. Everyone there was antisocial in their own way. Hell, they lived hundreds of miles away from the next major population center. It took a unique individual to call such a place home, mostly survivor types. People who genuinely wanted to live in balance with nature, build their own structure, cut their own firewood, hunt their own food, everything by the book. Maxine Edwards and her husband Jimmy were 2 such homesteaders living in the Kennecott Valley. They stayed in their own cabin just west of the Kennecott River, which they built themselves in 1953. Each spouse was 52 years old, and a perfect dichotomy of a McCarthy resident. Maxine was known as diligent by the locals in the area. She could be seen working her property for up to 10 to 12 hours a day. It wasn't uncommon for Maxine to use a bulldozer all afternoon, only to have a dinner party with Lennon and Crystal by nightfall. The Edwards were tough, rugged Alaskan homesteaders who knew what it took to survive in the seasons out in the middle of nowhere. The Heglands were two more McCarthy homesteaders who had lived in Alaska for 27 years. They moved to McCarthy in 1967, where they learned the community didn't have a post office of any kind. Once a week, an airplane would fly into McCarthy, bringing the mail and grocery orders. So if a person wasn't there for pickup on that specific day, their mail and goods would be sent back and brought again next week. It was very inconvenient, but served as a way of life for those in McCarthy. The Heglands had a solution, though. They built an addition on the front of their home, complete with a cubby storage system, then hauled the unclaimed mail and goods back to their house. They would put all the stuff in the appropriate cubby, whoever the stuff belonged to, and that person could come pick it up at any time. The outbuilding wasn't insulated, so cold goods would stay frozen, and it didn't have a lock, so locals could just pick up their stuff, even in the middle of the night. Over the decades, McCarthy residents came to consider the Heglands the unofficial postmasters of the village. They served McCarthy in other ways too. The Heglands had a small meteorological site at their home, wherein they would make weather observations and relay them to the FAA flight service station in Cordova, Alaska. Being in such an outlier position, this was valuable weather information for air traffic teams all over the sea. The Heglands had the only two-way radio in the area, powerful enough to get over the mountains of Wrangell St. Elias. Without their radio, McCarthy was totally cut off from the rest of the world. Harley King had lived in Alaska almost his entire life. He worked as a wolf hunter in the Predator Control Program, wherein he had quotas to fill in the wild Alaskan bush. He worked alongside another guide, a man named Jay Hammond, who would go on to become the governor of Alaska during his career. After hunting one of the most dangerous predators, Harley transitioned into boat work and became a commercial fisherman out of Cordova. This was just as dangerous. Fighting with nets and rope and rigging in a storm can lead to an accident, even drowning. The seas get rough and capsize boats all the time. To retire as an Alaskan fisherman is no small feat. When Harley retired, he moved with his wife into the isolation of McCarthy. He liked to hunt, ride a snowmobile, and live hermetically away from the buzz of townships. Harley and Joe King lived on a homestead just 15 miles west of McCarthy, tucked into the quiet backcountry. Two newlyweds had just married back in the lower 48 and returned to their newly completed cabin in the McCarthy area. They were Tim and Amy Nash. Tim had lived in McCarthy for 7 years, but had originally moved there with a different woman. During the construction of their cabin, Tim had gone through a divorce and decided to work on his trade as a construction worker and finish his own home. While improving his craft and saving money and making progress on his cabin, he just so happened to meet a woman, Amy, who was a tourist passing through McCarthy. Tim and Amy hit it off and were married and living in the cabin not much later. Again, this isn't a place where you just fall backwards into a rental. No one lives here by chance. There is no housing market, no real estate office. And if you live in McCarthy, you build your own home, install your own electric wiring if you have it, the whole 9 yards. Louis D. Hastings was another resident of McCarthy. He was originally a computer program at Stanford University, but was growing rapidly disillusioned with the life in the city. The huge industrial developments were suffocating to Lou, who decided his lifestyle wasn't working for him and sought to venture somewhere new. By 1980, him and his wife had decided on Alaska and moved into a duplex on the east side of town. Lou kept up with the industry that he was in, opened up a computer services company that he ran out of his home. Despite his involvement with technology, his experiences in the city of California had soured any positive looks that he may have had for it. Lou wanted to be somewhere where technology didn't matter, life without it, and future development would be non-existent. Instead, what he found was Alaska in the throes of a big business boom, particularly Anchorage. This was partially due to the opening of the Trans-Alaska Oil Pipeline. It was an $8 billion investment, a service line over 800 miles long. It would be responsible for relocating 25% of all U.S. oil production. This didn't bode well for the vision Lou had, and on top of the budding business prospects growing around him every day, his own computer company was failing badly, as was his marriage. The couple had bought a summer cabin in the Kennecott Valley, very much near McCarthy, and Lou found himself spending more and more time out there. This way he could be alone and have some semblance of the life that he wanted. Having lived in California, Lou Hastings had actually volunteered to clean oil-soaked animals that were washing up on the coast from any oil spills. He resented the substance and everything that it represented: money, wealth, pollution. Not long after moving to Anchorage and discovering the booming economy from the pending pipeline, Lou decided he had one option: attack the oil line and destroy it before it could ever be used. As his life crumbled apart, Lou retreated to the Kennecott cabin, where he spent the better part of a year planning this attack. According to a psychiatric report, Hastings was disturbed by the population growth, an influx of money into the state, and determined the best way to interrupt this was to destroy the pipeline, thus cut off Alaska's wealth and consequent growth. Chris Richards, 29, lived in a very modest cabin that had no modern appliances, no running water of any kind. Chris worked as a construction worker throughout the summers, like many Alaskan citizens, and collected unemployment checks and food stamps through the winter to make ends meet. Chris was a very simple guy. He'd lived in McCarthy for some time and was known as a good guy amongst his peers. On the morning of March 1st, Chris was lounging around his cabin, preparing for breakfast for himself. Through his back door, he could see Lou Hastings approaching through the trees, one of his local neighbors that lived in the area. Chris was preparing for breakfast over a fire, so everything was hot and delicate and required more attention than his normal range would. When Chris got his breakfast to a point that he could turn away from it, he looked back to shout a hello to his neighbor Lou. Before he could speak, though, something struck his right cheek, shattering his glasses into pieces right there on his face. He ducked instinctually, drawing his face behind one hand, when something else glanced off the top of his head. Chris looked up now and saw Lou stepping into his cabin with a rifle in hand. The two men began struggling back and forth, grappling for the weapon and striking each other. "Stop! What the hell are you doing?" Chris screamed, yanking on the gun. "Look, Chris, you're already dead," Lou said, calm as stone. "If you'll just quit fighting, I'll make it easy for you. Finish you off quick." Blood continued to pour down Chris's face. He realized Lou had already likely shot him, at least once, and the wound was worse than he thought. Adrenaline was keeping him upright. Now he needed to get away. He glanced back and caught sight of a kitchen knife resting by the drain of the sink, the one that he used to prep his breakfast with. The breakfast that was burning on the stove behind him. Rage fumed up inside Chris, and he let go of the rifle with one hand and took the knife and buried it into Lou's shoulder. "Maybe I'll make it easy on you," Chris said, as he yanked the blood-stained blade out of the wound. Lou grumbled, made sounds only a wounded man can make, and just as Chris stabbed him once again in the right leg. This one wasn't as deep though, but it still opened up a wound throughout Lou's jeans. Chris wasted no time. He took the momentary distraction the knife had brought him and disappeared through the open back door, only wearing a t-shirt, corduroy pants, and a single slipper. He wouldn't last long in the brutal icy temperatures, however. This was it though, the beginning of Lou Hastings' onslaught. It was supposed to start with Chris Richards, someone who was a bit of a hermit and didn't have any close neighbors. Chris was a young, harmless guy who didn't have much in the way of an outside life, so didn't frequent the mail pickups or the social get-togethers. He was supposed to be an easy target, but proved more crafty than Lou had given him credit for. While Chris escaped, Lou took a moment to reload his rifle, a .223 caliber Ruger Mini 14, and began to try to treat his own wounds. This was a suicide mission. He knew that and incorporated it into his plan. But this was way too soon to be wounded. There were 20 more people to murder, and Lou needed to be intact in order to do that. Most, if not every citizen in McCarthy had a gun of some kind. Lou needed to keep the element of surprise before the killing turned into an open firefight. His plan hinged on everyone being dead, not just one or two of them. But alas, even Lou's smoldering corpse would turn up by the end. Meanwhile, Chris barreled through 3/4 of a mile of snowy backcountry, up a steep hill, until he reached his nearest neighbor, which was an unoccupied cabin. Chris didn't hesitate to break in and hide inside the building, listening for his would-be killer in the forest. When no one came stalking out of the trees, Chris took to tearing the cabin apart for supplies. This was life or death, so he knew his neighbor would understand. That was, if he even survived. He found a parka, snow bibs, boots, and snowshoes. Now resting and properly outfitted, Chris knew he only needed to make it another 1/4 mile before he'd reach people, real occupied properties. As long as he kept Lou behind him and at a good distance, he should be able to make it into the heart of the town without being seen. The snowshoes would be a huge help in gaining ground and even covering his tracks. Just down the hill, Tim and Amy Nash were having a peaceful morning. Their cabin was situated on the trail that connected the villages of Kennecott and McCarthy. As the crisp morning air brightened underneath the sun, something else broke the air with much more tenacity. The newlyweds could hear it from the inside of their house, so Tim stepped out to see what the commotion was all about. It was Chris Richards, barreling through the snowy woodland, screaming for help. His head looked like it was painted with blood, as was his parka. Tim got his boots on and ran out to help him, and once he got a hold of him, hauled him right inside the house. Tim and Amy wasted no time in lending him a hand. Amy started treating his wounds. Tim got him something to drink, and Chris did his best to explain what happened. He had just been cooking breakfast when suddenly, Lou started taking pot shots at him with a rifle. They fought back and forth, and Chris got him with a knife. Now, here he was. Tim and Amy were in complete shock. Yes, they'd just seen Lou marching onto McCarthy just 20 minutes ago. Didn't think anything about it. Little did they know that he just started his killing spree, and their house was one of the next on the path. It came to Chris Richards then. He told the Nashes to arm themselves, then get down to the airstrip as quickly as possible. It was the only thing that made sense. It was midday, Tuesday, so Lou was likely working his way back, starting with those lounging at home until he got to the mail plane. Everyone would be standing in a line out in the snow, literally sitting ducks. Lou could lay down at 100 yards, pick them all off one by one in less than 20 seconds. They chose a different plan, however. Tim fired up their snow machine, hooked up a sled to the back, which they tucked Chris into. Tim and Amy hopped on the snowmobile and began roaring towards the airstrip. Tim white-knuckled a 12-gauge shotgun, packed full of buckshot. The first person they came upon was Gary Green, a local pilot who was cleaning snow from his airplane. Tim, Amy, and Chris came screaming into the parking lot, waving their arms over their heads. Gary came over immediately to see what the trouble was. They laid everything on him, from Chris's first initial encounter to his flight through the trees. Gary's eyes were wide, face ghost white, simply nodding along to everything they said. As near as we can tell, he's gonna kill the other outliers before circling back to shoot up everyone waiting for their mail, Chris explained. No, Gary said. No. I saw Lou walking too. He wasn't headed for your place. He was going to the Heglands, I'm sure of it, Gary said. Everyone went silent at this development. The Heglands, the postmasters. That was the other place to hang out on a Tuesday. If someone missed the airplane, they could get it later at the makeshift post office. These were two of the most populated places on a Tuesday, and Gary was certain that he'd seen Lou marching in that exact direction. Now they needed to come up with another plan, and quickly. There was only one thing that made sense. Tim Nash would go check on the Heglands. Amy would continue on to the main office and warn everybody. And Gary would fire up his airplane to get Chris to the next town over and get medical treatment for his wounds. While Gary taxied onto the runway, he caught sight of something. It was Amy and Tim, crashing through the forest together. There was no doubt about it. They were coming straight for the airplane. Worried that the situation had gotten worse and they needed help, he instructed Chris to wait with the plane at the end of the runway. Meanwhile, Gary hopped out and ran over to meet the fleeing couple. The story was now getting crazier. Tim had gone to the Headlands just as they planned. He took a straight path that wasn't as trafficked, stayed out of sight to the best of his ability. When he came upon the cabin, he could tell that something was wrong. The front door was open and looked like it had been kicked in. Slowly and cautiously, Tim slipped through the front mailroom into the Headlands residence. Right away, he could smell the strong concentration of gun smoke and powder. Someone had rapidly discharged a firearm within that building. They'd done so within the last few minutes as well. Blood streaked up and down the walls, but oddly enough, there weren't any bodies anywhere. It almost seemed like someone had taken preliminary measures to start cleaning up the scene. Bodies have seemed to be moved, and it looked like someone had even started mopping all the blood off the floor and countertops. Tim didn't know what to make of it, but he assumed anyone who was at the Headlands was dead. There was simply too much blood, too many holes in the walls for there to be any other outcome. He didn't see any tracks in the snow fleeing into the forest. Whatever happened in the Headland home was contained. Then he heard it. Footsteps along the back porch. Tim Nash had approached the Headland home with complete caution. He had entered in total silence. Even now, after moving from room to room and standing in the kitchen, he hadn't made a sound. Tim knew that there was a killer lurking somewhere in town, and now seeing the blood and hearing the footsteps, he knew this person was close. Through the open back door, Tim caught a glimpse of Lou Hastings, casually pacing from one end of the porch to the other, as if he were waiting for more neighbors to show up. The Mini 14 lay in his arms, across his chest, ready to reap more life from the quiet, sleepy citizens of McCarthy. Tim chose to take matters into his own hands, literally. Armed with that 12 gauge, he shouldered the shotgun and pulled the trigger, but did so a second too soon. The buckshot lodged mostly into the wall and door frame and just barely grazing Lou. Lou shouldered his own rifle and returned fire, struck Tim in the leg with a round from his .223. After the initial barrage, Tim used the shotgun to create some distance, housing down the back wall of the house and forcing Lou to take cover. Once he did, Tim turned, and despite the hole in his leg, took off at a full sprint back to town. He needed to let everyone know that the Headlands were now dead. Maxine Edwards was also dead on the property as well. Now that they confirmed Lou's plan of murdering the whole community, they solidified their plan. Gary would get his plane in the air, where he would make radio contact with other planes in the area and get a message out for help. He would also carry Chris to the next town for medical treatment, as he'd been struck by multiple rounds. Gary climbed back into the plane and got her up in the air, just in time to make a chance spotting of Lou, who was slinking along the unused dog sled trail. He'd backtracked all the way from the Headlands, rifle in hand, to finish what he'd started. The issue was, Gary was already in the air. He had no way of warning Tim and Amy. We're standing out in the open, down on the airstrip. Hastings and the dog sled trail were hidden by a thick brush and a huge mound of plowed snow, so he had plenty of time to slowly crest that snow pile and get into a position. Gary and Chris looked down in horror as Hastings laid down and shouldered the rifle and opened fire on the exposed newlyweds. They went down quickly, didn't even have time to react, before Lou popped up and closed in with his rifle. He'd taken his first shots at about 250 yards, so when he reached 100 yards, he brought the rifle up and shot both Tim and Amy 2 more times. Once he was within 50 yards, he shot them both again, this time right in the head, execution style. Gary and Chris couldn't believe what they just witnessed, as the airplane did a final lap of the valley on its way to the next town. Gary made contact with the mail plane, told them about the situation. Meanwhile, Chris watched as Lou dragged the dead bodies of Tim and Amy up the snowbank. Lou didn't stop with the killing of Tim and Amy though. He stashed both of their bodies, just as he did at the Headland residence, and laid in waiting with his rifle. The hours were slipping by. The bodies were stacking up. Whoever was left would soon be congregated right in front of him, right here at the airstrip. A lone engine cut out over the frosty mountain air when Harley King came right over the ridge on his snow machine. Donna Byram rode in the back, being dragged along in a sled, much like Chris Richards had earlier with the Nashes. It was common for one local to pick up another if they found them on a walk, as half the population regularly zipped around on the snowmobiles. Harley and Donna had no clue what was going on in McCarthy, or the trouble that had befallen their friends. They rode parallel to the airstrip, as Donna looked around for the usual smiling faces, or any sign of the mail plane. She saw something else instead, though. Lou Hastings, stalking along the snow ridge a few hundred yards away. When they came upon the site where the Nashes had been shot and killed together, the bodies were gone, but what looked like gallons of blood painted the area. There was even a little trail from where the kill had clearly been dragged off. Donna thought to herself how strange it was for someone to be shooting animals on the airstrip, and yet stranger, they would butcher it right there on the landing strip. That's when the first few bullets started to hit the snow around them, and then began to rattle off the snow machine beneath Harley. Reports cut through the air, and Donna was sure of it. Lou Hastings was shooting at them from across the clearing. Based on the blood, he must have already ambushed someone, right there where they're riding. One of those bullets struck Harley, and Donna knew because he jerked the snow machine in every direction before regaining control. It looked as if he'd been shot in the leg, and based on the loud bark of the rifle, Donna assumed the bones in Harley's leg were likely shattered from that impact. She would be correct. With a bum leg, which happens during snowmobiling, driving the machine becomes a difficult task. However, Harley punched the gas and set the machine roaring for cover. This is when Donna got clipped and found soft flesh of her shoulder beneath the coats and parka. She did her best to hang onto the sled as she and Harley struggled to get out of the gunfire. It didn't matter though, as the high speed of the snow machine and Harley's broken leg got the better of him. He lost all control of the vehicle. Both Harley and Donna were thrown into the snow, blood leaking from their wounds as they realized their fate. Donna wasted no time. She sprung up, did her best to drag Harley over to the snowmobile and load him into the back. She looked up just in time to see Lou hustle over from his place on the ridge, start jogging over to them, rifle across his chest. Donna froze in that moment, petrified and feared, as she stared at the man who was about to kill her. Her breath started to fade as she accepted death out there in the tundra. "Hey," Harley wheezed. "Hey, you gotta go." Donna turned and tried to blink away the tears. She remembered where she was and what she was doing, and went back to loading a friend onto the tilted snow machine. "No," Harley said, shaking his head. "Don't bother, your arm is shot. I can't move. You're never gonna get me back on this thing." "What do we do?" Donna asked. "You gotta run. Get to Les and Flo's house, use the radio. Get the law out here as quickly as you can." Donna didn't move, and soon they could both hear Lou's footsteps crunching through the snow. "I'm serious, I can't move my legs. Save yourself and see if you can save anyone else." "Go, Donna, go," Harley said, pointing down the nearest trail. It just happened to be the trail that connected the Hegland's house to the airstrip. "I'm sorry," Donna breathed, before turning and hustling into the spruce woodland. Just as she disappeared through the thicket, Lou came over the last snowdrift, separating him from his prey. As Donna ran, she could hear muffled voices, then 2 sharp gunshots. She started to sprint, careless of the bullet hole in her arm, till she spotted the Hegland's house up ahead. Like Tim, though, she could tell something was off right away. Bullet holes in the walls, the front door was kicked in. Nothing good would be waiting for her inside, so instead, Donna simply ran around back and hid behind a nearby greenhouse. As she caught her breath and squeezed the bloody mess under her sleeve to help staunch the bleeding, she could hear Lou's footsteps coming into the clearing. He stomped up the steps, crossed the porch, and then into the house. He went from room to room, then back outside, down the stairs, and then started exploring the property. He was approaching the greenhouse when he stopped, yanked a tarp off the snowmobile, then fired up the engine. Donna couldn't believe her luck when she heard Lou drive off into the wilderness. He'd only been a few feet from discovering her. To put it simply, Lou's plan was coming apart at the seams. When he envisioned a simple task, it turned out to be far more work than he realized. The residents of McCarthy were tough, rugged folks. This wasn't a secret. He hadn't accounted for all their hardened ability to fight back, as half of those that he encountered immediately put up a struggle. The citizens had pieced the plan together pretty well. Lou was going to start with the locals of McCarthy and Kennecott, picking off the outliers, and then the male crew exactly as Chris and Tim had surmised. From there, Lou was going to hijack the mail plane, kill the pilot, and fly 80 miles west of McCarthy, land at a pump station where the pipeline intersected. He'd rigged the plane to take off with no one at the controls, which would hopefully create a distraction. After that, he would use the fuel truck to ram into the pipeline, all while spraying bullets through the windshield in an effort to rupture the pipe. He hoped the cold weather would congeal the oil, causing minimal environmental damage, and the tanker would explode and his body would be charred beyond all recognition. In Lou's mind, this would conjure a truly fearful narrative, and even create the illusion that there was still a killer on the loose. Hopefully, that effect would lower interest to tourism in Alaska, as well as less incoming business due to the horrific murders. It was all for the sake of preserving the integrity of the state, as well as the environment that Hastings so desperately idolized. From the start though, Lou had botched the mission. Now with so much time gone by, and so many residents of McCarthy knowing what was going on, and scattered to the woodland, Lou's options were limited. If he had any hope to escape, or finish his plan of sabotaging the pipeline, he needed to get out of town immediately. Hastings assumed the local authorities would respond in a fixed wing aircraft, something that could hold more men and more weapons, so he wanted to get away from the McCarthy airfield. He came upon the Heglin house again, where he found there wasn't anyone there, decided to use their snow machine to disappear into the Alaskan backcountry. The police didn't respond in a fixed-wing airplane though, instead launched an unmarked helicopter to deliver a quick response time. It also kept them closer to the ground, offered more maneuverability, and wouldn't give them away as law enforcement. They spotted Hastings heading west on the snowmobile, tearing through the forest. The troopers found a clearing, landed, and surrounded the fleeing snowmobile. Hastings stopped the machine, hopped off and waved. He offered no resistance whatsoever. He screamed over the whack of the helicopter blades. "Thank God you're here." "Put your weapons down," an officer hollered, pointing to Hastings' rifle. Lou unslung the Ruger and let it fall to the snow. "I'm getting out of McCarthy. Someone went berserk back there and started shooting up the whole town," Hastings explained. The officers furrowed a brow and talked amongst themselves. "What's your name?" they asked him. "Chris Richards," Lou Hastings lied. He was pretending to be his first would-be victim in an attempt to throw off the police. He knew none of the responding troopers actually knew what any of the residents looked like, so he decided to take a gamble. It didn't work. The troopers already had a description radioed in, to which Lou matched every part of. They kept their weapons on him and cuffed him and loaded him into the chopper, to take back to the station. Only after they were in the air did Lou say, "You got me. I'm your man." Lou Hastings was something of an eco-terrorist. Even the prosecuting attorney in the case referred to him as a very bright guy, a nerdy academic whose wig is on probably a little too tight. There's a lot of parallels to this guy, Kaczynski, that's the Unabomber. Like Kaczynski, Hastings had fled from his relatively normal life in the city for this idyllic existence in the wilderness. When they found out that this daydream was unobtainable due to some villainous political or corporate organization, they turned to violence to create a conspiracy of fear in order to protect something they considered sacred. In both cases, the sacred belonging was nature. Instead of using bombs though, like the Unabomber, Lou settled on the Ruger Mini 14 and a silenced .22 caliber pistol. The pistol is what he shot Chris Richards with. which is why the wounds weren't fatal and why he couldn't hear them being discharged. One of Hastings' public defenders was quoted saying, "If you really distill it down, Mr. Hastings thought he was going to be the savior of the Alaskan wilderness."
I'll never forget the summer of 2006. I was a drifter, always looking for a place to crash and a good time. What had started out as a great year quickly turned into misfortune. The guy I was seeing ditched me, literally, and left me behind for another town. I had zero money, no job, and only had trouble on my mind. I couldn't tell you what brought me to that little town up north, but I can tell you what made me leave. I was living in Clemens, North Carolina, and was hanging out at a local bar, nursing a whiskey on the rocks. There's this art retreat that I tried to get into. I failed, got denied, didn't even meet half the requirements. Now I was drifting, sleeping on couches, rapidly running out of options. I wasn't planning on living in Clemens forever, but it had this quaintness, and the people had their own vibe. I wasn't exactly racing to get out of town or anything. I figured something would come along eventually, just like it always does when you need it to. And that's when I met him, Pazuzu, or Paz as he liked to be called. He came in alone and totally caught my eye. Tall and lean, with dreadlocks and ink on every inch of his body. His arms and his face and his throat, everything was marked up with something. He took a seat in total silence. Didn't seem to have a relationship with the bartender, just ordered a straight whiskey. Needless to say, this guy had my attention. I moved down the bar and he started chatting me up right away. He said he lived in town. His mom did too. He'd been local his whole life. Said he owned some properties throughout the community, which once you get to the end of the story, you'll know is total bullshit. I think what he meant by property was really bodies. He had bodies buried all over the community. Obviously, I didn't know this at the time though. All I saw was this mysterious, edgy-looking guy making eyes at me from the next bar stool over. He was charming in this twisted sort of way, with a wicked grin and a glint in his eye. He invited me to stay with him and his friends, and I jumped at the chance. I mean, who wouldn't want a free place to stay? Totally free, I asked him. Everything in life should be free. The only price we pay for anything should be sin, he said back to me. I thought this was his attempt at poetry, but I'd find out just how wrong I was at the end of my stay with Paz. We got to the house and it was a total dump. I mean, I don't know really what I was expecting, but after the stories I heard at the bar, I kind of thought he had money. This is what looked like a double-wide trailer set atop a brick basement foundation. A dingy site-built home, very common throughout the Carolinas. Paz led us in through the ground entrance where I discovered the ultimate bachelor pad. Spray paint on the walls, food in the sink, and empty beer cans cluttered on every surface. There's a dump on the outside and a putrid mess on the inside. Even carried its own moldy smell, one I'd never really experienced before. Paz didn't apologize, didn't even address the level of filth that he lived in. He showed me a room that had some semblance of normalcy, a mattress with an end table, pretty much empty otherwise. He said he rented this one out periodically, usually when he needed the money, but I could sleep there for free. For some reason, he liked me and wanted to take me under his wing. At first, it was a party. We drank, we smoked, we laughed, we lived life on the edge. The first night that he threw a party, it was just for me. Literally painted a welcome message for me on the wall, adorned with this quote about how evil was the only way to live. His friends were nuts too, but nowhere near the level of depravity that Paz was on. They sat in circles and chanted, did rituals with their own blood, talked about the craziest shit that I've ever heard. Not just about the occult, but what they wanted to happen to the world. All the crazy messages painted on the wall started to make sense to me. These guys truly believed they were agents of evil, sent to bring hate to the earth. I'll admit Paz was fascinating though. his stories of Satanism and the occult. I was intrigued and a little intimidated, but I wanted to fit in. So I played along, pretending to be interested in his dark rituals and sacrifices. Honestly, it wasn't that hard. Like I said, he went out of his way to make me feel comfortable that first night, maybe even that whole first week. I was in a perpetual state of drunkenness, getting fed a steady dosage of pretty much whatever drug I wanted. He had hookups, and he somehow had the leverage to make deals and always score, whether it be booze or drugs. He claimed it was the work he did for Satan. He said the darkness would never let him go without what he needed. That is a direct quote, and he meant it every time he said it. Paz truly believed there was an evil spirit that looked out for him, paved the path anywhere he went. Regardless, I paid it no mind, enjoyed the free couch and the nonstop party. But as the days went by, things began to get weird. The house was a mess, the dirty dishes piled up, unwashed clothes scattered everywhere, holes in the wall. It was like they didn't care about anything, least of all hygiene. I was starting to hear Paz gloat about his daily services for the devil. He claimed he hadn't showered in 3 years, and by keeping his body in that natural composition, Satan had made it impossible for him to get sick. Infection was a thing of the past for him, hence the disgusting filth that he lived in. Paz used the grime and grease as a method of warding away the normal, the good, the decent. It was a repellent for anyone who also didn't worship the devil. Paz also said that he stopped brushing his teeth, which I noticed he had personally manipulated. I didn't see them in the bar, but after a few nights together, I saw the brown rot, but I also saw something else too. He had literally filed his teeth into points. He looked like he had the mouth of an animal or a demon. He did everything in his power to make himself unapproachable, and if you did approach him, like I had, you would never be comfortable around him. And then there were also the animals. Paz had all kinds of creatures, from snakes to spiders, and he loved to torture them. I tried to ignore it, but it was hard to stomach. He would torture them with different tools, like a lighter, or even put them in the freezer, claimed that he was conducting a ritual to control the weather. Satan had gifted him these animals to use to control the world around him. If he set the spider's feet on fire, it would be a warm day. If he put it in the freezer, it would be a cold, dark day. Very strange, simplistic thinking, but I will say this. It may have been the drugs or just my method of nodding and smiling every time he spoke, but it seemed like the weather actually followed his actions. If he burned the spider, I always remember the next day being a goddamn scorcher, although he could have just been checking the weather and pretending it was a magic trick. Then there were these confessions. Paz would get drunk, start talking about all the things he'd done. At first I thought he was just bragging, trying to shock me, but as the stories went on, I quickly realized that he was telling the truth. He went on at length about the piles of animals he'd killed for rituals and sacrifices. Dogs, cats, rabbits, literally anything he could get his hands on. There's nothing like taking a bite out of a still beating heart, he said at the top of his lungs one night. It's better than sex. It's better than any drug on earth. It's pure ecstasy, straight to the bloodstream. And it's even better if the animal dies while you're eating it. Talk about a rush. It's hard to take something like that seriously when you hear it in real life, but it's even harder when you're living with the person. I think I was overwhelmed with denial that this guy couldn't be as crazy as he seemed. That second week really turned the tables, as he was in a constant state of blackout drunkenness, but then would randomly recover and seemed to be coherent, well-spoken. He said it was because demons were in and out of his body, would help him get things done. Those confessions got worse, to the point of being outright heinous. Paz said he killed a number of sex workers over the last couple of years. He said they were the easiest and no one was looking for them, ever. By society standards, they were already missing, so Paz just did the work of the darkness and brought them suffering of a different caliber. It wasn't just that he was claiming to be a murderer. Paz said that he ate their corpses, feasted on them for multiple days before burning their bodies and disposing the remains in the rivers and forest outside of town. Killing them brought terror to the world, and eating them brought power to the underworld. opening the doorway for just a moment, as he said. I remember we exchanged a look, and I think Paz could tell that I didn't believe him. He just nodded and said, "You'll see. You'll see the fires." By the third week, things had really escalated. I woke up and it was like I was in a totally different house. The smell was worse. The wasteland of trash was worse. Everything was worse. I could see that Paz was getting more and more strung out on the drugs and alcohol, teetering on violent and manic. I found him one morning painting the walls with blood. I asked him what he was doing, and he answered as if it was the most normal thing in the world. He said he needed protection soon. I wanted to ask protection from what, but decided to ask where he got that blood from. He pointed to the backyard. He said he spent the morning butchering an animal and draining every drop of fluid from it. Killing animals in the backyard was one thing, but by the next day, there were literal pieces of these animals strung up on fishing line, dangling from the ceiling. Legs, paws, ears, eyes. What wasn't suspended from the ceiling was stored in a cooler by the fridge, and Paz would ritualistically eat the raw, rotting flesh. This was when the flies started to build up, and I'm talking hundreds, if not thousands. The house was disgusting when I arrived, but it turned into something else during that last week, and Paz did not care. He liked it. Felt like it gave him power. It was a house of horrors, and for some reason, I was voluntarily living there. It was a hub for outcasts and misfits of all kinds, as was the company that Paz kept. With this spiral, though, it didn't feel safe anymore, especially not for women. I returned back to his house one night, as he'd left for the woods and I didn't want to go. When I got back, I heard weird sounds coming from the basement. When I entered, I found a group of strangers engaging in twisted sex rituals. Obviously, I recognized Paz and a couple of his friends, but the rest were unknown to me, half of them women. They were painted in what looked like blood, partaking in some of the strangest, scariest sex that I've ever seen. Masks, open wounds, and lots of drugs. Paz gave me this gross, distant, menacing stare before beckoning me over. I didn't go, simply turned and barreled back out into the cool air night. Better believe I kept running. I knew I would be leaving this house soon. I was living in a complete nightmare, and I didn't know how to wake up from it. I'd been so scared to leave before, but now I was too scared to stay. What the hell have I gotten myself into? It occurred to me that everything he told me could be true, that I could end up with my throat cut deep in the Carolina wilderness, getting danced around and spit on by people using me for what they believed was magic. Finally, after weeks of living in terror, I found the courage to leave. I wish I could say it was more dramatic, but I simply bided my time until he was out of the house, then made my move. I packed my bag and slipped out of the house, unnoticed and unseen. I didn't stop running until I was out of that town, eventually out of the state, and far away from Pazuzu, Algarad. I never looked back, and I never spoke about those weeks again. At least, not until his case broke national headlines. It turned out a lot of us passing through Clemens had stayed with this lunatic. I was very fortunate to get out when I did, as I read he openly murdered more people later in life. Those memories haunt me still to this day, and I know I'll never be the same. I've seen some terrible things in my time as a detective, but the case of Pazuzu Algarad was something completely else. This guy has a rap sheet, quite a colorful history, and it's always bothered me a bit. I feel like we should have had a lot more data on this guy, but the reality is, he fucking terrified everyone that he came in contact with. The people that knew him and lived around him avoided that guy at all cost, and for good reason. Not only was he disgusting as a person, but he was very violent, very unpredictable. Everything about his persona screamed isolation, mental illness, and this open disdain for not just authority, but mankind in general. This guy was out to have a bad day every day, and he didn't make that a secret. It started from a tip from a local resident who reported a strange smell coming from the house in town, a house we all knew well. When we arrived, we found 2 bodies buried in the backyard. The house was literally covered in blood and filth. To this day, it goes down as the most disturbing case that I've ever been witness to. The home itself was a pigsty, an unbelievable amount of filth on every surface, including human waste. As we dug deeper, we discovered that Pazuzu was a self-proclaimed Satanist who had a fascination with the occult and a history of animal cruelty. He had a group of followers who were just as twisted as he was. And together, they had committed some of the most heinous crimes I've ever seen. Followers might be a strong word. A ragtag group of losers is more appropriate. But they were all loyal to Paz. They never ratted on him, didn't give up the game that they were playing, regardless of the rules or the stakes. They would just go along with whatever insane, deranged plans this guy made and laugh with him about it later. He even managed to keep girlfriends and a couple fiancées throughout his stint. Honestly, he kind of reminded me of Charles Manson. Cunning, clever, but pure evil at his core. The difference though between Manson and Paz was that Paz was the one who wanted to do the stabbing and the killing. He didn't send in his followers. He was first in line to draw blood or drink it. He didn't want to just talk about it. His victims were mostly prostitutes and drifters, people who wouldn't be missed. Pazuzu would lure them into his house, where he would torture and kill them, then burn their remains in the woods. It was a sickening ritual, and one that he seemed to enjoy. As we investigated, we found evidence of Pazuzu's crimes everywhere. There were bloodstains on the walls, bones in the backyard, and a collection of satanic artifacts that would make your skin crawl. It was like he wanted us to know what he'd done, like he was proud of all of his crimes. The most disturbing thing was the way he seemed to manipulate people. He had this charm, a charisma that drew people in, and made him do his bidding. His followers were brainwashed, completely underneath his control. They would do anything that he asked. One of his close friends had this to say about him. He had this twisted sort of charisma. It's the kind of charisma that isn't going to appeal to everyone, but certain minds are going to be drawn in by it. The misfits, the outcasts, people living on the edge, or people who wanted to live on the edge. Here's the crazy part. We had reports from his friends that were beyond outlandish. We'd collect some of these people that were connected to Paz, jam them up pretty hard, just to get some info to help build the case. They told us about crazy sex orgies, animal killing, but they also told us something that we hadn't heard yet. Paz would throw parties wherein all the attendees would use the same knife to cut themselves open. Then Paz would drink everything that came out. We're talking quarts of blood in this guy's stomach. Absolutely disgusting, next level stuff. Like I said before, this guy had been on our radar for a long time, but it wasn't until 2010 that it all started to close in around him. He took in a friend who had shot and killed a man in the woodland outside of town. And when his body was discovered the next day, authorities had pieced the crime together pretty quickly. By that, I mean we were looking for a named suspect. When we approached Paz, he lied, misdirected us, muddied the waters of the investigation. Only later did we realize the suspect was being harbored at Paz's house. So we arrested him as an accessory, gifted him some charges that would be on his record forever. Once he was on the radar, it wasn't long before we had a warrant for his property. The neighbors were already calling in for the smells, strange sightings, threats, all kinds of stuff. On top of that, authorities had their own pile of questions and evidence that could only be answered by taking Paz and walking his property. When the officers arrived, one half moved inside to situate the Satanist, make sure he couldn't run or grab a weapon or conceal anything else. The other half of the officers patrolled the front and backyards, quickly found what we were looking for. 2 shallow graves, very near one another, housing the brutalized remains of 2 different people, Tommy Welsh and Josh Weltzer, both of whom had been missing since 2009. The handcuffs came out and we arrested both Paz and his fiancée at the time, a woman named Amber Birch, who was complicit in essentially everything. Both men had been shot and killed, but there was evidence of further desecration of their corpses, as well as possible cannibalism. We locked them up, as well as a few other accomplices, and the rest is pretty much history. The town bulldozed that shithole of a house, deemed it unlivable after they discovered what was going on within it, only to never let it see another sunrise. Paz went on to kill himself almost exactly 1 year later in prison, or at least that's the story. For some reason, I just can't believe that prick would commit suicide. He was too proud, too much of a narcissist to ever do something like that. If it wasn't obvious from his behavior, the guy was desperate for attention. Now he was on the world stage behind bars. Part of me thinks some kind of shady justice got dealt to him. North Carolina is a heavily Christian state, especially Clemens. It wouldn't surprise me if a couple of correction officers or even someone higher up made sure Paz stopped breathing that night. I can't even imagine how much he annoyed the guards in prison. This guy was constantly talking shit and giving any kind of attitude. But even now, I can't shake that feeling of unease that this case has left me with. Pazuzu Algarad was a monster, true evil, and I'm just glad that he's dead and can't harm anyone else. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 20 years, and I've seen a lot of things, but nothing could have ever prepared me for the terror that was Pazuzu Algarad. That was the name that came later, though. I originally knew him as a boy named John Lawson and his mother Cynthia. They moved in when John was still a boy, but that didn't mean he wasn't normal or anything like that. He was just about the angriest kid on the block, always blowing up and yelling threats at people. We'd see him or hear him screaming insults at his mother at least once a week, either inside the house or even in the front yard. She seemed to be a woman at her wit's end, and I could see why. John made everything difficult, and honestly, he seemed like he enjoyed doing it. It was absolutely no surprise when we would later learn he called himself a Satanist. All the clothes, piercings, tattoos, it all started to add up. Whenever we saw a pentagram painted on a sign or a brick wall, we assumed it was him and his stupid friends. At first, he was just a kid, always getting into trouble. I'd see the cops bringing him home or stop by for a chat at odd hours. His mom always apologizing, always making excuses for his behavior. But I knew there was something off about him, even back then. As he got older, things only would get worse. He starts hanging out with a rough crowd. I'd see them gathered around his house, smoking and drinking. I'd hear strange noises coming from inside, like chanting and screaming. I tried my best to stay out of it, but it was hard to ignore. We lived right there. This was right around the time that he actually changed his name. We started hearing Pazuzu up and down the block. Now, I myself, I'm a God-fearing man. I've gone to church every week for 40 years. I recognize the name that he gave himself from the movie The Exorcist. Again, I'm a Christian, but I enjoy a good scare. I remember hearing that name in the flick, so I decided to look it up for myself. It turned out that the name Pazuzu was a real demon in Mesopotamian culture. He was kind of considered the king of all demons. His surname, in the full writing, means the Lord of the Locust in Arabic. A truly frightening title for a kid who lives up the street from you. But at this point, he was starting to turn into a man. He was a legal adult. He could change his name. I only know his surname because it was spray painted in the parks. The guy was a problem throughout the community, but no one had the brass to approach him. The cops had been involved in his life since he moved to the neighborhood, but for whatever reason, nothing ever really stuck. They'd come, ask questions, then leave, then do it all again the next month. The same song and dance. I'm sure Paz and his followers said it was due to Satan and their sacrifices. Satan was protecting them from recourse, and who knows, that could have been true. It didn't last very long, as I'll never forget the afternoon the cops flooded our neighborhood. Patrols up and down the block, and a group going to knock on the door. The patrols were just in case he tried to flee, I suspect. But running never really seemed his style. Paz liked conflict, liked confrontation, and anyone in our neighborhood would definitely agree with me. But again, after a bit of questioning, they left again, this time only for a week or so. The police would later come back, much more subtle this time, and ran what was going to be a full raid on his house. He ended up stepping out and giving himself up. I'm almost positive they were prepared to kick in his door and everything. Paz caught his charge as an accessory to murder and served a short stint, as I remember him appearing back just a few months later, maybe a year at most. At this point, there was a girl with him all the time, always in and out of the house. She was nowhere near as scary as Paz was, but she had a mean face and a bad attitude. Never really had anything kind to say. We avoided her just as much as we did her boyfriend. There would be parties, loud music, sometimes dozens of people showing up to do drugs or whatever else they were up to. The rumors themselves were horrific. Sex cults, drug overdoses, abduct and kill animals from the neighborhood. All that usual satanic panic kind of stuff. We avoided the house at all cost. But even if there was any kind of racket, no one ever left their house. Music blasting, people screaming, all that going on at 2 in the morning. What do? Go over to the psychotic Satanist house and risk being murdered? Not a chance. We'd call the police and they usually wouldn't even bother showing up. Paz controlled the neighborhood back in those days. It's a mark of shame for all of us who lived there. But then 2014 came along. The real story broke. It was much the same though, cops crawling up and down the street. But this time, they actually went in the house. Lots of them. The rest paraded into the front and backyards, outfitted with metal detectors and cadaver dogs. It wasn't long until we heard barking and a whole lot of shouting. Then we heard it again. 2 hits, I suspected, and later confirmed by a voice shouting by the others. "Get the commander on the line. We've got bodies back here." It was a gruesome thing. 2 men had been buried back there for as long as 5 years. They'd been missing since 2009. Local boys. They'd likely ran with groups somehow affiliated with Pazuzu. Either someone spoke out of line, a drug deal went bad, or something occurred for Paz to kill them. Until we learned that his girlfriend had actually killed the second. A real duo made in hell, if you will. It was a huge relief to the community when both he and her were arrested and never seen in town again. By April of the next year, after the case closed and all the charges were properly filed, the city came in to demolish the house. It's a bittersweet day. Many of us were happy to see it go, especially after the police went through it. The building itself was full of blood, carcasses, and human excrement. The amount of work required to make it livable again would have been ungodly, and after so many crimes throughout so many years, it was just time to bury it, literally. The whole block came out to watch it get pushed over and loaded up into the back of a big dump truck. By the second day, there was nothing left but the rubble of the foundation. It was relieving. It still is to this day. Paz and his cronies disappeared, and apparently the guy killed himself not long after being arrested. So much for the Lord of the Locust. Although, I must confess, part of me was still drawn to the whole thing. I couldn't believe how close to my life all of this had gone down. I found myself thinking about the evil that lurked just across the street. I wondered if it would linger. And one night, I found myself curious enough to walk over to the empty lot and just look at it. I needed to see that there weren't ghosts dancing under the moonlight or corpses crawling up out of the dirt. I got over there and found nothing, just random leftover debris from the demo. The only thing unpleasant that lingered was the smell, and honestly, it took a couple of weeks to dissipate. That level of death and decay doesn't just go away, even if you destroy every scrap of the home. It's literally in the earth at that point. The only other thing that remained was just a heavy presence. As when I crossed the street, I felt a weight just come down on my shoulders. Like I didn't want to be over there, but I needed to see it for myself. There was nothing. I turned back after 10 or 15 minutes of studying the area. When I did, I heard something. A voice. I don't know what it said, but it was unmistakable. It sounded like Paz. I'd heard that kid yelling up and down the street for more than a decade at that point. So I knew his voice from any others. It sounded like a laugh, but also sounded like words. "Dumbass old man," is what my brain pieced together. But here I am 10 years later, still unsure to this day. But I can tell you, there's nobody over there. I think it was just a fragment of my imagination. Years of terror have been put to rest, but my brain still thought he could be around. He wasn't. He died in a cell not long after that night. I don't hear him anymore. And the air on my streets smells better than it ever has. I'm a longtime Colorado resident, and about 15 years ago, I moved to a small outlier of a town called Grand Junction. Some of you will know it, but I suspect many have never heard the name. It's quaint, mostly a blow-through town, and one that services the southwestern corner of the state. I fell in love with the place and called it my forever home. I worked at a mom and pop shop downtown in Grand Junction, where everybody knows everybody. Like any rural community, we have our seasons, and the rest of the year is a little quiet. It's the hustle and bustle of the locals, the thrum of the trains blowing through town. Time seems to slow down here a little bit, if you let it, almost like a place for a fairy tale. It's one of the reasons it was so easy for me to fall right into the place. Among the familiar faces, one stood out. Warren Barnes, the reading man. For as long as I can remember, Warren was a fixture in our community. His kindness, work ethic, and love for books made him a beloved figure. I'm not sure exactly how long he'd been living in Grand Junction, but I'd known Warren for as long as I can remember. It seemed like everyone on the block knew his name, knew his schedule, and everyone was very kind to him. Frankly, I'd never seen a homeless man generate such respect, but after having a few conversations with him, I quickly understood why. He was genuinely a sweet old man. It was like talking to your grandpa or something. He was always in a good mood, always kind and always helpful. If he hadn't met such a grisly fate, I may have thought he was an angel. Warren's daily routine was as predictable as the sunrise. He'd start at the coffee shop, then visit the library, and finally settle into his favorite alley behind the bridal shop, surrounded by his precious paperbacks. Westerns were his passion, but he devoured everything from history to thrillers to philosophy. His knowledge was just staggering. Conversations could easily last hours. As shopkeepers, we relied on Warren for odd jobs, moving boxes, unloading trucks, or running errands. Always said yes, without expecting anything in return. His Army veteran background and travels had seasoned him, but his heart was what made him really special. Grand Junction had adopted him. He'd become our very own. Warren's relationship with the community was genuine and strong. He was Mary, the baker, who saved him fresh bread and pastries, Jake, the hardware store owner, who hired him for handyman work, and Rachel, the librarian, who always set aside new releases just for him. We all looked out for Warren, and he repaid us with his kindness and dedication. On one Sunday back in 2021, Warren didn't appear, and by the late morning, all the shopkeepers and laborers on our street knew something was wrong. We just didn't know how bad. We all waited at first, but by midday, some of the other people that knew Warren a little better than I put in a call to the police department. It's hard to track a guy down that doesn't have a house, and obviously police need more suspicion before they put up missing persons reports for a homeless man. Either way, we didn't like what we heard. The gal that owned the bridal shop just across the street said that someone had found Warren's wallet out by the boat ramp, over by the... This was pretty far away from usual places Warren liked to hang out, and as I mentioned, he kept a pretty rigid schedule. The gal actually left that day to go meet investigators over by the river to help them out, and help get a better idea of what might have happened to him. By then though, it's far too late. None of us knew just how bad the situation really was. At least not until Warren's body parts started washing up along the river. Arms, legs, chunks of his torso, just casually floating along, beaching under the bridge overpass on the edge of town, near the boat dock, that same place that they found his wallet. We were all in shock, and I mean absolutely blindsided. You have to understand, this wasn't just a hobo. This was someone I said good morning to every day for 10 years. Every single day this man would sweep the steps in front of my shop, or bring me flowers that he found growing in the alley. A truly kind, considerate individual. And someone took the night to cut him into pieces. Someone targeted him, and I could feel it in my soul. How else could this befall such a distinguished member of our community? As I now reflect on Warren's life, I realized just how much he enriched our community. His love for books and learning inspired us. His willingness to help others without expectation of reward reminded us of the importance of kindness. His presence was always there, like a steady heartbeat that made us feel safer and more connected. But as with all good things, Warren's life was not without its challenges. His homelessness was a constant struggle. We did our best to help support him. We'd offer him a place to stay, temporarily, or help him find resources. Warren would never complain, never ask for more than he needed. He was content with his simple life, surrounded by books and friends. I honestly can't say that he was actually homeless, because he called Grand Junction home, and we took him as he was. As the sun sets on Grand Junction, I remember Warren's smile, his laughter, and his infectious enthusiasm. He didn't deserve to meet the fate that he did, and it brings me some weird distant satisfaction knowing the killer was caught. If justice hadn't been served, I probably would have never slept again. My friend, my neighbor, gutted and dismembered in the dead of night, with no one around to help him. I wish his last moments hadn't been so scary. For now, let's cherish the memories of Warren Barnes, the reading man, who brought so much joy and light to our lives. His story is over, but for today, let's honor his spirit, his kindness, and his love for life. Warren, we miss you every day. I lived in Grand Junction for a long time, and the crime that happened a couple of winters ago was one for the ages. Not a lot of stuff goes on here, and I'll admit the rate of crime in our city is a little higher than the rest of the state, but that's only because we're in a corridor community for neighboring states. Lots of drug trafficking throughout here, some robbery, breaking and entering, but not a lot of outright murder. That stuff sticks with us for a long time, usually till the next one happens. I myself am an old man, living alone on a quiet street. The Cohee house was just another familiar facade, but the son, Brian, was a different story. I noticed strange behavior from him. Sometimes I'd go outside and find him in his side yard, just staring off into space. It was weird. And the first time I saw it, I called his name to say hello. He didn't respond at all. He didn't look vacant or out of it, just deep in thought about something. I chalked it up to just an introverted young man, but over the next year or two, I'd catch him doing that pretty often, but never when anyone was around. This was something he'd do when he was all alone. Next came the animal abuse. I really only saw this happen once, but still, the kid would hurt dogs and cats in the community. I don't know if he was killing them, but again, when he thought no one was looking, he'd give them a fist or a boot, throw rocks at them, they were too far away. A couple of times, I'd go outside like I was taking out the trash, just to holler at him to knock it off or go home. He'd wave at me, act totally normal, like he wasn't just hitting a stranger's dog with a closed fist. When pressed about it, he just said he was having a bad day and didn't want the dog to attack him. Said it had bit him a few times in the past. I knew something was off, but I didn't really know what to do. I wasn't related to him. I didn't want to meddle. The other thing, it turned out, was that Brian was actually a pretty smart kid. For as weird and quirky as he was, he had his family and even some of the teachers at school pretty wrapped around his finger. He could lie like the best of them and would totally throw questioning adults off his trail. I believe the boy was autistic, or maybe just claimed to be, and one that Brian was keen to take advantage of. It almost made him charming in this weird, creepy way. He'd casually mention how many pints of blood the human body contains, as if we were talking about the weather. He could talk himself out of almost any consequence, or even just basic chores. I'd watch him do it all the time with his parents, with adults in the neighborhood. Brian would look you dead in the eye and tell you the most logical line of shit that you've ever heard, and you'd believe it, because how could a special education boy be that cunning? Well, it turned out he was highly intelligent and very manipulative. One look at his mother's testimony will tell you all you need to know. Rumors started circulating around town. Other neighbors told me about Brian's disciplinary issues at school, bullying, even physical harm to his peers. I felt a sense of culpability, having witnessed his erratic behavior and not reporting it. Still, it's hard to inject yourself into business of somebody else's kids. I remember hearing a story from someone on our street who also has kids, who went to school with Brian. The kid was very mean-spirited. He'd hear about a student in his class prone to having panic attacks, so he'd do everything in his power to make them have one. He would construct these model weapons out of his stuff he found at school, then use them to attack special needs students when no one was looking. Behind the school buildings, vacant hallways, or even on the bus. It was some of the most heinous stuff I've ever heard. Outright abuse of people Brian deemed lesser than himself. One day though, there was a couple of boys following Brian home from school. All three of them were walking, but I could tell Brian was trying to get away from these kids. I could see plain as day that they weren't friends of his. Brian made it back to his house, rushed inside and slammed the door behind him. The boys threw rocks at the door and called out, "Hey Dahmer, come out Dahmer, we just want to play, you fucking freak." When I asked the other neighbors about this, she confirmed it. Brian was known for getting picked on at school, so it was all a little give and take. Now I definitely felt weird for keeping tabs. This has all felt like pretty average high school antics. Hell, even when I was a boy, kids were goddamn mean to each other. It's always been the case. So I backed off. I quit observing. Just figured kids needed to be kids. Then the police start showing up at Cohee's house. At first, it was for a single vehicle incident at the boat ramp in the middle of the night. I saw Brian's parents driving off, returning later with their son. This was very late at night and or early in the morning. I don't remember which. I just recall the engine roar and headlights cutting through my front windows, which woke me. And then by the time I moved myself into the living room, they were coming back, Brian and his parents. The police visits continued, and I sensed something was amiss. I mean, what other evidence does a person need? The final nail came, so to speak, when a rumor started downtown about a homeless man that apparently went missing overnight. This was a person I didn't know personally, but he apparently kept a rigid schedule downtown, wherein he would assist different stores with different jobs. When the guy didn't show, everyone knew something was up and called the cops immediately. I didn't think anything about this at first, so I didn't have a reason to connect the two. I remember hearing strange noises from the Cohee residents one day. Muffled sobs or screams. Within an hour, the police arrived, and Brian was taken away. They briefly questioned him right there in the driveway. I could see him from my own living room, standing rigid, upright, like he usually did. Slowly going through the motions of discussion, but it looked forced, like he was uncomfortable maybe. It's hard to say. The truth hit me like a ton of bricks. The story coming out was that a wallet was found down by the boat ramp, Warren Barnes' wallet. And that was when I put two and two together, that Brian's car had been retrieved from the river by the police and a local tow company. That couldn't be a coincidence, right? Well, I learned later on the news that sobbing scream that I heard across the street was actually Brian's mother, discovering a very gruesome scene. In the back of Brian's closet, she found a plastic bin, the double-wrapped plastic bag beside it. The contents being one rotting human head and a pair of severed hands. Brian was a murderer, living just down the road from me. All that strange behavior that I witnessed and dismissed for so long finally accumulated into the worst nightmare we could have ever imagined. The weird interactions, the bizarre comments. Brian had been thinking about violence for a long time, perhaps as long as I knew him as a neighbor. I could have been his next victim, an old man, alone and helpless. I realized that I narrowly escaped a terrible fate. By the end of that week, I read that most of Barnes was discovered along the riverbank, some of him left under a bridge where he'd been sleeping. It seemed that Brian had put a lot of thought into his actions, but when it came to actually covering his tracks, he was sloppy and just relied on his ability to lie. Thank God that didn't work out for him, and I hope I never see him again. I personally didn't know Warren Barnes, but I can imagine the kind of man that he was. His fate was cruel, murdered while sleeping under a bridge, dismembered, and left like trash. The thought sends shivers down my spine, and I hope the man finds peace on the other side, as I imagine his last night was not something he'd want to remember. I heard from the locals that he just kept asking Brian, why? Why are you doing this? Why? Which frankly, makes my skin crawl. I felt a mix of relief and horror, knowing I no longer lived next to a killer. But the memory of Brian's strange behavior, his cryptic comments, and the gruesome fate of Warren Barnes will continue to haunt me. I'm left wondering how many other secrets lay hidden behind those closed doors. How many other monsters live among us, waiting to strike? I'm very grateful to his parents, who made no effort to conceal anything or muddy the waters. Too often, when family gets involved in diabolical matters such as these, they do everything they can to make sure justice isn't served. Terry wasted no time calling the police and turning Brian in, literally within minutes. Her loyalty to the community and personal and moral compass led her to the right decision, I believe. The darkness that lurked in Brian's eyes, the evil that consumed him, is a reminder that true horror exists in our world. And I'm left to ponder, what other terrors lurk around here? Which school-grade boy or girl will grow up to be the next killer? It's a terrifying thought, but one I entertain, because it's the world we've made, and the one we currently live in. I've been a law enforcement officer for a few years now, and nothing too crazy has come across my desk or on my radio. I live in a small web of townships, with Grand Junction at the heart of it. As you can imagine, not a whole lot goes on in the backcountry of Colorado. Just about the worst call that I've ever gotten was a man who stepped out on the shoulder of a highway and was struck and killed by a semi with a trailer moving around 80 miles per hour. We pulled up on the scene and it was one of the most awful visuals of my life, one that's kept me awake for a few weeks. That was until Brian Cohee Jr. decided he wanted to murder somebody. I wasn't involved in every aspect of the case, but I can confirm what did and didn't happen per my department. This was a case that rocked our community to its very core. It had every single resident on high alert for at least a week or so. Some folks still haven't recovered fully from that brutal nature of the crime that happened. Brian Cohee is a bit of an anomaly. He has a short list of diagnosed mental disorders, such as clinical depression, ADHD, and autism, and it goes back well into his academic history. He wasn't a special needs kid. He's actually a very intelligent kid, but he had certain triggers and behaviors that most folks wouldn't consider normal. I guess I should start this story at the beginning and work all the way up to the case, at least in regard to the suspect and the crime. The earliest signs of trouble were a series of suspicions that Brian had received from school. It seemed that leading up to the murder, Brian had this habit of creating makeshift weapons, usually out of pencils and rulers or other hard-edged stuff, and then would use them to hurt and torture kids that couldn't defend themselves. I specifically remember a report where Brian and his friend had made some kind of leveraged weapon, like a mace or nunchucks, something like that, then used them to beat the hell out of this special needs student. After he was busted and suspended from school, his parents found a number of similar weapons made inside his room. Allegedly, they told Brian that if he didn't dispose of everything and throw it immediately in the dumpster, they'd call the police and make a problem out of all of it. From what we understand, Brian complied, put everything inside that dumpster, which seemed to satisfy his parents and the teachers at school. From here, we would gather that Brian was a very smooth talker. Both the faculty and his parents confirmed it. It seemed like no matter what the discipline was, no matter what the consequence was, Brian would find a way to adapt and even worm his way out of it occasionally. Again, he was freaky smart in that aspect and was usually one step ahead of all the adults in his life. Except he wasn't. The reality, as far as I'm concerned, was plain as day for all to see. The physical torment and abuse of other students aside, Brian had a habit of talking about violent, inappropriate subject matter all the time. He'd go on at length about how to cut an artery, how to dismember a corpse or drain blood, or even the best method to pass a polygraph test. And then he would just sit and smile, maybe even laugh, and then say something like, "Sorry, that's a little morbid, isn't it?" Brian was constantly showing signs of being disturbed in his physical behavior, but his points of conversation was all the confirmation a person should really need. This kid had seriously twisted thoughts, and he wasn't afraid to share them with whoever might be around. Huge red flags, at least for me, but I'm not a parent, so it's not really my place to say. Either way, this was turning into a case for alarm. The reality was this: we would later learn from various confessions that Brian would make. Brian had already decided he was going to kill somebody. His reasoning was he just wanted to see what it felt like to take a human life, and said this without any emotion attached. If anything, maybe even a touch of a grin. This kid was totally detached from reality. The details only get worse from here. So, for 6 months, he spent all his time planning, prepping, searching for a proper victim, per his confession. He said he wanted to kill a homeless person or a prostitute, as he convinced himself that either of them turning up missing or dead would call for much less searching and investigating, if reported at all. For what it was, I guess it was a decent plan, but Brian didn't have the know-how to pull off what he would consider a perfect murder. One night, Brian spotted a victim sleeping in a makeshift fort beneath a bridge. A small little flap of nothing just to keep the wind and chill off. The bridge was near a river, and the river led to a boat ramp. I'm sure you can see the little trail of breadcrumbs. This is more of the confession, per Brian's story. He parked his car and went to his murder kit. He selected a large kitchen knife and 2 pairs of gloves, as he claimed a single pair wasn't enough for the amount of gore that a body produced. He snuck up on Barnes, who was asleep, and sank the knife into his neck, which immediately woke Barnes up and prompted him to begin pleading with Brian. The boy didn't care, and just continued to stab Barnes' neck with the blade until the man stopped moving. From there, Brian brought his car over, popped the trunk, and dismembered the old man piece by bloody piece, with nothing more than the kitchen knife. Grisly, violent work for a teenager, but he got it done, and up to his quote-unquote standards. His next move would be his undoing, as he didn't take enough care to make it work. Brian put the majority of Warren's body in the trunk of the car, drove over to the boat ramp, and let it roll into the river. We think the trunk was initially open, so Warren's dismembered body floated out and then down the river, and then filled the gory trunk with water to rinse it out. The problem was, the trunk got closed because of rushing water, and a significant amount of blood got trapped within. When we called the tow truck to have the car pulled out of the river, we could actually see thick streaks of crimson running out of the rear compartments. We called Terry Cohee, Brian's mother, because at this point we had no reason for suspicion. We actually thought that Brian might have been hurt with a cut he didn't know about, as his story was that he accidentally drove the car into the river by mistake, thinking he'd be able to get it back out. It wasn't until an officer found Warren's wallet out there in that same area, and then everything started to come together, and very rapidly, I might add. A car stuck in the boat ramp is weird, but when you couple this kid in the middle of the night, and then missing person report the next morning, we knew where to look. We didn't even have to pay a visit though. Terry called us very soon after that, claiming she'd made a wild discovery. While cleaning Brian's room, which had an awful smell, she came across a large plastic container, as well as a double-wrapped plastic bag. Thinking it was an old lunch or something like that, she casually just opened it up. Inside, she found a blanket of writhing maggots, and beneath that, a pair of eyes looking back up at her. She was holding Warren Barnes' head in her hands, stored in a large Tupperware container. The bag held Warren's hands, and for some reason, it seemed like Brian thought the corpse would be much harder to identify without a face, teeth, or fingerprints to match records of any kind. It was a smart and twisted plan that might have worked if he'd chosen a different victim, and maybe hadn't kept the head and hands as souvenirs in his closet. Here are some various quotes made by the suspect, his mother, and officers involved with the investigation. Terry made this statement during questioning. I was tidying up his room, putting things away, and came across a plastic container in his closet. As I started digging through it, I found a plastic bag. Curious, I picked it up, feeling its weight, and noticed it was infested with maggots. I took it to the sink, noticed it was double bagged. I opened up the first bag but couldn't bring myself to open up the second. Immediately, I called his father and said, "You need to come over right now." Later, when the officers arrived at the Cohee residence, they asked Brian, "Your parents have raised concerns about some items they may have found in your room. Can you elaborate?" Brian went on to say, "Yes, I believe so. A human head and hands, from the man that went missing. I killed him with a knife. I always wondered what it would feel like to commit murder. He went on at length about what he did and why he did it. It was the night of February 27th. It was a full moon, and I figured I could see so well, so why not try it out? I was in a bad state of mind at the time. I have a major depressive disorder. I was driving around and I saw a shape and I was like, oh, interesting. I'm like, that's a homeless person. So I grabbed my knife. I put on 3 layers of gloves because plastic gloves can betray their users because they're so thin. I took the knife, pulled back the canvas, and stabbed his neck. At first he was in a state of panic, asking, "What are you doing? Why?" But I just continued stabbing his neck. While giving us the rundown, Brian seemed eager, almost excited to be recounting such gruesome details, even chuckling between descriptions. To this day, the responding officers, the investigators, the judge, none of us have ever seen anything like this, and I hope we never do again. His defense after the fact was insanity, but he'd already fucked that up for himself. You can't premeditate a murder for 6 months, think about how to avoid every consequence, and then just pretend you were crazy after that. He confessed far too much, leaned into his ability to explain things away too much, and dug a hole he couldn't get himself out of. The other nail in the coffin were the murder kits. Brian had an unbelievable amount of knowledge on how to kill and dispose of a person, and kept little bundles of supplies in his room and in his car. It showed clear intent that the court was not lenient on. Brian Cohee received a life sentence of the murder of Warren Barnes, guilty of first-degree murder and tampering with the body. Ivy Ridge was a privately owned behavior modification program that existed from 2001 until 2009. These were incredibly common throughout the 80s, 90s, and even the early 2000s. They were usually referred to as military schools, or other programs such as STARS or CHAMPS. They were transparent with their tactics, so both parents and children knew what the deal was. Troubled kids would be shipped and taught discipline and responsibility. Ivy Ridge, however, wasn't like that. This academy branded itself as a real boarding school where legitimate education went on. This isn't the case though, as I'm sure we all learned from the program documentary. Like the filmmakers explained, there were a number of sister schools that operated in many other states and countries. The original Ivy Ridge operated out of New York State, but its abusive fingers reached all over the world. Only after the documentary came out did I learn that one of my best childhood friends from school was abducted inside his home in the middle of the night. He and I met in 6th grade and became fast pals, especially when I learned that he moved into the house just around the corner from mine. For 2 years, we waited at the same bus stop, crushed on the same girls, and had our first taste of alcohol together on a cloudy afternoon inside my empty house. We did everything together, from riding bikes to trampoline hopping, getting in trouble at school, and taking the punishment as a team. Then one day, his stepdad moved him away, and I never saw him again. Flash forward 15 years, we found one another on Facebook. Fast forward another 5, this documentary comes out, and it took me almost 20 years to figure out where my friend went and why. This is his story. Out of respect for him and his family, all of the names will be changed for privacy. Everything else is the truth about being a student at Ivy Ridge. Admittedly, he said that almost all of his memories from being at the school were blocked out until that documentary itself was released. Like the introduction explained, my stepdad and I moved back to the city after my mom died. Originally, it was him, my mom, and myself. She was in a car accident not long after the move, and unfortunately she was killed. That left me and my stepdad in a house that we barely moved into. I can't even express the amount of distance between us after that event happened. We were both just becoming shells. We didn't know how to help ourselves, let alone help each other. So we just started to become complete strangers. Without my mom, I was just a boy, and he was just a man. We didn't have that same father-son bond anymore. So that's where I went, back to the city. I didn't live with my stepdad for long though. We were both going through the motions of grief and mourning. And being two guys, we would clash a lot. It was turning into blow-ups, shouting matches. Then suddenly, he was just checked out, not even around. My next landing pad was with my aunt and my uncle, my mom's sister, so actually blood at least. But at this point, I was damaged goods, walking, talking anger, and I wasn't afraid to show it. I was furious at everything and everyone, and I didn't know how to deal with it, so I would lash out whenever the opportunity arose. I had a little brother who I started picking on too, just to help cope with losing my mom. I wanted everyone around me to feel the same pain that I was feeling. I'm sure that's obvious to you, but it's therapeutic for me to say in here now. As you might imagine, I wasn't kind to my aunt or uncle either. They knew I was a ticking time bomb, showed no signs of improving, so they started doing their own research for alternative methods of care. These were working class people with kids of their own lives and obligations that they had going on. And now, they had 2 additional kids on top of that. We were totally miserable. They looked into military school and a number of other similar options. Stumbled upon the academy at Ivy Ridge, and were immediately sold on it. It was catering to the desperate and delusional, people who thought they were really there for a quick fix or what was generally considered a problem child. The pamphlets and website were loaded with those buzzwords: behavior modification, surprise removal, total containment and observation, promised results. It was a golden ticket for people who were looking to get out from underneath the burden of parenting. So that's what they did to me. I was woken up at 2:51 in the morning, yanked out of bed by my feet, and instantly handcuffed behind my back. The lights came on and I was surrounded by men I didn't know. I started to scream. They were big, wearing dark clothes, menacing, everything they were supposed to be. When I started screaming and crying and fighting back, they hauled me to my feet and by the scruff of my neck, told me to shut up. Obedience would be a big part of my new life, and the faster I understood that, the easier my enrollment would be. I was absolutely sure that I was being abducted, but when I saw my aunt and uncle waiting in the living room, just sitting on the couch, I realized everyone was in on this. These people were supposed to be in the house, had even been let in, and now they were taking me with them. My bad attitude had finally resulted in a real-world consequence that would have an effect on me for the rest of my life. They dragged me out to the transport van, in nothing but my boxers. I was 15, a sophomore in high school, and more scared than I've ever been in my entire life. It wasn't just my bad behavior, but explicit drug use, as well as being kicked out of multiple schools for fighting. All I could think about was every bad thing that I did, every bad thing that had ever happened to me, and how it was all catching up with me in the van. This was the day after Christmas, so I went from feeling fear to overwhelming depression. This is where I was supposed to be. No family, no friends, just strangers driving me to a prison, being paid to do so. Like I said, all I had on was my underwear, and I sat in the back of the van. It was a good 5 or 6 hour transport, and honestly, I couldn't tell you how much time had gone by. These guys didn't care at all. There was nothing I could say or do to convince them to give me anything else to wear, let alone something to eat or drink. It was kidnapping in the purest sense of the word. Anytime I spoke up or tried to get out of my restraints, I just catch a backhand and a lot of yelling. This being so new, I didn't understand that I was biting off way more than I could chew. I thought they would get tired of abusing me, or maybe once they saw that it didn't work, they'd move on to something else. That was never the case though. I can honestly tell you that nearly every single person that I encountered enjoyed tormenting the children to at least some degree. A lot of the bigger guys in charge of the physical discipline honestly just loved kicking our asses, and you could tell. They made no effort to hide it. Little smirks and smiles, laughs. Just the general body language of doing the abuse was always so casual, like, "Can you believe this? Getting paid to beat these kids up?" Once I finally calmed down and leveled myself out, I just kept asking, "Where are we going?" "It's a school. It helps kids like me." "Where is it?" I asked. "You'll see," was all they said. "It's hard to describe. The place is amazing. It's like a summer camp." "Then why am I being handcuffed?" Because leaving home can be scary, this is a program for troubled youth, so a lot of the kids we pick up are ready to fight or run the first chance that they get. It's just risk management, nothing personal. Then they gave me the icing on top. "When will I get out?" I asked. "Usually by the end of the weekend," the guy said. "It's not forever, just a speed bump to get you back on track. You'll be better for it." I remember actually smiling, relieved. I didn't speak the rest of the ride. I went from the home that I shared with my aunt and uncle to one of the most notorious WASP centers in the program, Cross Creek Academy. This was one of the first schools to pop up on the radar for the program, and where some of the most heinous shit in America was going on. The allegations are unbelievable, but as I was arriving, I didn't know any of this. All I knew was that I was pissed off in an unfamiliar place, and as far as I was concerned, I was completely on my own. Especially after the 3 a.m. betrayal at my aunt's house, I didn't know who to trust. The two guys that drove me offloaded me at a receiving center. I walked in my underwear into a holding room where there was a different guy, plus a couple of other kids. They told me to strip down, which took a lot of convincing on their part, and then did a full strip search. Bending over, jumping up and down, turning my head and coughing, everything you can imagine. Again, I'm 15 and being inspected by adults. Once they were satisfied, I was given a bright yellow shirt, khakis, and a pair of shoes without laces. It was obvious this was anti-flight material. I couldn't run without laces, and the shirt made me stand out like nobody's business. After that, I got put into a holding cell with the rest of the new kids from that day. There were 10 or 12 of us, all wearing the same stupid clothes, laid up in a little office that only had chairs in it. These were the only kids that I was allowed to talk to that day. Everyone else was on a level and already in the program. They weren't allowed to socialize with us, other than giving us direct orders. I didn't speak much. I just watched everyone else, too suspicious to share anything about myself. The other kids talked up a storm, where they're from and what they did to get sent away, what they like to do for fun, and what they thought the school would actually be like. It was like being in detention in school all over again. Everyone was kind of fronting, telling all these tall tales, acting tough. It was all an act, because just under the surface, we were all obviously terrified. No one had any color in their face. Everyone's hands were shaking, even if we were talking about how hard we were. Then the staff came back in, alongside the leader students. They started breaking down the rules for all of us. We learned that Cross Creek Academy was actually 2 schools. The Manor, which was only girls, and the center, where we currently were, was all boys. I looked around and sure enough, everyone inside the room was indeed a guy. I'd be lying if I said I could remember every little rule, as literally everything was off limits. We couldn't even so much as look at the girls when we crossed paths with them. If we did, there would be consequences, because there were consequences for everything. Talking too fast, walking too slow, being too loud, being too quiet. Nothing was permitted, not even simply just being yourself. But you have to remember, those guys in the van sold me on the idea that I'd be out by the end of the weekend. I wasn't buying into all the protocol that they were laying out, because I figured all the other kids were just troubled youth. Little did I know, I would spend the next 3 years of my life locked away in a facility that I didn't even know the location of. Cross Creek was originally an old hotel, so it was just a network of winding halls and connected rooms. Each bedroom had 2 sets of bunk beds, so 4 kids could sleep within. Because of the nature of the building, when you arrived, you weren't allowed outside again. What I mean is that some kids arrived at this place, stepped inside, and then never got a breath of fresh air ever again for at least a year or 2. The school was set up on a level system, 1 through 6. The lower level kids were typically still problematic and couldn't be trusted to go outside at all. Everything that we needed could be found indoors. Cross Creek was located in Laverkin, Utah, but being from another state, I didn't know where that was. I had a rough idea where Salt Lake was, but even then, it was useless information because there was no way I could get there. I heard horror stories from the staff and older students about kids that tried to run. First, it was intervention, which is just a form of isolation. If they heard or saw anything that implied that somebody might run, they'd just start the punishment as a preliminary, nip it in the bud, so to speak.
But whenever someone talked like that, the staff would just simply remind them how far out we actually were. Leverkin only had a population of 3,000 or 4,000 people, and none of them would be friendly to obvious escapees, at least not back then. Staff told us that if we escaped, we'd have to at least get to the next town before anyone would help us. They promised that the elements would take us long before we actually found a friendly face. So for that first stint, I just bided my time, followed the rules. I was one of the kids that was going home, but then Monday came and went, and my family never showed up. A week went by. I kept asking, "Hey, when do I get to leave?" I was sure there'd been some kind of mix-up, a mistake. I'd be out soon. I think a lot of us were telling ourselves this story. We were all up to our eyeballs in disciplinary actions and denial. During my time there, which was either 2006 through 2009 or 2007 through 2010, there were maybe around 70 of us in the program total, and that's just the boys. I have no clue how many girls were held on the other side of the property. I don't know what kind of hell they even went through. We would only encounter them a couple of times a week, just in passing for only maybe a minute, and we were faced to the wall the entire time. If you were caught peeking, it was an instant intervention, isolation. You get the picture. Out of those 70 boys, we were broken down into groups of 6. This kept everything much more manageable for the staff and upperclassmen. The smaller the group, the easier it was to break and control us. It also kept us busy on a revolving circuit of stuff to do. Lastly, we weren't allowed to talk to anyone outside of our group. This was a crucial step in keeping us demoralized and scattered under pressure. For 3 years, I was only allowed to talk to the same 5 or 6 souls. It was like prison, maybe worse, and I stand by that. Our daily routine on days would look like this. We were woken up at 6 a.m. sharp, had a small window to get our morning chores done, brush our teeth, wash our faces, go to the bathroom, and obviously make our beds. Then we would file into the dining hall for breakfast. The food was garbage, as I'm sure you already know, and there was never enough of it. Food was a device for control at Cross Creek. If you found yourself in intervention, the isolation cells, you could find yourself begging for food, and I'm not even exaggerating. The staff would lock you up and then quote-unquote forget to bring you a meal for 2 or even 3 days. You'd be lucky to eat a banana peel or something left over in the trash can that a passing staff member would give to you. After breakfast was school, the entire reason that we were supposed to be there. This was the biggest block of time throughout our day, wherein all the group would be taken into the study room, which was like a big empty lounge. Think of the common area of a hotel, and then imagine it's been filled with desks, printers, and some other school shit. We called it school, but let me make it clear, absolutely nothing educational went on there. It was 5 hours of self-motivated bookwork. There would be a unit to study with a quiz at the end, and if you didn't pass that quiz, you didn't move on. No staff or upperclassmen helped us at all, even if we really needed it. The group that I was in was a bunch of newbies, so we didn't think to put our heads together and try to get the work done for everyone. We just mess around, make paper airplanes, the usual detention kind of behavior. There was something that I liked about it at first. It's almost like what every kid wants school to be. Done at your own pace, no teachers to pester you, no timeline to get it done. It was also explained to us, the quickest a student could finish the Cross Creek program was 13 months. And that involved high daily output in academics, but also a whole slew of other boxes to check, like passing seminars. 13 months sounded like forever to a bunch of abducted children who weren't allowed to go outside, so we would just do as much as we could. But after a couple of weeks, I quickly realized what was going on. There was no way for a lower level student to ever get ahead. Unless you came to Cross Creek with a seriously gifted individual, or even just book smart, you were gonna fall behind with all the schoolwork. Of course, now that the docuseries is out, we all know this was a scheme to keep kids in the program longer, which kept their parents footing the bill longer. The money didn't keep coming in if the kids were being sent home. After 5 hours of school, we'd be given a break and sent to lunch. Again, more of that trash food. And kids at this point would be pretty pissed off to the point of aggression. Some kids fought each other,
but most of them wanted to fight the staff. The lunchroom was like an arena for all of this stuff. But who am I kidding? We all did it, every single last one of us. We came here as troubled youth, stolen from our homes. So many of our natural instincts were to resist, fight back at any opportunity, and lunch was that window. We'd see kids getting thrown into walls, slammed into tables, and then hauled off for the intervention wing. There was no winning, only jamming up the machine that was Cross Creek. And even then, we all still lost in the end. After lunch, we were allowed 1 hour to do whatever we wanted. If you had a certain amount of points, or were a certain level, you could go outside. If you were new, low-ranked, or a problem of any kind, you would always remain indoors. You'd be lucky to get a board game, usually just be sent to do chores and cleaning, landscaping, whatever they wanted. That's the other thing about these facilities. You weren't just a student when you went there, you were a staff member too. Every single one of us did work of some kind every single day. Low levels were grunts, so you had to do manual labor like cleaning bathrooms and landscaping around the facility. Even that could be a relief though. Just getting touched by the sun was a reminder that we weren't in hell, and life could be normal, possibly again one day. Thinking back now, we did almost everything, even the cooking. There would be typically one staff member that ran a job, but really, it was just selecting the kids to do it, then show them how to complete each job properly. After that free hour, we would go back inside to our group rooms, where we would watch educational videos and take more quizzes on those videos. Again, if you didn't pass, you just watched it again. It was mind-numbing, but it was something to pass the time, I guess. After that, we were allowed to read for 1 hour, from books pre-selected by the facility. Lots of literary classics, lots of self-help, and lots of brainwashing books. There's a cool down time called casual hour, where we could talk to our group members and any staff or upperclassmen that came into the room. It was like a decompression. They'd ask us what we learned or what we focused on. Go over the nails in the coffin, so to speak. Looking back, I think this was a diffusion method so kids wouldn't be fighting in the dining room again like they did at lunch. Once dinner was over, we cycled through the showers and then it was lights out by 9 p.m. If it was a bad day and lots of kids were in intervention, sometimes they make us go to sleep early or take our pillows away. Anything to make that night even worse. Weekends were pretty much non-existent. Again, if it was a good week, we might be allowed to watch a movie or listen to classical music in the dining hall. Some of us would write letters to our families. Others would just write in our journals. And the upperclassmen would sometimes take trips to go to work at places around town. This was all part of their curriculum to go home. Volunteer programs for different things in the community. That was another factor. Your family could come visit once a month, or if you were always making trouble, maybe every other month. The school would literally come up with lies and excuses for your family not to see you. This might give time for the bruises to go away, or a black eye to settle, stuff like that. Regardless, having visitors brought a little bit of hope to us kids trapped inside Cross Creek. Like I told you earlier, I didn't think I would be attending Cross Creek for that long. Because of that, I didn't bother to make any friends. I didn't socialize or do any of the bonding exercises. Honestly, I hated everyone in there and everyone around me, at least at first. This was my first dance with getting disciplined. Being unsocial was against the rules. So, as you can guess, I was punished for it. And you know what I did? I fought tooth and nail. They came for me to do the intervention a month or so later, I think, I can't remember. And when they came into the room, I started to trip out. Me, I hadn't done anything wrong. You aren't making friends or making good decisions, the staff explained to me. We want to help your behavior. So, I started to fight. I mean, what kind of nonsense was I hearing? I was doing everything they expected of me, short of talking to my peers. And now that was landing me in trouble? No way, not me. The issue was I was 15 and trying to fight 3 grown men. One of them wrapped me up, subdued my arms, and the other guy grabbed me by my throat and shoulder and then slammed me into the ground. I remember looking up at the lights and thinking, surely these men are about to kill me. Why else would all this be happening? I panicked and started to fight harder, only to be rolled over, pinned down, and then sat on by all three of these dudes. I'm talking 600 pounds of agitated fat and muscle, crushing my teenage body into the tile. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see. I flexed against the pressure with every ounce of my strength, literally until I passed out underneath them. They said it was from me hyperventilating, but hey, it was probably both. All I know is I woke up to being dragged down the hall into the intervention wing, where I was shoved into a small room without windows, and the door was locked from the outside. This was my first experience with the measures taken to correct my behavior. I mean it when I say I was kept in there for 3 weeks. I felt like I was going insane, absolutely cracking up. A day in there could feel like a month, an hour could feel like 10 minutes. It made no sense. Sometimes they'd turn the lights off just to mess with me. I will admit though, their tactics were effective. It was hard to slip up after being isolated for 2 or 3 weeks. The risk never outweighed the reward, even if there was something you really wanted to do or say. Sometimes a new kid would show up and try to start a fight, and it was hard not to take the bait. Those of us had been inside for a while, knew what would happen if we fought them. But damn, if we didn't want to get some aggression out, let some of these punks know what was up at Cross Creek. Personally, I never got into any fights with anyone but staff. Once I saw the system for what it was, I stuck to their rules and played the stupid game. We didn't have to just satisfy the staff, but the other students too. Once you make it into the upper levels of the program, your peers had to vote on whether you passed or failed your exams and seminars. This created a landscape wherein every petty action might ruin your chances of going home. The staff was putting us against each other in a way, and making the whole thing political. This actually worked to benefit me though, as I've always kind of been a charming guy. I told lies up and down to some of those kids to get them to support me, and that's what the game called for. We had to look out for one another to a certain degree, and when that didn't work, we had to be able to lie our asses off. I'd parlay with some peers in exchange for passing reviews, only to turncoat and sell them out for bad behavior, and gain even more points from the staff. Of course, those kids would pressure me with questions. I'd lie and say I never ratted them out. It was all messed up, but it was the only way to go home. You have to remember, my mom had been dead for a couple of years at this point. I had no home. I didn't even have any idea where I'd land after I graduated, but anywhere was better than Cross Creek. While I was at the facility, my aunt and uncle came to visit me only 3 times. 3 visits in 3 years. And I have a little brother. Our mom passed and then we were split apart, cast to the wind by people who didn't give a shit about us. I missed him all the time. That was the most horrific part of Cross Creek and its methods of correction. During some of our seminars and casual discussions, naturally some students would get upset. Cry, scream, whatever. There's a time that I can recall getting upset just because I missed my mom. I didn't understand why this was all happening to me. The talk just hit some kind of trigger and I turned into a hot mess. The staff told me that perhaps it was my fault. My mother had died in that car accident. They reasoned that my poor choices and my bad behavior were directly correlated to her death. Maybe she even crashed her car on purpose just to be free of me. To this day, that was some of the most damaging stuff that I've ever heard, and hurt me in a way that I don't know how to recover from. I'm in my 30s now, but I can remember my teenage self not knowing how to cope with or even process what they were saying to me. What the staff didn't know was that they stoked a fire inside me once they said those words, that I was the reason my mom was dead. I knew that moment I would beat these people and get out of here, and that's exactly what I did. I'm an adult now. I've got a kiddo of my own, a house and a truck, a good job that I love. Cross Creek is long gone from my mind, but when that docuseries dropped, I was overloaded with memories of my time inside the program. I couldn't believe how much of my youth was completely blacked out from my memory. When I saw people sharing their experiences, I started doing the same. Knowledge is power, right? Many of these schools aren't around anymore, but variations of them still exist in some places. Hopefully we can all do our part to make sure no one has to endure them themselves. I'm a longtime backpacker, and in the spring of 2010, I took a trip to Bulgaria to explore some regions that I'd heard about. I'd already done some backpacking throughout Europe, some mountain climbing in France, so I was kind of eager to add the new locations to the list of places that I've seen. Specifically, I learned of a new province in Bulgaria called Montana, which will be familiar to almost any listener from the States. Montana is a word from several other languages across the globe. It means mountain. This province of Bulgaria was known for its sublime mountain features and serene views and overlooks. I was staying in a city called Sofia, which is the capital city of Bulgaria. It's an ancient city set into the heart of the Balkan wilderness. Rolling green hills turn into the foundation for the Balkan Mountains, a towering stone wall of rugged beauty. Bulgaria is a nation of unwavering durability, and that long-lasting strength is perfectly reflected in the monumental structure of their mountain range. I spent that first couple of days just meandering around the city. I had never been to Sofia before. I wanted to experience Bulgarian culture. The food was incredible. I found lots of great stews and breads that claimed to be from very, very old recipes. There were some more modern chefs in more modern restaurants, and they had fresh garden salads with wild herbs, fresh caught fish entrees, even fried street food. Honestly, it kind of reminded me a little bit of Prague, with what the open door policy of the downtown area was, with all the beautiful people just walking around. Lots of dark, stunning architecture, cool statues, historic bridges. The city's motto was something like ever growing, never aging, something to that effect. And honestly, it was really, really accurate. It was like a place stuck in time. With that being said, there was something going on in Sofia during my trip. Not all the pieces had come together yet, but there was something about a crime spree, some folks on the run, stuff like that. It all seemed pretty contained, spoken about, even published in local newspapers, as if it were an ongoing burden with the same group of people. I just gave it very little thought. When I started speaking to folks in the area about my interest in backpacking through the Balkan Mountains, I had some very stern fingers wagged in my face. Some of the old-timers warned me there was a certain area that I should avoid. I should never enter any of the caves, no matter what the situation. Do not go underground. It was weird, but I had my own theories as to why they were suggesting this. Bulgaria was heavily occupied during the Second World War. I read there was a lot of old bunkers, old wartime storage facilities underground. I learned this because, as a hiker, I needed to be privy to the dangers lurking in the area. This was the first time that landmines were on the list. Some of these people literally pulled out maps and showed me where not to go. I wished I paid more attention to them. I looked, I smiled, I nodded, but I didn't really hear them, as there was a language barrier. They were already being pretty vague. I packed up my equipment and hit the trail that appealed to me most the following morning. At that trailhead, I found a number of people getting ready to make the ascent into the Balkans. Many of them were foreigners like me. It turned out this was a great tourist season for Sofia, as I stood alongside Asian, German, and other American tourists. It was good to hear some genuine Midwestern voices out there. As the group started departing, I realized most of them were going in the same direction. I didn't want to hike alongside anybody, and a very steep, jagged cliff had caught my eye in the opposite direction. I followed the trail up the same way as the others for a time, before breaking off and taking the splinter trail through a couple of grassy bluffs. The trail that I was taking was much sharper, much steeper incline. I was quickly losing my breath. I metered my steps as to maintain my energy and my endurance. No sense in burning myself up in the first mile. As the morning went on, the rugged hillside turned into a much nicer jaunt through the boulder field, which was situated on something of a plateau along the mountain. This range is huge. It stretches for miles and towers for thousands of feet. There's all manner of terrain features nestled into its bosom. Well, wouldn't you know it, the route that I decided to go on just happened to be taking me into the heart of the area that the locals told me not to go. By the time it was noon, I was getting ready to take a short break, soak in the views, have a small lunch maybe, and generally just catch my breath. Well, I got off the path, tucked myself into this little bowl atop some rocks, broke out my food. It was supremely quiet, beyond beautiful, bright and not too warm, just perfect. As I sat there and ate, I looked around. I thought I could hear footsteps approaching me from behind, and then on the left as well, the direction of the trail. After a bit, I turned to find somebody coming down from the summit. I watched him walk for a bit, wondering if I should shout hello to him. I figured it was another tourist though. They probably didn't want to be bothered. As he approached, I could tell that he was a local. He was wearing very plain clothing, looked filthy. His boots were worn to almost nothing. He walked with this agitated gait that implied that he might be drunk or injured, maybe even starving. It's hard to tell. I just know that he was walking weird. He trudged on by and continued downhill, disappeared, and eventually I couldn't hear him any longer. Seeing him though made me curious, and if I wanted to make good time and still see the top, I needed to get moving myself. I finished my food, packed up, and hiked higher up the mountain, opposite of the guy I just seen. After an hour or so, I started seeing cave systems all over, mouths left and right. I quickly remembered all those warnings from the old timers. I realized where I was and remembered the guy that I saw. What was he up to, being so dirty? Maybe he was a caver or a miner or something like that. I followed up the path until it split, and for some reason, I could tell that there was a razor-thin offshoot where this guy had come from. It looked like a very worn path between some boulders. I could even see the dirty marks on the rocks where somebody regularly placed their hand to navigate the pass. I turned and wandered up that way myself. It led me through some trees, over a lopsided hill until I saw a low cave mouth, tucked into the base of the next descent to the mountain. It was all very clearly trafficked, in and out. Lots of dust and evidence of coming and going. I walked over to it, knowing that guy was gone, but still had this uneasy feeling of being watched, or at least seen. I felt exposed, out in the open. Either way, I went over to the cave, and to my surprise, I found this makeshift fire pit, sleeping area. Some blankets, some carpets underneath, even an animal fur rug. It honestly looked cozy, clearly where that guy was living. I felt like I was snooping around or something, and I definitely shouldn't be. There was nothing really super alarming, but it just felt out of place. There was a pile of honeycombs, like harvested right out of the hive, being stored inside glass mason jars. There was a lot of it. It seemed like to be the only guy's food source. There was a chair hammered together with random wooden nails. And in the back chamber, a collection of random things. A pile of different eyeglasses, a couple of handbags, purses, shoes, just all manner of random things. Now that part was creepy, so I bolted. I got back down to the main path, decided to keep going and cleared the summit, then started down the mountain face. Straight shot for the trailhead. I still had to walk myself back into Sofia, so I had several hours of walking ahead of me. I'd say about halfway down, I encountered a couple coming up themselves. I waved, they waved back, but their motions seemed hurried, almost panicked. Once we got close, they said there'd been a man behind them going in and out of the woods, even chasing them. He screamed all this kind of weird stuff, threatened to throw them off of a cliff. I gave them a description of the man that I saw earlier. They confirmed it was the same guy. The couple was Bulgarian, but not from Sofia. They weren't totally familiar with the area. After a minute of talking and surveying, they gathered their composure and decided to just press on. We said our goodbyes and parted ways. Now, I was nervous. I actually kept off the trail a little bit. This ended up being a really good idea, as when I came over that ridge, I saw the guy down below me. Fortunately, I could see another group of hikers maybe a half-mile down from him. I knew there were friendlies nearby, but still, I just wanted to keep as far away as I could from this guy as possible. Staying off the path, I continued my descent. But in some odd twist of fate, the guy fucking saw me. We locked eyes and I knew something was up immediately. He looked weird, like more than crazy. He started beelining right toward me, right up the side of the hill. I smiled, raised a hand at him, and said, "Hello down there," in the most American accent that I could muster. It was my only move. Complete confidence. It worked. He heard me speak and became agitated, then started marching the other way, back toward the trail. He was muttering something underneath his breath. I couldn't make out all of it, but what I did hear was very hateful. Like I mentioned earlier, I'd planned this trip for a while, so I came to Bulgaria with a rudimentary understanding of the language. Everything that guy said was about me fucking off. Relieved, I continued to boogie down the mountain as quickly as possible. I never caught up with those hikers as they were jamming out the miles even quicker than me. It seemed everybody who encountered that creep was on a mission to avoid him as well. The rest of my 10 days in Bulgaria, I didn't hike in that area again. I remembered some of what I read in the newspapers at the start. It was about some people missing in the mountains. I couldn't help but wonder if maybe that guy had something to do with it. The next year, a man was arrested for the murder of at least one woman. His preferred hiding spot was deep in the mountains, in a cave near the first hiking trip. And I'm pretty sure that I saw that guy. I was a young university student in 2009, fresh-faced and brimming with excitement about my life in a quiet town of Vlado-Trikov. I hadn't been born here. I had moved here from a similar small town called Zeman to start my studies and in the process, moved in with my grandmother in this old house at the edge of town. Zeman was further west, and I needed to be close to Vrasta for my program. Also, Vlado-Trikov was as close as I could get without paying rent. I had a daily commute of 90 minutes on the railway. The house was small and creaky, but had its charm. An almost fairy tale quality enhanced by the stunning views of the Balkan Mountains that framed a horizon like a grand green tapestry. Every morning, I'd wake up to the mist curling around the mountain peaks, and every evening, I'd watch the sun dip down below the ridges, casting the whole sky in shades of crimson and gold. Bulgaria is beautiful, but this was a true storybook living, and I fondly remember those days. My days followed a comforting rhythm: classes at university, afternoons spent in the company of friends at the local cafe, and then quiet evenings at home with my grandmother. She was a warm, gentle soul who would brew tea and tell me stories of her own youth, stories that seemed to merge seamlessly with that serenity of the landscape just outside our window. I'd call my parents occasionally back in Zeman from time to time, sharing tales of my small town adventures and the idyllic life that I was currently leading. I didn't tell them about those late nights getting drunk with my classmates, but I'm sure they had some kind of an idea. But then, one day, that idyllic routine was completely shattered. I'd come home after a long day, anticipating that usual tranquility of the old house, perhaps even a good meal prepared by my grandmother. I had a lot on my mind and a pile of assignments, so I was kind of checked out. But as I rounded the corner onto our street, I saw something that froze my blood. Yellow police tape fluttered ominously in the breeze. Traffic cones were strewn across the roadway. Police officers in dark uniforms swarmed the area, their voices carrying this undertone of urgency. There were small groups of onlookers, as they clearly were not letting anybody through. My heart was pounding in my chest. I sprinted up the driveway, my thoughts racing the whole time. Had something happened to my grandmother? Had she fallen or some kind of accident? My steps quickened as I reached our street, but the sight that greeted me next was far worse than any fear I could have conjured up. I approached a cluster of onlookers who all gathered at the edge of the police cordon. I caught fragments of hushed conversations, my name in a few of them. The whispers grew louder, sharper, more incessant. A woman had been murdered in a bungalow across the street. My initial shock was like a cold slap to the face. This was Vlado-Trikov, a small, close-knit community
where the most exciting thing that usually happened was a neighbor's dog getting loose. I managed to squeeze through the crowd and make my way to the bungalow in question. The crime scene tape glowed starkly against the dimming sky, creating a grim boundary between the normal world and something far darker. The bungalow itself was a modest, picturesque place, an irony that stung sharply now, given the horror that had just occurred within its walls. This was as close as anybody could get. The policemen quickly ushered me back to the sidewalk. They weren't taking any chances, had very little patience, and actually threatened me for crossing the police line. I didn't say anything, it wasn't worth the trouble. I simply rejoined the crowd and waited for the order to be admitted to the neighborhood. The victim, a woman who'd been alone when it happened. Her family hadn't arrived until the following day. It turned out that woman was part of a family who only used the bungalow on weekends and holidays, part-timers, but still, a family my grandmother knew. They came to stay often and were always friendly during their visits. Personally, I hadn't met them though. The woman had come early to prepare the house for her husband and her daughter. I imagined her excited, hopeful, setting up the place for a weekend of familial warmth and togetherness, only to meet a brutal end instead. On top of that, I wondered who it could be. They didn't have anybody arrested yet, so in theory, it could be anybody. I suddenly understood why they were being so harsh on the onlookers. From what I understood, she'd been killed the day before, after a somewhat bizarre phone call home to her daughter. After not answering the phone on the following day, the woman's husband and daughter came to check on her, only to discover her dead inside the house. Her body was desecrated, a cross carved into her forehead. One of her breasts were ruthlessly removed. It was horrific and not something the village had ever seen before. As the days continued to pass, I tried to piece together the fragments of that story. The local news was abuzz with all the details. Detectives had been brought in from Sofia, and the town was gripped by a mix of fear and curiosity. It was a long time before a man was apprehended. He wasn't a serial killer, just some man who had succumbed to a mental illness. Rumors spread he'd been in and out of prison, a fractured soul who once had lived in a relatively normal life, but had been torn apart by something completely sinister. He became a squatter, a hermit living in the nearby caves, his existence marked by aggression and violence. He wasn't caught until 2 years after her death. His traceless existence in the mountains made him nearly impossible to find. The whispers of the man, later dubbed the killer from the cave, traveled through the town like a chilling breeze. It was said he'd snapped completely, driven by some dark, unseen force. I heard from one of the officers, a friend of my grandmother's. He lived for years inside those caves, a wild-eyed figure who appeared only at the edges of the forest, and the lives of those unfortunate enough to cross his path. The atmosphere inside Vlado Trikov never really returned to its old self. The air seemed to be heavier now, the shadows even darker. The people who lived in the neighborhood became more guarded, their conversations hushed. The memory of the murder lingered like a ghost among us all, an unwelcome specter in the everyday life of that town. I didn't follow the case closely after that. The initial shock had just receded into this quiet, gnawing discomfort that I preferred to ignore. I learned later the man, the killer from the cave, was not a figment of some collective paranoia, but a real threat who disrupted the lives of so many. His capture was the end of one chapter, but the unsettling nature of his existence left an indelible mark on the community. To this day, when I think back to those days in Vlado Trikov, I remember the beautiful mountains, the warm conversations with my grandmother, and the creeping dread that seeped into our lives with that one brutal act. The town never quite felt the same again. Neither did I. The killer from the cave wasn't just a monster from the shadows. He was a reminder of how thin the veneer of safety can actually be, and how easily the everyday normal can be shattered by the unimaginable. I personally have seen my share of darkness in my years with the National Police Service. A few cases etch themselves into my mind as deeply as the one involving Mihail Leshtarski, better known as the killer from the cave. I was a junior officer working at the outer provinces of Western Bulgaria back in 2009, a time when the shadows of this country seemed darker, more oppressive. It was a case that stretched painfully over 2 years, testing my patience and resolve more and more each day. Leshtarski's story began in obscurity. He was born inside a small village to a woman whose life had been marred by hardship. Her struggles with alcohol and mental distress were compounded by a car accident that left her in an even worse state. Her husband was even more injured, crippled from the incident itself. Mihail grew up amid this turmoil and predictably had become a chronic thief, and his crimes at the time were small but persistent. He was often in and out of prison, where his brother would come visit him, occasionally asking for money. In the early years of his release, Mihail kept a low profile, working at hotel complexes, but it wasn't long before his criminal tendencies would resurface, leading to multiple incarcerations. When his probation ended, Mihail's mental state deteriorated very rapidly. One day in a fit of rage, he destroyed several vehicles at his workplace and then vanished into the mountains. When we questioned his brother, his co-workers, they all said the same thing. Mihail believed he wasn't cut out for normal life in society. This was further confirmed by the note inside his prisoner files. He was called an ideal prisoner, but a bad citizen. He just couldn't stay out of trouble. For years, Mihail lived in those mountains, squatting in various caves and empty homes. His hideouts were unstable and transient as he was. It also became apparent he had a chilling habit of using those hiding places as makeshift graves. When investigators later uncovered his primary cave, they found not just his personal belongings, but also items belonging to several missing persons. The implication was grim. He had committed multiple murders before the crime in Vlado Trikov. His violent nature was confirmed by others he waylaid during his vagrancy, including sexual assault and even rape. The murder of Elena was a tragic culmination of Mihail's downward spiral. Elena was a woman of old country kindness, visiting her bungalow in Vlado Trikov. Mihail had been squatting there for a week before Elena discovered him. In a surprising act of naivete, Elena allowed Mihail to stay at her home, perhaps believing kindness could tame the savage nature of this complete stranger. It was also a form of old world thinking. He was a good person, just simply down on his luck. Their interaction began benignly enough. Mihail, caught off guard by Elena's presence, initially tried to charm her with a request to make food. Over a simple meal, Elena began to scold Mihail for his unkempt appearance and lifestyle. The scolding was mild at first, just a woman trying to make sense of a man that she didn't fully understand. But Mihail's patience quickly wore thin. In a moment of volatile rage, he throttled Elena to death in her own bedroom, a tragic reminder of how quickly kindness can turn into peril. It turned out that Elena was a member of a certain religious subsect and preached often. Mihail just turned out to be the wrong audience. When Mihail disappeared into the mountains after her murder, he was largely elusive, surviving on whatever he could, primarily honey. His craving for theft, however, never abated. It was his insatiable need to steal that eventually would lead to his capture. The man had a knack for breaking into rich homes, cars, and even pickpocketing unsuspecting victims inside the city. He was a shadow of fitting in and out of luxury, a thief with a penchant for the extravagant. Bulgaria, being such an old country, has railways that tie all of the villages and cities together. Mihail was able to drift in and out of all manner of communities via these rail systems, sometimes even hopping on trains in the middle of the woods. He was crafty, stayed off the radar, was nothing but a ghoul to the NPS for 2 years. Our task force was assembled to track down this elusive criminal.
We sifted through the surveillance footage, piecing together Mihail's movements. The video evidence showed him repeatedly appearing in the same affluent neighborhoods, his face gradually becoming familiar to us. Now with this information, we focused our efforts on searching the mountainous region where Mihail was rumored to be hiding out at. Hikers and transients had encountered a strange man in the mountains, and all the reports were pretty consistent. Everything was beginning to come together. The search was exhaustive. We combed through an endless network of tunnels and caves, each one more treacherous and claustrophobic than the last. The air in those tunnels was thick, combined with the dank, musty odor of neglect and decay. Every step seemed to echo with the ghostly remnants of Mihail's past crimes. Finally, we located him in a filthy den outside of Mesdra. The sight was unsettling. A disheveled, wild-eyed man, sleeping amidst a heap of garbage, his face gaunt, unrecognizable from his photographs. Mihail's sanctuary was this grotesque mockery of comfort, a refuge built from scabs. The moment of his apprehension was almost anticlimactic. We surrounded the den, and when he woke, his eyes were vacant, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. We didn't even need to use force. He was too exhausted and broken to resist any of us. As we led him away, his gaze remained fixed on these dark-streaked walls of his makeshift home. A man surrendering to the end of his pitiful existence. Mihail Leshtarski was booked on multiple charges. The murder of Elena, numerous thefts, and even a handful of unsolved murders that haunted our records for years. The case was one of the most disturbing things I ever encountered. Just a stark reminder of how thin the line is between normalcy and chaos itself. He was sentenced to 2 life terms at Sofia Central Prison. The killer from the cave became a dark legend, a cautionary tale of how the human psyche can unravel into something monstrous. To this day, when I think about Mihail Leshtarski, it's with a heavy heart. His story was a harrowing journey from a troubled childhood to a reign of terror. His crimes a haunting reminder of the fragile veneer of civilization. In the quiet moments when the world outside seems to grow still, I can almost hear the echoes of that dark past. A grim symphony of madness and despair that just never quite fades away.
I live a few hours north of Phoenix, Arizona, but I drive into the city frequently for both business and personal errands. I take Highway 87 through Fountain Hills, which bisects me onto the 202 and into the heart of the valley. Along that outer route on the 87, though, there are dozens of billboards for different businesses. I can't remember the exact month, but later in the year of 2021, I remember passing one of those billboards and seeing a picture of a missing person. Ethan Risto, missing in Fountain Hills, reward offered for information leading to his location. There's a lot of crime in the valley, so the first couple of times that I passed that billboard, I didn't really give it any thought. The way it read, it seemed like this guy was wanted for some reason. I assumed he committed a crime, or this was the state's response to it, figuring folks in the area already knew him. Fast forward about 10 months, as I'm driving out of Phoenix and heading home, I get a view of that same billboard. It occurs to me it's almost been a year since I first saw it, and there's no way that the state or police department would keep something like that up for that long. It had to be private, which meant it was a real missing person, not just a criminal on the run. I made a mental note of his name so I could look him up later and get to the bottom of it for myself. Like many of you, I'm a hound for mystery or anything strange. Lo and behold, it turned out to be far weirder than I gave it credit for. The news article broke it down like this. Ethan Risto took his wife and his children out in the desert outside Fountain Hills. If you aren't familiar, Fountain Hills is a suburb of Phoenix, positioned along the northeastern corner of the valley. It's the first community you hit coming in on the 87. It starts as a super spread out subdivision. I'm talking houses that are miles, even tens of miles apart from one another. There's various state land in between them, and the further you go, it turns into total desert backcountry. The Verde River cuts through, and dirt trails crisscross in every direction, so there's a lot to do in the way of outdoor recreation. So like many folks, they make a day out of it. Ethan drove a Toyota Highlander, a decently capable vehicle, and went and bumped around the desert for a bit. From what I remember, they went to a splash pad, played for a while, and then grabbed some lunch. Everything was normal. Everyone was cool. Pretty average day for visiting Fountain Hills. I think they lived outside Fountain Hills on tribal land, which the rest of us would consider way north of Scottsdale. It's much like the spread out desert community that I explained before. While going home though, Ethan decided to take a dirt trail that may have been a cut above what his Highlander was capable of. The news article said he encountered some engine trouble. The vehicle stalled out, and the Risto family was suddenly stuck in the middle of nowhere. It would have been right around sunset, with the purple and red sky rippling into purple, then black. The desert gets unbelievably dark at night, especially if the moon isn't present. Ethan allegedly took to his feet, said he was going to go get help, to a town that was only a few miles away. Whereas he was correct, those few miles are winding dirt roads that take much longer to drive or walk than a regular road. Lots of switchbacking, moving up and down. I don't want to speculate, but this may have contributed to him getting lost. Perhaps he wanted to save time rather than cut back and forth, so he tried to push through certain swaths of desert wilderness and accidentally knocked himself off course. It would explain why he literally vanished into thin air. I was shocked to read the tragic story that I did. The poor guy's dad was all over the news that first year, pleading with the public to remember anything that they could from the day he disappeared. He was the one who put up that billboard that I'd seen for so long. It was up for a while longer, maybe 6 months or maybe a year. And one day, it was gone. Part of me was excited, like maybe he'd finally been found, but I knew it wasn't likely. I did a quick Google search for any updates and found that there weren't any. He was still missing. The family and search party was just scaling back efforts. It's all really sad, but I assume that's the nature of almost every case like this. The only weird new piece of information that I've seen is this. Some TikTok investigators went out to the location where Ethan's car failed to operate, and it showed the place to be pretty rugged, like rough Jeep trails. But that's not the interesting part. They had the official police reports from when the law discovered and collected the Highlander as evidence. In the report, it said absolutely nothing was wrong with the car, at all. In fact, the report stated they drove it out and back to the precinct. Very weird, all things considered. His wife and children were all fine. From what I remember reading, they waited at the car for a couple of hours, realized he'd been gone for a long time, and then decided to trek out on their own. The children were young, under 10 I think, and fortunately didn't have to walk far. A stranger picked them up within an hour and brought them into town. Another thing that I remember, Ethan didn't have his phone. I thought that was kind of strange to read, considering he was volunteering himself to go get help. You'd think he'd want his phone to be able to communicate if and when he found someone, or in the event he couldn't relocate his own car out there in the desert. Those two details really had me scratching my head. This is from a Fountain Hills resident who wanted to remain anonymous. My family has lived inside the Fountain Hills area for quite some time, and weird things have been known to go on out here. It isn't super uncommon for people to go missing in this area. Usually it's kids or older people. Older folks with dementia are sometimes last seen at one of the various gas stations on the outskirts of town. They fuel up and forget what they're doing, hit the highway with no idea on where they are. The next town isn't for 70 miles, and some of them never make it. They go off-road and get stuck or seriously lost, and by then, someone either reports them or they succumb to the heat. It's a brutal reality, but Phoenix is a huge metro, and we're one of the doorways in and out of it. You're gonna see some weird stuff. The kids that go missing are usually runaway. Again, last seen buying cigarettes or energy drinks on some kind of security camera, before ghosting into the darkness of the deserts out here. They aren't found because some of them don't want to be, or at least not at first. I don't really follow up with many of these stories because frankly, there's too many of them, and either they turn out or they don't. When Ethan disappeared though, it was kind of different. He didn't vanish passing through, but he apparently vanished somewhere in town. You have to understand that there's no official stuff that you see on the news, and then all the local stuff that they don't report. I personally don't want to get too deep into it, but just think about the facts. This is still an open investigation, whether it's a cold case or not. There's some things on 3TV and Fox 10 that simply they don't report on. The biggest one for us locals was the fact that Ethan had supposedly made it into town. I'll disclose it here only because I've seen other people talk about it online too. What we all heard was that Ethan made it into one of these neighborhoods called the Fire Rock community on the south side of Shia. It's this ritzy neighborhood with houses well into the millions. It's upscale and private, but it does have empty lots for sale, which provides access to the desert outside of town. It's believed that Ethan wandered in through one of these vacant lots. He was spotted around 7 p.m., wearing cargo shorts, sunglasses, boots, and nothing else. No shirt. It was August in the valley, so I guess that's not the most uncommon thing. If he was walking through the desert in a summer heat, he was probably roasting. I've always just found it interesting that he was seen in this state of undress at the last time that he was spotted. That isn't all though. The last time that he was seen, he was allegedly screaming that everyone in the neighborhood was trying to kill him and his family, running from house to house, building to building, hollering about some kind of conspiracy to murder his family and make them disappear. I don't live in this neighborhood of Fountain Hill specifically, but I know folks who do, and word is that really happened. After all the hysterics, he simply disappeared. Whether he ran off into the desert or got into another car, no one is really sure. I've heard different versions of the story, but ultimately, I don't think there's any evidence to support either. We've heard all the conspiracy theories though. He sprinted off into reservation lands, never to be seen again. He jumped into a blackout SUV that sped off down the highway. He was seen hitchhiking, got picked up by a van. Obviously, these are all rumors, and law enforcement quickly sifted through what was tangible and what was just straight out pure speculation. There was one thing that I heard that was really weird though, and that was his family might have been seen in the neighborhood as well. It's a weird story, and I couldn't tell if the person telling it was claiming they were all together on foot or all together in their car. I knew they'd been tooting around the desert when their car got stuck or something, and that's just kind of what kicked the whole situation into motion. I kind of thought that was a really weird rumor to spread, and I couldn't get a grip on why or how. Like anything else, I figured it was possible, but not likely, but decided to look into the case for myself anyway. Instead of Ethan this time though, I was curious about his wife and children. What was her official statement? I learned that her name was Hannah, that she co-owned a coffee shop in Scottsdale called Espresso Express. As for statements about her missing husband, there were literally nothing with her face or name. There was a middle-of-the-road news report that only existed because the news channel reached out to her for an interview. Other than that, she'd released zero information in regard to her family or her husband. I personally found that odd, so I decided to look into her further. There was lots to uncover. Ethan's father was going to bat for his son, trying to flip every stone in his effort to find his whereabouts. I learned from his post online, his post to YouTube, and his many interviews with local news stations. The guy never left anything untouched for his quest for the truth, and on that quest, he made several comments alluding to Hannah, Ethan's wife, not cooperating with the police or anyone involved with the investigation. That explained why I couldn't find any public statements from her anywhere. Hannah was literally one of the last people to see Ethan alive, and she was holed up and not willing to share any information with anyone. To this day, I still don't know what to make of that. I don't know her personally, so I can't account for why she failed to cooperate. Maybe there is a good reason. All I know is a man went missing out here, and no one had any answers. I couldn't get Hannah out of my head for some reason though, so I just kept searching for things that connected to her name. That eventually took me into the public court records, where I found something very, very interesting. Hannah was being evicted. Whether this was her home address or the coffee shop business they owned, I couldn't be sure. But there was a legitimate recent legal document that said that she was being evicted somewhere, just 2 months after Ethan disappeared. Not really sure how this ties in, but it's more wood on the fire of a strangely serious mystery that still has no answers to this day. Here's another take from a private investigator out of Phoenix. I personally didn't work directly on the Risto case, but I consulted for a guy who did. Ethan disappeared on August 21st of 2021, sometime in the evening on the east side of Highway 87. Because of where he disappeared, this open investigation remains under the joint jurisdiction of both Salt River and Scottsdale police departments. And because of the nature of those departments and the nature of this case, not many details have been made available to the public. Here's one weird thing that I can tell you. The dates for when this guy went missing vary all over the internet, everywhere you look. Many news stations and in many interviews, it's fully disclosed and accepted that Ethan took his family out on the 20th, then disappeared later that evening. But if you look in the official missing persons database, he was filed as missing on the 21st. Not the strangest thing, but there are reports of people claiming to see Ethan in the area of the Shia Boulevard and the 87 the next day, on the 21st. How could he be lost in the middle of the day? Fountain Hills is spread out, but by and large, it's a dense little community on the doorstep of Phoenix. It would be incredible to be lost when you realize you're behind Fort McDowell Casino. And if that was really him people were spotting, it implies something else is going on, like perhaps some sort of mental break. Why would he linger in the area for so long when he was claiming to get help? Either way, it was mud in the water for people trying to investigate it. Another part that confused me had to do with his wife. She came out with a story when she first got picked up that went something like this. Her and Ethan were taking the kids camping when they ran into some engine trouble. So Ethan went off-grid to go and get some help. When he didn't return, she took the kids to find help and was quickly picked up, which shows just how many people were out buzzing around out there. It also shows just how close they were to town. This is where it gets fuzzy again. When law enforcement found the car, it fired right up, and it even drove. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it. There also wasn't any camping gear. I mean, none, zero, and they had 2 kids with them. They would need a considerable amount of supplies to keep everyone comfortable out there in the desert heat. Another thing, it was the middle of August. No one in the world was planning a camping trip in the desert without full camping trailer equipped with water and AC. Taking kids out into that kind of terrain was just ludicrous. Law enforcement, as you can imagine, didn't really buy this angle, but didn't have much in the way of evidence. Hannah, his wife, didn't open up for questioning or statements of any kind. It's all very strange behavior, especially when you couple it with her story about camping, on reservation land no less. 2 years after Ethan disappeared, a student from NAU made an interesting report to lead detectives on the case. She was passing through the Fountain Hills area on her way back to Flagstaff when she passed a dusty box truck. There was some writing in the dust on the back, and one of the messages very clearly said, "Call 911." This caught her attention, so she stayed behind the vehicle to try to get a read on the situation. There looked to be a name written on the back panel, but the fading light made it very hard to read. After a couple of miles of squinting and working different angles, she saw that it read Ethan. She called her dad, who told her to call 911 and make a report for herself. He got online and found Ethan Risto in the Arizona database, so he knew that it could possibly be related. Again, I'm personally uninvolved in the situation, but from what I know, the detectives were able to follow up with that box truck, who was confirmed to be uninvolved with the case. Ethan wasn't found in the truck, or related to it in any way. The writing on the back was either a misread on the student's part or just some kind of practical joke of some weird kind. Whatever the case, it was a weird overlap that some people thought might make a break in the case. It's now been 3 years. Ethan still hasn't been found. This case was such a hot one that the FBI was briefly involved. Unfortunately, no breaks in the case have been made. His family misses him every day. There are a lot of loose ends, but ultimately, only one real victim. and he's not around to share his story. If you have any information, please reach out to the Salt River Police Department via email or telephone. Have you ever heard of Septic Tank Sam? Let me enlighten you on one of the most heinous crimes to ever be solved in all of Canada. Tofield is a small town in Alberta, housing roughly 1,200 residents through the year. It's out east of Edmonton, a quaint little town all by itself. Back in 1977, a couple named Charlie and Mavis McLeod decided to replace the pump in a septic tank in their live-in home. Instead of purchasing a brand new one, they decided to take the pump out of the septic tank out at the farm that they owned. It was around 15 miles outside of town. The farm was completely abandoned and had been for some time, turning to the point of nearly being condemned. This was the perfect way to strip out one of the few remaining pieces of value outside that property before getting rid of it for good. Once they got out there, they found the farm in typical disarray, which would make it difficult to tell if anything was truly out of place. Not privy to the pending events, Charlie and Mavis went to the septic tank and got it open, only to find a sock and a shoe floating in the discharge. Only after Charlie reached down to remove them did they learn that the shoe was attached to a foot and a leg. There's a corpse inside the septic tank of their old abandoned farm. The McLeods notified the police immediately, who came out to examine the scene and determine if it was an accident or a crime. The leg had come loose from the rest of the body. It was now free floating in the septic water. Arriving police officers didn't have a method to quickly drain the tank either. They were forced to bail it out by hand, using empty ice cream tubs to scoop it out half-gallon at a time. Once the tank was empty, they could actually see the state of the body. It had been wrapped up in a big yellow bed sheet, which was secured with several links of nylon rope. Out of the gate, this detail led both investigators and locals to know that foul play was definitely at hand. The person could have fallen into the septic tank, sure, but they couldn't have tied themselves up with a rope and a bed sheet. Someone used the septic tank as a method of disposal. After the body was out, the next step was to find out the gender and how they died. I was just a kid when all of this came out, barely even in grade 1. I remember some of what my parents were saying and the other adults that I knew. At first, everyone was very suspicious of the couple that discovered the body, the McLeods. I didn't know them. I've never met them or even heard of them, so I didn't understand why they were even being looked at. This was more of a local scrutiny, not so much by law enforcement. Some folks at Tofield just thought it was pretty suspect that this couple went to lurk around their own abandoned farm property outside of town, and just so happened to discover a body in their own septic tank. It almost sounded a little too perfect, and the residents whispered for a little while behind their backs. Fortunately, my parents kept most of the harsher details from me, as the nature of that crime was beyond brutal. It wasn't until I got a little older that I learned about the reality of it. This was during the mid-'80s, and the guy had never been identified, and no one had ever been charged with the crime. What I heard was that the person had been tortured, almost beyond human recognition. After being tied up, someone beat them with blunt objects, then used a sharp knife to slice and poke at his toes and his fingers. That was the light stuff though. Someone used a butane torch to really make him scream, even putting cigarettes out on the tender flesh around his face. Then they used a pair of farm shears to mutilate his genitals. So badly so that it actually took medical examiners several months to positively identify the body as a male. That's how brutal this poor guy's killers were. Forget identity. They couldn't even tell this person's gender because there was so little left. Thank God that I didn't hear about any of this as a child, because I definitely wouldn't have taken it well. Lastly, the bullet holes. Whoever killed Septic Tank Sam ended it with 2 shots to the victim's head and chest. Doctors admitted there could have been more gunshot wounds, but only had evidence to support those 2 in the way of broken bones. The sheet that the body had been wrapped up in turned out to be totally saturated with quicklime. So whoever dumped the guy in there knew exactly what they were doing. Learning all this after I got a little older, I came back to the conversation with my parents and other people inside the community. I had some questions. They told me that the suspicion of the McLeods was kind of a knee-jerk reaction, and was put to rest within just a few days. What I was then told was even creepier. Tofield really tightened up after the discovery of that body. Law enforcement didn't believe the victim was from the area. No one came forward, and there weren't any overlapping missing persons at the time. But the killer or killers was definitely from the area. Only a local would know about the abandoned farm just outside of town. Someone who'd lived there for a while, perhaps did a lot of driving of their own. Someone with knowledge of the area. Neighbors started locking their doors, keeping an eye on who did what and when they did it. Everyone was speculating on who it could have been. Everyone that had access went and checked their septic tanks for additional corpses. None were found. I mean it when I say that this murder turned an entire township on its head. The next reasonable suspicion came from his wounds. Slowly, the residents of Tofield started to hear about the extent of his mutilation, and that the body had been sexually assaulted in a variety of ways. My folks told me that most everyone believed the victim had committed a sexual crime of his own, and that's why he'd been so mutilated. Eye for an eye type justice. They believed he'd either sexually assaulted someone or cheated in a relationship or maybe slept with someone's spouse. Whatever the case, it didn't warrant for that kind of execution, so it had the people of Tofield much more on edge. Business owners were certain the killer was someone that they were serving from time to time. Septic Tank Sam was buried in an unmarked grave right in this community. But as the mystery of his murder went unsolved, the corpse was exhumed not once but twice. The first time was in 1979, when some professionals from the University of Oklahoma had heard about the case and decided to make a 3D facial reconstruction to see if maybe that would help. At the time, the doctors that examined Septic Tank Sam were fairly certain he was Caucasian and in his early 20s. That team in Oklahoma made some interesting revelations though. Off the top, they learned he was probably right-handed and almost certainly indigenous in his ethnicity. He also appeared to be older than they initially believed, more like around the age of 35. This contradicted nearly everything that the first medical examiner said and shed a whole new light on this case and who could potentially be involved. When I heard all of this, it gave me such a unique perspective. I got to hear the same story 3 different times, and each time it was different, and dispelled whatever the truth of the last version claimed to hold. It's sick to think about, but what a weird experiment to have happen in a town. Like the game of telephone, except all the whispers are about who got killed and who did the killing. This next part is from the perspective of a Canadian journalist. I personally wasn't around for the original case, but I wrote articles for a mid-sized outlet in 2000, the same year the Septic Tank Sam got exhumed for the second time. There have been a lot of questions that pertain to this mysterious corpse, but there has to be a serious backlog to be exhumed twice. They wanted to reconstruct his face again, but they also wanted a DNA sample, as well as dental molds, to match records. You see, dozens and dozens of people had come out of the woodwork, people as far away as California, claiming that Septic Sam was some kind of family member or another. The guy was disposed of in a working shirt and denim jeans, so it was commonly accepted that he was a migrant laborer of some kind, either construction or agriculture. If these missing people didn't have a job or a lifestyle that lined up with that, they were flushed pretty quickly. Regardless, lots of people were claiming that Sam was their cousin or uncle or whatever. The dental records were a way to prove and disprove that, and were the biggest reasons for the second dig-up. Law enforcement started shooting theories down left and right, as not a single dental match came through. There was one potential match that some web detectives were angling for. All of us in the press heard about it. A native man named Edward Archond disappeared in '75, and his car was actually found nearby in the area. The man was never seen again. So when it was corrected that Septic Sam was actually native, these web detectives postured that maybe they were one and the same. The dental records came in to thwart them though. It turned out Edward had been missing 6 teeth, while Septic Tank Sam had all of his teeth intact. They were in incredibly poor health, as they'd been sent all over both Canada and America. The molds and photos were sent to dentists all over in an attempt to see if anyone had ever worked on this person before. None had any record of him though. Their only consistent comment was that the guy's teeth were definitely awful. It was a sad truth that dispelled a lot of bunk theories. Talk about prying at dead ends though, because you have to remember that not only was this person a John Doe, but they didn't have a killer either. There were no leads in this case for many, many years. The only one hope that anyone had for solving this case was either DNA or some sort of deathbed confession, and that was literally said by the presiding investigators. Decades had gone by at this point, and no ground had been gained. That was until 2021, 44 years after the crime had been committed. Detectives submitted Septic Tank Sam's DNA to a private lab in Texas, who came back with a single matched result. A native man, 26 years old, by the name of Gordon Sanderson. He was born in Manitoba, but lived in Edmonton during the years of his murder. The last time his family had seen him, Gordon had told them he was going to visit his brother, and they never returned. At which point, he became one missing person in a slush pile of files. They'd used DNA from his sister, who was still alive, to make this connection. The results from the lab turned the case into an active homicide investigation, which frankly surprised all of us in the press. It was almost 50 years after the fact. We believed there was a large possibility of the killer no longer even being alive. It was like chasing ghosts at this point. But frankly, it always had been. We didn't have a name for this poor guy for the better part of 4 decades. But now, we do. Gordon Sanderson was brutally murdered sometime in the year of 77. And the proper calls were never even made. This story made the rounds not just through the headlines, but through the generations. I had to interview people who barely remember anything. Time is a funny thing when it comes to justice, because it does more harm than anything. Learning his identity was helpful though. Police were able to backtrack and find that Gordon Sanderson was involved in various shades of crime. He frequented bars and had contacts that were known criminals, and could have even been connected to gangs in the city. The evidence isn't public, so it's unknown just how involved Gordon was in the criminal underworld. He could have simply just been a customer, or maybe even a middleman. Either way, that's the direction the current investigation went. Gordon Sanderson was murdered by a familiar associate who had ties to different criminal activities inside the area. The nature of the torture is still something investigators don't understand though. It seems very, very personal, to the point of a marked execution. What could Gordon have done to land him in such a position? The press doesn't know, and the investigators seem to only be speculating. I will say that identifying Gordon is a huge victory in itself. Almost everyone that's been involved in this case believed he'd never even be found. Now, there's just too much dead air to be able to give him some semblance of justice. But I've been wrong before. I have a spooky one for you. Back in 2011, I frequented a few forums that will remain unnamed, and there I met a guy named James. We were both pretty regulars of said forums, but at this particular point of his life, James was going through a massive crisis. From what he explained to me and others inside that chat, he believed his wife and son had been kidnapped. He dropped his son Timothy off at school the morning prior, only to be told later in the day that his wife had gone back and checked him out of school, not long after class had started. His son was only 6 years old, so he really couldn't be complicit in any kind of decision making. No one heard from them after that. This guy was left to his own devices trying to figure out where the hell his family went. It all started when he went back to school to pick up his son. The school notified him that Timothy was not there. He'd been checked out by his mom earlier in the day. James pressed them as to why, and the school explained that his wife cited some kind of family emergency. To his knowledge, no such emergency even existed. He called around just to be sure. Alas, the crisis was a lie, just so his wife could get Timothy on the road. What started as just a mind-blowing discussion on an internet forum quickly turned into national news. James, Timothy, and his wife, the whole thing was a massive scandal and a manhunt, as no one knew where they were. I had this weird front row seat to this guy's whole life coming apart at the seams, and it was heart-wrenching in every sense of it. We all felt supreme guilt every time we tried to offer any comfort. What can you say to someone who's lost so much so quickly? I think he spent his time online as some form of therapy, but also as a way to get the message out. Whatever the case, I was glad to be there for him and offer advice and an ear to vent to if need be. At the time though, I was working with very limited information. We all were, as it was a case unfolding in real time. I've since lost contact with James, but the details are so much more accessible. I'd like to share them with your listeners for Timothy's sake, and I guess James's too. We know what happened that morning. James dropped Timothy off at school, then went off to work. Amy swooped in 20 minutes later, checked their son out of school for a fake family emergency, and then hit the road. Kind of. She went from the school over to a mechanic shop, requested some maintenance be done to her car. While they worked on her vehicle, one of the shop workers agreed to take Amy and her son over to the city zoo, where they spent that afternoon looking at the animals and having lunch. They returned to the mechanic later that day, picked up the car, and then skipped town for real this time. At this point, James was just starting to figure out that something was wrong at the school. They drove to Gurney that first night and stayed at the Key Lime Resort. This was roughly 130 miles away, far enough to keep James and the police off their trail. Timothy at this point was very likely to have no idea what was going on, just eating up whatever lies Amy offered and explained the situation. They spent that following day, the 12th, at various amusement parks in the vicinity of Gurney. After spending the day having fun, they packed up and drove to the Kalahari Resort in Wisconsin Dells. By the next morning, word was starting to spread that both Amy and Timothy were missing. Not wanting to garner any extra attention, Amy reached out to various family members, assured them all that she was completely fine. She and Timothy were just on a little road trip, would be home soon. This got her immediate family to calm down, which likely took the heat off of her for just a little bit longer. The only person that she failed to reach out to was her husband James, who only had us in the forum to lean on. They spent the day going to more zoos and amusement parks, and generally just having a great time. They were last seen on security footage from the resort, checking out at 10 a.m. and hitting the road again. That footage is the last time Timothy is ever seen, at least to my knowledge now. Gurney, Wisconsin Dells, and these towns are east of Rockford. The next time Amy pops up, she's around Sterling or Winnebago, and those are west of Rockford. So she drove a full 130 miles back to Rockford, and then almost the same distance on the other side. She was really going out of her way to throw people off of her track. This also tells me that she was driving at random, with no plan and no end goal, despite how this crazy story ends. When she appeared in Winnebago, she was alone. A security cam in a family dollar store caught her buying pens, paper, and envelopes, just basic stationery at around 8 p.m. Timothy is nowhere to be found. It's unclear if she lost contact with him prior to driving to Winnebago or if he had made the whole journey with her. Next, she's spotted in a grocery store, still unaccompanied by Timothy. It's unclear what she purchases, as she is not in the store for very long. The next time Amy is seen, she's checked into a hotel room just a little after 11 p.m. Again, it's unclear what she's doing that whole day, but one thing is certain: she does not have Timothy with her when she checks in. She runs a series of errands leading up to the check-in, and Amy is never seen alive again. The following day, May 14th, Amy is discovered by a cleaning maid who worked at the hotel. This was around noon, typical cleanup hours for a hotel, and a checkout time of around 10 or 11 a.m. The maid found a note next to Amy's body and quickly dialed 911. Police responded and were shocked to find out that Timothy was nowhere on the premises. The note was an apology. She said she's very sorry for the mess that she made in the hotel room. She had taken massive doses of allergy and cold medicine before slashing her wrists and throat with a razor blade. It all came out in the press the following weeks. Amy had struggled with mental health related issues for quite some time now, and this was the last manifestation apparently. That wasn't what was all on the note though. She said she took Timothy away, passed him off on another family, and would never be seen again. Investigators tested the hotel and razor blades for any evidence of her son's DNA, and none were found, as the blades had only been used to kill Amy. When they checked her car though, they found a significant amount of Timothy's blood in the back seat, enough to make them think that something criminal had occurred. When questioned later, the family had a good explanation. Both James and Timothy's aunts corroborated a story that made sense. They said that Timothy had had an accident a couple of days prior that resulted in a totally crazy bloody nose. He painted almost every inch of that car in blood, and that might explain why there was so much evidence in the carpet. Other than that, there was no evidence that Timothy had been harmed at all. But there also wasn't any evidence that he'd been handed off to some other family. There was simply a dead mother and a missing child, and those were the facts. It was an absolutely brutal thing to watch unfold, especially for this guy that I just met in a chat room. Everyone had lots of questions, so I can't even imagine the state of shock and confusion that James must have endured, probably still to this day. With hundreds of miles that Amy sporadically covered in just a few days, searching throughout the Rockford area became a serious burden on the family and even law enforcement. Like I said, I've lost contact with James unfortunately many moons ago, but because of the closeness of this case, I've always followed any updates that come down the pipe. As you can imagine, not much pops up in the way of Timothy. He was a cute kid, only in first grade, and didn't deserve such a horrific chapter in his life. There is an article I remember reading, and I'll use it to speculate, because, well, isn't that why we're all here anyway? To try to figure stuff out like this? This was a couple of years ago, around the time that would have been Timothy's 18th birthday. Amy's sister conducted an interview with a local news channel and put a weird theory in my head. Amy's sister explained she had called the family on the 13th and did it somewhere between Sterling and Mount Carroll. Amy pulled over, went off a little bit off the grid, if we can trust the cell phone data reports, and then made the calls privately, even let Timothy talk to some of the family members. After the calls were concluded, Amy turned her phone off, tossed it behind a grain silo, and never used it again. Her family believes this is when Amy fully decided to commit to her plan and would not be coming home. The calls were both a distraction and a goodbye. But Amy's sister made an interesting comment. She said that between Sterling and Mount Carroll is an old country road that will take you into Iowa. Amy and her sister both grew up taking these old roadways into Iowa and all the little quaint communities throughout the area. Their grandparents had lived out there, and Amy even spent some time living out that way when she was younger. Dubuque was the only town mentioned. Her sister went so far as to say that she believed Amy dropped Timothy off within a contact in Iowa, which is why it's been so difficult to locate him. It would also explain the sporadic driving and the weird pull-off to make any call. It's like she let Timothy call before they passed into Iowa for that trade-off. My mind went somewhere else though. I've driven through the areas, and a certain community comes to mind. There's lots of Amish people in Iowa, and for some reason, that's where my mind wanders. I think it'd be hard for Amy to convince an average person to take her son in, especially after the suicide and manhunt. There's a lot of risk for a kid who isn't in danger. But what if she had a connection with a rural unplugged community? She simply dropped him off there. Amish people don't get the news the same way we do. It could be weeks, months, or even years before they get the story. And by then, he will be fully integrated into a new community. Obviously, I have zero evidence to back this up, but when I saw that article from Amy's sister those couple of years back, it was just the first place that my mind went. How easy would it be to disappear in a place where no one knows you're missing? Either way, I wish the absolute best for Timothy, and I hope this story sheds some light on a massively overlooked tragedy. In 1995, my wife and I took a holiday weekend into the backcountry of Arizona. We followed the beeline highway through the desert and up into the mountains, where bristling pine and oak trees rolled out as far as the eye could see. My wife and I like camping, hiking, all the fair weather outdoor activities. Being from Phoenix, we weren't familiar with a lot of the high country, but we knew some areas in the Mogollon Mountains that would be perfect. These spots were pretty rural, all things considered, but still got a lot of use out of the tourist. We found a place around Forest Road 300, which is a local hotspot for all the outdoorsy types. It's a dirt road that stretches from one side of the mountain range all the way to Highway 260 on the other side. It's a major access point for many of the ponds, lakes, and lookout spots throughout the rim. Again, it's rural by definition. It's a dirt road through the mountain range. But at the end of the day, it isn't a common place for someone to get lost. There's tons of campers and hikers along this road. So even if you were a little deep on a trail hike, there would be still someone within a mile or two of you. My wife and I never believed we'd be in the vicinity of where a person would go missing forever. The weekend itself was ideal. Great temperatures, great climate, not too overcrowded. We got to do everything that we planned on and just lounged around camp on that infamous Sunday morning. We could hear it at first, rumbling way far off. Then other camps around us started buzzing with talk. We weren't sure what, but we knew something was going on. Sure enough, it came tearing down the 300 road. A huge stock white semi with a full trailer behind it. 18 wheels of chaos, and it's far from anywhere it should be. The nearest highway is 30 miles away, maybe even more. The nearest paved road is just as far. There's nowhere to turn around. My wife and I sat in our camping chairs in pure shock as this thing rolled on by. We couldn't believe it. People started to gather, mostly the surrounding campers and hikers that saw it come through. Everyone was saying the same thing, that it was crazy he was trying to drive through here. After a while, we realized we could still hear the engine, and we started walking down the road. We were all talking about the possibilities. The general consensus was it had to be stolen, or at the very least, a hijacking. There wasn't a scenario that made sense wherein this trucker would take a dirt road to a mountain pass. A few of the more reserved said maybe it had to do with drugs or simply bad directions. We didn't go for more than 10 minutes before the semi comes barreling back in our direction. At this point, people start running back into the trees or back down the road, as something is clearly wrong. I'll never forget how fast he sped by us, and his emotionless face behind the windshield. He looked vacant, soulless, like there wasn't any thought to what he was doing. No reaction. Those of us that remained just got out of the way, cleared to either side of the road. And it was a good thing too, because this guy didn't slow down or try to clear us at all. He didn't even look at us. And on top of that, we could see that he was alone in the cab. I guess there could have been a person hiding behind him where the sleeping space is, but he looked alone to me. He barreled back the way he came and disappeared from sight. My wife and I hurried after him, worried he'd get panicky and start running campsites over, and we weren't that far off. When we got back to the dispersed camping area, others were talking and milling around. They said the truck kept going back down the way it came, but somehow got off the road and stalled in a field. He went on. The guy emerged from the cab and wandered around the area for a bit. He was definitely by himself, and he was muttering about how they made him do it, and why did he listen to them. What stuck out to my wife and I was that he allegedly said, "I'm going to jail now," when he stumbled around that field. That told us he had some kind of awareness, you know? It wasn't just mindless, crazy, agitated driving. He wasn't definitely being held against his will either. It was just a random act of chaos, or so my wife was inclined to believe. She asked the man we were speaking to if he had any luck getting the vehicle unstuck or what the plan of action was. "No one knows where he is," came the response. I can honestly tell you I've never felt more uncomfortable in a single moment. This guy was driving batshit crazy around the mountainside, and then just abandons a semi in the middle of the woods. It's gotten even crazier. "Yeah," the guy went on. "He drove his truck right through someone's camp, got the semi stuck, and then wandered off into the woods." That was a very chilling development. My wife and I slowly turned at one another, eyes wide with horror. Our camp lay down the road for just a few hundred feet, and somewhat out in the woods, a maniac was skulking around. I didn't like the idea of being in some flimsy nylon with a deranged person so close to us. As more people heard about what was going on, we watched them literally pack up and leave right then and there. Others stuck around, out of curiosity or sheer determination to see their weekend through. I couldn't be sure. My wife and I were curious and decided to stick around. Like most Arizona natives, we were packing a gun like usual. The sheriff showed up later in the afternoon as word got around the mountainside. This was pre-cell phone, though someone would have had to go back to town to make a report. We heard the sheriff say he honestly heard a rumor and was just coming to check it out. He got the cab of the semi open, as it had been locked. It was totally intact, clean, organized. No sign of struggle or any drug use. It didn't even smell like cigarette smoke, and smoking was common for a trucker in the 90s. The sheriff said that he was convinced this guy was clean, even had all the proper insurance and paperwork in the glove box. He ventured the idea that maybe this guy had simply had an episode, gone a little crazy and just went off course. Then he went around back and jimmied the trailer door open. We were bewildered to see pallet after pallet of strawberries and fresh lettuce. It was a cold box trailer, so it held a certain temperature, had a vent system, the whole 9 yards. This really turned the sheriff on his head. He must have been expecting illegal cargo of some kind, but again, only found straight-lace evidence. He was stumped. For a trucker to walk away from his cargo was one thing, but to leave behind his truck and expensive trailer, whoever this person was abandoned their entire livelihood out there in the Tonto wilderness. He started getting statements from everyone in the area. A couple of groups made reports that this renegade truck driver literally barreled right through their campsite, ran over some of their belongings too. Another couple came forward and said that they were driving down 300 Road when the semi came roaring at them. They stopped thinking the big rig would do the same, but soon realized this truck wasn't going to slow down at all. They proceeded to throw the car in reverse and speed backwards in an effort to get away. Fortunately, they found a small turnout and just managed to get out of his way before he ran them over too. It was a true wonder this guy hadn't killed anybody. My wife and I finished out the day with little else to report. The sheriff deputies were in and out of the area throughout the afternoon. And of course, a wrecker came up to take a look at the truck to see if it could even be towed out. The truck and the trailer remained that night, ominous throughout the trees. We think the sheriff wanted the truck left in place, almost like a lure. Maybe this guy would regain a little coherence and come back to his truck. To my knowledge, no one ever saw him again. My wife saw the story pop up on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries or some such show, and the details were uncanny. We learned the guy's name was Devin. He had a family back in Kansas, a mortgage. He was exactly what the sheriff pegged him for that day, a totally normal, average Joe. We still wonder why he went off the rails that day, because the program had very little in the way of answers. I planned to hike along the Buck Springs in the summer of 1995, long before the disappearance of Devin Williams, the trucker who went into the woods. I hadn't even heard the story until I got into Payson and stopped to gas up my truck. The clerk at the counter asked me if I was in town to help find the missing maniac. Intrigued, I asked what they were talking about, and I'll never forget the clerk's face. She was just overjoyed to meet someone who hadn't heard the story yet. She went on at length. A man named Devin Williams had taken his big rig and trailer off the highway onto Forest Road 300. This was a familiar area to me, and the thought of an 18-wheeler trying to navigate the skinny hairpin turns of that road was insane. It wasn't possible, to which the clerk nodded. She explained that he got the rig stuck and no one had seen him since. He disappeared over Memorial Weekend, and I was rolling into town on Tuesday, just 48 hours after he vanished. I know it sounds crazy, but my life went on. I didn't really give it any more thought as I rolled up the mountain and towards the trailhead. It wasn't until I hit 300 Road that I started seeing search and rescue flagging, neon vests out in the woodland. They were actually looking for someone. I was expecting to get stopped by local law enforcement, but that never happened. What looked like a checkpoint was really just a surveillance point along the road, keeping an eye on people in the area. Once I got to the trailhead, I started prepping for my day hike. I got even more information. Had I kept driving along 300, I would have come upon the truck and the trailer itself, apparently left mirrored in a field due to mud. Flatlands in the area are notorious for holding standing water for days and days on end. All of this was relayed to me by a couple in the parking lot who showed up because of the missing person case. They were keen to help find Devin Williams, as he'd been reported missing the morning prior. The license plate, the truck, it all belonged to this Devin fellow. He was a cross-country trucker out of Kansas. The couple went on and on. They said apparently the driver got his rig stalled. He wandered around the field for an hour or two, talking to himself. He was saying over and over that someone made him drive out there, and now he was going to jail. This made me scratch my head as it added a whole layer of extra to whatever mystery was at hand. That being said, the campers in the area that weekend said no one else ever got out of the truck, so as to who could have made Devin do this, I couldn't tell you. Again, I left all of this back at the parking lot and just started my hike. I was leaving from Barbershop Trailhead and moved north through the forest. After ascending a steady incline, I would start splintering off to the east to get to Buck Springs area, which is more isolated than the other locations. It's rugged and there isn't room for vehicles, so the only people I would encounter would likely be on foot. I planned this trip on purpose though, since it was a couple of days after Memorial Weekend. The place was pretty much empty. All the weekenders had already packed up, so there wasn't many cars in the parking lot. I'd seen more search and rescue operators than anyone else, and even then they weren't combing back this far from the truck yet. Little did they know that they should have been. I made it about 3 miles before coming up on a highline trail and cresting a ridge. The lookout was beautiful, so I decided to take a moment and relax in the shade for a bit. I broke out the lunch that I packed, kicked my feet out beneath a towering pine tree, and just soaked it all in. Missing person or not, this is exactly what I was looking for. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear a helicopter making laps. After eating a snack, I relaced my boots and started pushing into the Buck Springs area. I was coming in from the west side, so opposite from the cabin trailhead area. I was making the rugged, rural ascent, not using the road like other people usually do. It afforded much better views and isolation. It also made for great shed hunting, which is a pastime of mine. I look for discarded antlers from both deer and elk in the off seasons. After another hour or two, and navigating some crazy up and down ravines, I called it quits. It'd been a 4-hour jaunt back to the truck, and it was starting to press into the afternoon. I got reoriented, crunched the little time and energy that it would take me to get back, and decided to reroute my course a bit. It'd be faster if I took the more traveled trails back to the parking lot. I cinched my gear up, started hoofing it due south instead of west, the way I came. Due south of me, there was a couple of things. The 300 road, for starters, but also more wild up and down terrain, unending forestry, and the SAR operators. There were also some dispersed campgrounds, a cow pond, and somewhere, the big empty big rig, nestled in that muddy field. As I was making my way back, I let my mind wander a bit and thought about what could have happened. Everyone was so keen to say that foul play was the answer, but my gut feeling was drugs or some kind of mental illness, especially after hearing those final details. He was manic, simply out of his mind. Had a touch of psychosis, and it explains almost all the other behaviors. As I was walking along, thinking about that guy, I looked up and took in the area. I was gonna need to turn hard west soon, whenever I felt like I was getting even with the trailhead area. As I'm looking around, something catches my eye between the branches. I do a double take and start to slow down. It looks like fabric hanging from the tree. As I squint and really take it in, I see boots, a frame, hands. I see eyes looking right back at me. I came to a dead stop, deer in headlights type of thing. I try to discern who or what I'm looking at, but there's too much in the way. Pine needles and branches, the place was thick with it. I turned to face them and started creeping over. "Hello?" I said loud and deep. My stomach felt crazy. All of me did. It took me a few steps to realize that I was holding my breath and I'm about to make myself pass out. The adrenaline wasn't having a good effect on me. No response, but I was getting closer and I could see that it was a man. I don't know how else to say it, but he was obviously the missing man. He literally looked like the stereotypical trucker. A little bit of a belly, mustache, jeans. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked. "Are you Devin?" Still no response. I step into the clearing where he's standing, and now I can see that something's really wrong with him. First off, he's dirty as hell. His feet are bare of any shoes or socks. Somehow they look fine, when in reality, this was a treacherous area with lots of rocks and underbrush. I expected them to be swollen or cut to ribbons. There are some scratches on his face, probably from the branches, but it could be his own doing, I guess. He had jeans on, a black t-shirt, but one of his arms was through the head hole instead of the armhole, so it was pulled kind of sideways like Tarzan or something. I stood there for a minute. There was at least 20 feet between us, but I was still being very cautious. The entire encounter had me on edge. As from what I'd heard, this guy was a little bit unpredictable. That's when I noticed the strange position that he was standing in. His arms were outstretched over his head, kind of bent outwards, and he was balancing on one foot with the other bent up at the knee behind him. I started to get uncomfortable as he wasn't moving at all and almost seemed to be looking right past me. I took a step forward, but at an angle. Sure enough, his eyes didn't move at all. He was looking off into the wilderness with this almost emotionless face. There was just a touch of a grin on his lips, and I could tell because he had this goatee kind of thing going. I could see where his hair bent around the lips. I don't know any other way to describe it other than it looked like he was pretending to be a tree. That man was beyond still. I can't describe it. If he'd been standing there for any decent length of time, his muscles should have been rattling like a sheet in the wind, but nothing disturbed him. At this point, I crossed a little clearing. I got within 5 or so feet of him. I was gently talking to him the whole time that I approached, trying to make it clear that I didn't mean him any harm. He never moved. Once I got that close, I kind of freaked myself out again, so I just stayed put for a minute. Devin had still not looked at me, and for some reason that creeped me out more than anything. I actually turned back once to see if there was something that put him in shock, and of course there was nothing there but trees. I said his name again, waved a hand in front of his face. Nothing, not even a blink. Just as I was getting ready to turn around and get back to a comfortable distance, the unthinkable happened. His face moved. For a brief moment, the little grin turned into a half smile. His eyes flashed over and looked directly into mine. My skin turned to ice and I backpedaled as quickly as I could. This guy was totally aware of me and maybe even trying to lure me in close. "Hey, are you okay? There's a lot of people looking for you," I explained. "Your truck is parked just at the bottom of the hill." But he went still again, but that half smile remained. He gave me one more flickering glance and went back to pretending to be a tree. I could no longer handle it. I needed to get the hell out of here. I said that I'd bring help back the second I got to the trailhead, and with that, I turned and started marching west, maybe a little southwest. I was moving instinctually, just to get away from this guy. I didn't get more than 50 feet before I heard something. Something other than my own breathing and my own heart slamming into my ears. I held my breath for only a second before I placed it. It was another voice. It was coming from behind me. I turned back and guess who it is? Devin Williams, muttering something from his tree pose. At this point, I'm committed. I can't leave this guy if he needs help, and by the sound of it, he's changed his mind. I start walking back into the clearing to better hear what he's saying. It's total nonsense, though. Indiscernible gibberish. There was something about it, though. A weird kind of cadence, a rhythm. This may or may not be important later. I didn't get any closer because I didn't need to. This guy was nuts and proving it in real time. He wasn't making any sense. So I returned to the original mission. Bring folks more qualified to deal with this. I was a good 2 or 3 hours from the truck still, and needed to start putting some ground behind me. I'm gonna be back in a few hours, so please just wait, I said before I was interrupted. Devin started to move as I spoke. He reached into his pocket and threw something at me. Still to this day, I don't know what it was. It could have been a rock, a wallet, I have no clue. I stepped backwards so quickly I tripped myself up and fell down. As I was falling, Devin flashed that crazy smile. My ass hit the ground and Devin started running at me. Now my adrenaline had purpose. I jumped up and started sprinting through the trees. My gear was tight, ready for quickness, and my boots were literally built for this. I took a peek behind me and saw that he was still chasing me, arms pumping all crazy, eyes going wild. It was something out of a horror movie for sure. My assumptions about his bare feet were correct, as he couldn't keep pace with me for very long. I ran for about a quarter of a mile, which was nothing for me as a trail runner. After that, I couldn't see him behind me, but I could still hear something moving around in the brush. I kept going at a jog, but after a while decided to conserve my energy. This guy might be crazy, but he certainly isn't magic. I walked the rest of the way at a pretty good clip, till I stumbled back into the parking lot from the total opposite side. I'd overshot a little bit, but used the terrain to guide me right back to the truck. There was no one there, so quickly packed up and tore back down 300 Road. I knew there would be search and rescue, East County sheriffs, somebody to tell. It's sundown at this point, and starting to cool off. I want to relay the message as quickly as possible. Sure enough, I see a group out in the woods, maybe a quarter of a mile. I stopped right there in the road and hopped out of my truck so fast that I left the door swinging open behind me, yelling, waving my arms, and then I raced over to them. Within 20 minutes, I told the story to both search and rescue and law enforcement. Everyone was rapidly showing up to our location and pressuring me to lead them to where I found him. I was exhausted at this point and a little shocked that they would make the request of me when I could just as well show them on a map. But my gear and clothing probably gave me away as a decent hiker. So I did what they asked of me and humped my way back up the hill, the short side, the way I descended. The guys lit up the area in every direction with headlamps, flashlights, all kinds of cool stuff. Naturally, nothing turned up on the return journey. We got all the way to the clearing, or as near as I could remember, and there wasn't a trace of him. I made an official statement with the sheriff back at the parking lot, where I was allowed to start the long drive back home. I never got a return call or any follow-up information, but I did learn more details later on my own. There was a story a couple told about coming across Devin the day before I did, and we were officially the last people to ever see him alive. They came across him on the side of the road in their car and asked him if he needed help. From what they said, Devin acted much the same, standing rigid, talking nonsense to himself. Then he said it was time to light the grill and began striking a $20 bill with a rock. The couple got a little closer in their vehicle, asked him if he needed help again, at which point he grew agitated and threw the rock at their car. They drove off and Devin chased them for a moment or two. It was almost the exact same encounter that I had. Now to the muttering sounds that I heard, it had a cadence and a pattern to it, but I didn't hear anything that I would call comparable until a few years later. I came across something called the Sierra Sounds, which is a recording out of California by a guy named Ron Moorhead. Ron claims they are recordings of a Sasquatch, to which I don't personally believe, but the sounds themselves stood out to me. It was the same guttural sound that Devin had been mumbling, gibberish, monkey talk. Some people have called the Sierra Sounds the samurai chatter, as the cadence of their voices apparently reminds them of Japanese speech patterns. The recordings never reminded me of the Japanese. They remind me of old Native American language and dialects from all over the American Southwest. I'm not trying to make any kind of connection. I frankly don't buy into Bigfoot, but it is the most similar gibberish to what I heard that afternoon. Do with what you will, as I can tell you the man in front of me certainly wasn't an ape. The noises were similar, and that's all I can say. Back in 1997, I worked as a bartender in a small town tucked into the foothills of the Mogollon Mountains. 2 years prior, when I started the job, a crazy story shook the local communities. A truck driver had crashed his truck somewhere out in the forest, then totally vanished. The first few days, we all heard the same things, but going on for 2 weeks after he disappeared, people kept coming in with these weird stories. Sightings of a guy being strange out in the woods. The first people to encounter him said he was distraught, but not aggressive in any way. He refused help from anyone that offered, explained that he was forced to do what he did, and was headed to prison. He made no effort to detain anyone, or coerce them in any way. He sounded harmless and confused, but we weren't there to see him. As the week went on, the stories got more and more wild, mostly with aggression. People that were running into him or getting things thrown at them, yelled at, all kinds of crazy stuff. Fast forward to 1997, early May. A string of hikers come stumbling into the bar. It's not uncommon for my neck of the woods, but this group looked different. Instead of tired and drowsy, they were wide-eyed and almost flighty. They plopped down to the bar and ordered a round of beers. They were talking amongst themselves as I poured, and when I went to serve them, I made a joke that opened a can of worms, so to speak. "You all look like you just saw a ghost," I said. They all went pale. Slowly, after a sip of beer, they spoke up and told me about what happened. They went on a day hike just up the mountain, just north of Forest Road 300. It's a stretch of mountain service road that all the weekenders use to camp, shoot, fish, and hike. Apparently, these guys were hiking a pass from one service road to the other, which were splintered roads off 300. Apparently, halfway through their trek, at the bottom of a gully, they stumbled upon the top half of a skull. In complete disbelief, they almost left it behind, but decided to leave a person with it instead. That way, there was no missing it when they came back with the deputy. They got to the nearest phone and called the sheriff's department, who came out to collect it. The hikers weren't aware of the missing trucker to my knowledge, so probably weren't really looking for him. The sheriff told them about Devin Williams and the tragedy that occurred when he disappeared. From what everyone knew, Devin was a stand-up family man who went any distance to provide for his family, literally. He had a wife and kids, a house he just bought. The more that came out, the sadder it became. And now it was over, from what these hikers told me. Case closed, as they never found a trace of him over those 2 years. His truck was removed, as was any and all evidence of him in the area. His skull was the last thing to ever be found out there in the rim. It wasn't until a few months after those hikers came in that we all started to hear the details. The dental records were a match. It was 100% Devin Williams. Some people weren't convinced at first, but now it was undeniable. The strangest thing was that his skull was clean and totally undamaged, zero trauma. Considering it had been out in the elements for so long and almost certainly scavenged upon, I didn't understand how that could even be possible. There was a lot of buzz with theories, and one of the biggest had to do with the gas station drugs that were commonly used by truckers. This was the 90s, so I'm sure you remember some of these little pouches of pills that were behind the glass or just hanging under the counter at the convenience stores. They'd be called Leopard Jazz 5000 or Wild Night Steam Engine, with some crackpot advertising reminiscent of the Animorphs cover. These pills were sold as energy pills, but were literally known to be legal speed. They'd crank your heart rate, make you grind your teeth if you took enough of them. We had truckers blow through town all the time, and half of them were hooked on some kind of stimulant. That being said, everything we heard about Devin contradicted this. He worked for a reputable trucking organization out in Kansas, so got regularly drug tested. He never once failed or refused to take one. He was just known as a level-headed guy with no history of drug abuse or any mental illness. There was another theory that actually hit the headlines in the Arizona Republic. Frankly, I was astonished at the idea. There had been a flap of UFO sightings around the rim that summer of 1995. Someone put two and two together, said maybe Devin had been abducted. There was and still is zero evidence to support this, but I think the Travis Walton case still lingered in some locals' minds. Walton, of course, was the logger who vanished in '75, and not far up the road by any means. When his skull turned up, that UFO theory was out the window. The only other logical thing I've ever heard was maybe he had a diabetic episode and went into some kind of psychosis. Even then, he had no history of diabetes. It was going into such a delusional state in just one episode. Doesn't sound logical to me. Then again, I'm a bartender, not a doctor. I just hear what hikers come through and tell to me.
I remember Herman Mudgett, but back then he wasn't known as H.H. Holmes, the name that they'd plastered in the papers years later when everything came to light. No, to us, he was just Herman, a scrawny, fidgety boy from a humble family in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. H.H. Holmes was a monster, the beast of Chicago, the tortured doctor himself. Herman, on the other hand, wasn't anything of the sort. He was timid, boring, and not well liked. If he wasn't running from his father, he was defending himself from relentless onslaught of his classmates. There was very little rest in the way of Herman's life. There was always something about him, though, something unsettling that nobody could quite put their finger on. I saw it in his eyes. He had this nervous way about him, always shifting, always looking like he was waiting for something. And when he wasn't moving, it was worse. That was when his true nature peeked out from behind those pale, lifeless eyes. Even as a boy, Herman just had the look of somebody who wanted to do something bad, something he knew he shouldn't. Sometimes he would sit so still that you swear he stopped breathing, slowly slipping into some kind of coma. What could a person sit there and think about to make them a literal statue? It always gave us the creeps. The Mudgett family had its roots in the area. Good, strong English stock. Farmers mostly, hard-working folk. Herman's father, Levi, was a stern Methodist. I remember him as a towering man, a heavy drinker who held his beliefs like a hammer, always ready to strike. Levi was a hard man to live under. His temper ruled that house, and it ruled Herman in particular. Sometimes I'd see the boy after school, sitting on the edge of the town square, his face swollen, bruises on his arms or worse, a trickle of blood running from a cut on his cheek or lip. None of us ever really asked him about it. It wasn't our place. You understand. Back then, a man's house was his own business, and his family was just part of that business. But we knew better. Everybody in town knew. Levi was a cruel man. It was always Herman who bore the brunt of his wrath. Some folks might tell you now that Herman was a born killer, that he had murder in his heart from the beginning. But I'll tell you this, I think his family made him that way. His father beat him into it. Herman never talked about the abuse, not directly at least, but you could see the weight of it put on him. You'd hear his father screaming sometimes, even from the street, and God knows what he was screaming about. Didn't really need much of an excuse to lash out at Herman. I recall passing the Mudgett farm one day, hearing Levi's voice booming from inside the barn. He was yelling at Herman to pick up the pace, while the boy worked in the muck, dragging some heavy tool across the dirt. Then would come the sound of a whip, a real one, a crack that made my spine go rigid. I never heard Herman cry out though, not once. I think he stopped crying long before he reached his teens. But if his father's temper didn't get to him, the boys at school certainly tried. Herman was smart, everybody knew that. Teachers would praise him. He could even recite lessons with ease, even as a child. That made him a direct target though. The other boys hated him for it, especially because he just wasn't really tough. They'd corner him after class in the alley behind the schoolhouse, taunting him, pushing him around. Teacher's pet, they'd call him, and worse. I'll never forget the day that it went beyond name-calling. There was a skeleton inside our classroom. It wasn't unusual in those days. It was used for anatomy lessons, I suppose. The bones were yellowed and old, and it sat in the corner like something forgotten. The teacher never thought much of it, but the boys, well, They thought it was the perfect way to get at Herman. They told him if he was so smart, he should prove it by hugging that skeleton. For some reason, they thought it was funny just watching him squirm. The first time they did it, Herman was terrified. He cried, begged them not to make him touch it, but they held him there, forced his hands around those brittle bones, laughing at his fear. I remember seeing his face as he hugged it, tears streaking down his cheeks, his whole body shaking. It was like watching someone break piece by piece. After a few more times, something changed inside of him. Herman no longer cried. He didn't beg. Instead, he touched the skeleton willingly. His fingers lingered on the bones, tracing them slowly. And his face, I swear to God, was almost like he was enjoying it. Like he was no longer afraid of death. No, maybe that wasn't it. Almost like death had become his friend. I don't know if you've ever seen somebody come alive in the presence of something horrible, but that's what I feel like I saw come alive in Herman that day. Something inside of him had woken up. Something dark. I don't think the others really noticed it, or if they did, they just didn't care. They just continued to laugh like always. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted inside Herman. The bullying never stopped, and neither did the beatings at home. It just got worse. I'd see him some mornings, standing on the edge of the schoolyard, eyes vacant, staring at nothing. That emptiness stayed with him, even when he tried to smile. But sometimes when he didn't think anybody was watching, I would catch him looking at the boys with something in his eyes that I didn't like. It wasn't fear, nor anger, or even sadness. It felt like hunger. A lot of people like to say that monsters are born, that killers come into this world already broken, already twisted. I don't believe that though. I believe Herman was made by his father's fists, by the jeer and taunts of those boys at school, and by the twisted sense of control that he found in that skeleton, that bag of bones that just became his escape. By the time we all finished school, I don't think there was really much left of Herman that we all used to know. He still walked and talked like a boy, but there was now something else behind those eyes, something darker and colder, like a switch had been flipped inside of him. There was no turning it off. I left Gilmanton soon after I graduated and went my own way. But I know Herman stayed, for a while anyway. I didn't really hear much about him for years and years. Not until the paper started running stories about H.H. Holmes, about the murder castle, the disappearances, the bodies. And when I looked at that picture of the man they called Holmes, I couldn't help but remember that nervous, fidgety boy from New Hampshire. I still see him sometimes, in my dreams. He's standing there in that schoolhouse, next to the skeleton. Only now it's not a skeleton. It's one of his victims, just hanging there, lifeless. And Herman, well, Herman's smiling, just like he did back then. Like he's very proud of what he's become. I first met Herman in the anatomy lab. It was in the fall of my second year at University of Michigan's Department of Medicine and Surgery. Back then, I was eager, maybe too eager, to make my mark. Professor William James Herdman ran the anatomy program. He was something of a legend in those parts. I was lucky to be under his tutelage. That's where Herman Mudgett and I crossed paths. He was definitely a strange one, even back then. His hands were always stained, always slick with some kind of undefiable grime. It seemed permanently caked with blood and flesh, and I don't think I ever saw him wash them once. You would expect that in medical school, surrounded by corpses and the dead, you'd have certain levels of cleanliness, and that would be the standard. But Herman, no, he reveled in it, like the blood was some kind of trophy. Even outside of class, I'd catch him inspecting his nails, picking out whatever bits of tissue had found their way underneath them. We weren't really friends, not really. We just worked together underneath the professor and spent long hours dissecting, cutting, and cataloging. It was a job, and Herman took to it with this unnatural enthusiasm. He was not like the rest of us. The other students, myself included, treated the cadavers with this kind of reverence, These were people ones, after all. But to Herman, they were little more than material. Objects to be carved and rearranged like a puzzle. I tried to avoid him after hours, but sometimes it was just impossible. We'd find ourselves alone in the lab, the smell of formaldehyde hanging thick in the air, the cadavers covered with these stained white sheets, like ghosts waiting to wake. Herman would linger after class, hovering over the bodies, his fingers tracing the incisions with this kind of glee. "Fascinating, isn't it?" he'd say, and I'd nod, though I couldn't shake the chill that crawled up my spine whenever he was around me. It was during one of those after-hour sessions that things began to spiral. Professor Herdman gathered us all in the lab one evening, just a handful of students, and explained the problem. We had far too many students and not enough cadavers. The demand had grown beyond what the anatomy department could supply us. Without more bodies to dissect, the program was at risk. The professor was desperate. You could see it hung in the way he wrung his hands, pacing the floor. "We need a solution," he'd say, "or we'll fall behind." Suggestions came in quickly. Some students suggested we'd use animal carcasses, pigs or goats, but that wouldn't suffice for medical studies. Another thought was crafting some kind of fake cadaver, an idea that was met with immediate desertion. And then that's when Herman spoke up. "We could always dig a few up," he said, as casually as if he were talking about picking flowers from a garden. The room then went silent, and I'll never forget the way Professor looked at Herman then, his eyes wide for a second before he quickly composed himself. The rest of us exchanged nervous glances, dismissing it as a joke. Grave robbing? Surely not. But Professor Herdman didn't laugh. He didn't shake his head or move on to the next suggestion. Instead, he waved the other students away, keeping Herman and myself behind. When the room cleared, it was just us three, standing there in the cold light of the gas lamps and the smell of death all around us. "You weren't serious, were you?" I asked, hoping, praying Herman had just been joking. But he just smiled, that thin-lipped grin that never quite reached his eyes. "Why not?" Herman said. "The bodies are already there. Nobody's gonna miss a few." The professor did not say a word at first, but I could see the gears turning in his head. It was madness, of course, but desperation has a way of making men do mad things. And the truth was, the department needed more bodies. Without them, the students couldn't learn. And without learning, the university would suffer. It started with just one, a test if you will. Professor Herdman scouted the cemetery, one just far enough out of town that nobody would think to look for missing bodies, but close enough to make the trip manageable. He sent Herman and I to dig it up late one night. The cold air, enough our breath came out in visible puffs. I did not want to be there. I did not want to have any part in it. But Herman had this way of pulling people into his schemes. And besides, I was scared, not of being caught, but of Herman himself. He took to the task with this unnerving ease. While I suggested the shovel, the weight of the deed pressing down on me, Herman worked like he was born for it, slicing right through the dirt like it was nothing. When we finally unearthed the coffin, he knelt beside it, hands trembling. Not with fear, but with excitement. I watched in stunned silence as he pried the lid open and stared down at the corpse inside, his face bathed in pale moonlight. "She's perfect," he whispered, as though speaking to a lover. For the first time, I realized that Herman didn't just see the bodies as tools. He definitely saw them as something more, something intimate. That first body was the hardest, but it didn't take long for the others to follow. What started as a one-time solution quickly turned into a full-blown conspiracy. Professor Herdman kept quiet about it, of course, but he didn't stop us. In fact, he encouraged it. He needed the cadavers to keep the program going, and we provided them. But it was Herman who truly thrived in the darkness. He began planning the trips and selecting which graves that we would rob, always choosing certain type of bodies, young,
female, recently deceased. He'd never say why, and I never really asked. I was far too deep in it by then, too afraid of what would happen if I tried to back out now. Besides, the cadavers that we brought in kept us at the top of our class. The professor turned a blind eye to the source, happy to have a steady supply for all of his lectures. There were nights when Herman and I would be out in the cemetery, digging up another grave. I'd catch him smiling to himself, humming underneath his breath as he worked. At the time, I didn't understand it, but in retrospect, it all makes sense. Herman was never happier than when he was handling a body. The colder, the fresher, the better. There was something about the stillness of death that just calmed him, soothed him in ways that nothing else ever could. I started to distance myself after a while, making excuses not to join them on those late night trips, pretending I had other obligations. Herman never really seemed to mind. He didn't need me. By the time we graduated, he had become the best anatomist in our class. His skill with the scalpel unmatched by anybody. But it wasn't talent, it was pure obsession. And I knew deep down, his hunger for bodies would not stop with medical school. Years later, when I read about H.H. Holmes in the papers, I wasn't surprised. The disappearances, the murders, the bodies found in his so-called murder castle, it all made sense to me. Herman had been perfecting his craft for years now. We had all been blind to it, or maybe we just didn't want to see what was right there in front of us. Looking back, I realized that the corpses that we stole were just the beginning. They were practice. Herman was prepping for something bigger, something far more terrifying. And while the world may remember him as H.H. Holmes, I will always know him as Herman Mudgett, medical student, and the man who loved death just a little too much. I used to know a man named Dr. Henry H. Holmes, though back then we simply just called him Henry. I had my shop in the same district as Chicago, where he first set up his little empire. To most of us, he was an unremarkable but ambitious fellow. I'd say we even respected him, at least in the beginning. The man worked tirelessly at the drugstore down on Wallace Avenue. He'd spend hours on end behind the counter, mixing up medicines and tending to customers with that polite smile of his. It wasn't long before he bought the building and the business, and you could see him practically glow with pride when he talked about all his plans. At first it was just the store, but then Henry did something that caught everybody's attention. He bought the lot across the street. I remember the day that the construction started. You could hear the hammers and saws from a mile away, echoing down the streets like the city itself was being built from the ground up. That was when things started to change. The murmurs began. People started talking about how Henry wasn't paying his construction teams, about how he'd taken out loans for furniture and fixtures, but hadn't paid a cent toward any of them. They said he was up to his neck in debt and wouldn't be long before he drowned himself in it. Still, though, he seemed calm, confident even. He'd stroll around the construction site in his fine suit, tipping his hat to the workers, always with that same smile on his face. It was like he knew something that we all didn't. Maybe he really did. The building went up fast, a two-story behemoth that stood out from the rest of the block. The bottom floor was for commercial businesses, shops, offices, and the upper floor held apartments. Modest by the look of them. People rented them out for a while, and it seemed like Henry's business was in fact booming. There was always air about that place, a feeling that just wasn't quite right. It was the whispers that got to me, the things that some folks said about him, claiming they'd seen him meeting with shady characters late at night, while others insisted he was just hiding something in that building of his. I'd say the most popular rumor was that he never paid off his debts. He was on the verge of collapse, and yet Henry kept building. Then came the day that the papers exploded with the story, and I'll never forget the headlines. Dr. Holmes arrested for murder and fraud. We couldn't believe it. Henry, a killer? It didn't make sense at first, but the more I read, the more it sank in.
He'd been involved in a scheme so thick with murder, kidnapping, and fraud, it was hard to wrap your head completely around it. The story started in Philadelphia, where Henry had apparently killed a man under the guise of suicide to collect a life insurance policy. The payout had gone to the man's widow. And then, this was the part that chilled me. Henry had kidnapped her children and then fled to Canada. The news hit the neighborhood like a freight train. We had all known Henry, or at least we thought we did. He was a respectable businessman, wasn't he? But now, people began looking at him and the business with a different eye. We started asking questions. What else had he been hiding? Then there was that castle. That damn castle. You see, not long before the papers broke the story, Henry had added a third floor to his building. He'd been talking it up for months, saying it was the anticipation of the World's Columbian Exposition. It was perfect timing, he said. People would come from all over the world, and they'd need a place to stay. He planned to rent out rooms at a premium price. It sounded like a brilliant business move, until the rumors started again. This time the stories were wild. People claimed the entire building was a murder castle, designed specifically to kill its occupants in the most horrifying ways imaginable. They said the hallways were a maze of dead ends. There were false windows, gas chambers, hidden rooms, even trap doors. Every conversation in the district buzzed with speculation. Folks who had never set foot inside the castle spoke with this absolute certainty about the horrors hidden within. I still remember the night that I stood outside that towering structure, staring up at its dark windows, listening to the wind whistle through the alleyways. It looked so innocent from the outside, just another building in a bustling city. But now with all these rumors swirling, it seemed more like a tomb, a place where people went in, but never came out. There were some whispers that Henry had built these secret passageways so he could sneak into rooms unnoticed, that he'd outfit certain chambers with elaborate gas systems to suffocate his victims all while they slept. The worst part, nobody could say for sure if it was true or not. It was all conjecture, rumor, but the fear in people's voices, the way they spoke about him, like he was some kind of demon, it gnawed at me. For weeks, the district buzzed with talk of his castle, of the grotesque possibilities it held within. I heard stories about women who'd gone missing, about guests who had checked in but never checked out. People began avoiding the area, walking wide circles around the place like it was cursed or something. But as shocking as the rumors were, nothing compared to the truth that came out later. When they finally arrested Henry, the authorities began to dig into his past, into his life itself. And what they found was almost stranger than fiction. They said he made a series of confessions all while in custody, but most of them were lies. Stories woven from the same imagination that had built his empire of deceit. Some of the people he claimed to have killed were still alive, while others couldn't be accounted for at all. And the castle? Well, it wasn't what everybody thought. Oh, there were hidden rooms, secret passageways, and strange architectural choices. But not because Henry was some kind of mastermind murderer. No, the truth was stranger. He'd built those rooms to commit fraud, to steal from his guests, and hide deliveries from creditors. The castle wasn't really a house of horrors. It was a house of theft. Still, there were bodies. They found the remains of one woman and one child in the castle, enough to prove that Henry wasn't just a crook, that he had blood on his hands. But it wasn't hundreds and hundreds of victims like the newspapers had all sensationalized. There weren't piles of bones hidden in the walls or mass graves in the basement. No, Henry's reign of terror had been much quieter, much more insidious than that. Even so, the horror of it lingered. The community could not shake off the image of Henry as a killer, a man who had tricked us all into believing he was just another businessman. And maybe that's just what scared us all the most, that somebody could hide such a darkness behind a polite smile and a handshake. Years later, when I think back to those days, it's not the castle or the bodies that haunt me. It's the memory of Henry himself. The way he carried himself with such ease, such confidence, even as the walls were closing in around him. That smile, that thin-lipped smile, as if he knew the truth all along, and monsters don't always lurk in the shadows. Sometimes, they walk among us in broad daylight, and they might even wish you a good morning. I remember the first day that he came to our door. It was a warm afternoon, the kind that felt lazy, like the sun itself was taking its time to melt over the rooftops. My brother, Edward, had been pacing in the small kitchen, wringing his hands together, all nerves. He'd placed an ad in the newspaper for work, any work really, and today was the day that a man named Frank Howard was coming to meet him. I was only 10 years old, but I remember feeling something strange when Mr. Howard finally arrived. He wasn't really the type of man you'd expect to come calling about a job. He was thin, almost frail, with wisps of gray hair escaping from beneath his old flat cap. His suit, though neat, looked a little too large for him, as if it had been made for somebody else with broader shoulders and more substance. His eyes were the strangest thing, though, pale blue and watery. But there was something sharp underneath him, like he was constantly thinking, plotting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Budd." He greeted my father when the door opened. His voice was soft and pleasant, too pleasant. My father shook his hand. "Mr. Howard, thank you for coming. Edward's been looking forward to meeting you." Edward then stepped forward, and I remember thinking how much taller he was than this man who'd come to whisk him away to farm in the countryside. Mr. Howard barely glanced at my brother, though. He smiled, nodded as if going through the motions, but his eyes fell on me, and they stayed there. I was sitting in the wooden chair, half hidden behind the kitchen table, trying not to be noticed, as kids often do. But when those pale eyes found me, they seemed to pin me almost in place. I shifted uncomfortably, feeling almost like a bug under glass. He did not stop staring. "This must be Grace," he said softly, still watching me. I looked at my brother, unsure if I should answer him. "Yes, that's my little sister," he said. "She's a bit shy." Mr. Howard smiled wider at that. It wasn't a kind smile. It stretched too far across his face, a tightness pulling at his lips. "Shy girls are the best. You know, I have a niece her age, just about 10. Is that right?" I nodded, my mouth dry. I wanted to disappear underneath the table. Something about him made my skin crawl, though I couldn't explain why at the time. He then turned his attention back to my brother, finally breaking that uncomfortable stare, and spoke of the farm, the rolling fields, the quiet life away from the city. He said Edward would fit right in. He'd be paid well, housed comfortably. But every few moments his eyes would flick back to me. That conversation felt like it went on for hours and hours. Edward asked questions, my father just nodding along, but I was still frozen. I felt like Mr. Howard's gaze had really just trapped me in some kind of invisible web. I would constantly shift in my seat, trying to ignore the way the hair on my arms just stood on end every single time his eyes would land on me. Eventually, Mr. Howard cleared his throat and adjusted his cap. "I'm terribly sorry, but I've forgotten. My niece's birthday is today. She's quite close to Grace's age. I'd hate to disappoint her. I wonder, perhaps Grace could come along with me, meet some girls of her own age, enjoy a party for herself." I blinked, confused, as did my father. I'd never heard of such a request before, but Mr. Howard was all smiles, all charm. His voice was sweet, like the lullaby meant to ease you into trusting him. "Oh, I don't know about that," my mother said, stepping in from the next room. She's awfully young to be off without us. It would just be for a few hours, Mr. Howard assured her. I'd have her back before sundown. The girls would be so thrilled to meet somebody new. My father scratched his chin and his eyes narrowed, but Mr. Howard did not waver. I promise you, sir, I'm trustworthy. You have my word. It was odd how quickly the conversation turned after that. It was as if his voice had woven some kind of spell, as if my parents suddenly couldn't find any reason to object. I wanted to protest, to say that I didn't want to go, but my words just stayed stuck in my throat. Something in me told me to keep quiet. Maybe it was the way his gaze had softened, growing hungrier with every glance. All right, go on, Grace, my father said, smiling down at me. Be good for you. You really don't get out enough. So I stood, grabbed my coat, and followed Mr. Howard out of our house, out of my home, and into a nightmare. The walk to the house where Mr. Howard said the party was felt almost like a dream. The streets grew narrower, the buildings older and more decrepit. I didn't like the way the sky seemed to dim as we walked, though the sun had not set yet. The shadows just clung to the alleyways, almost like they themselves were watching us. Mr. Howard was quiet most of the way, humming softly to himself like everything was perfectly normal. I tried to keep a little distance between us, not wanting to be too close to him, but each time I stepped back, he'd slow down, forcing me to keep pace. Finally, we reached this old, rundown house. The paint was peeling and the windows were dark. It didn't look like the kind of place where anybody would throw a birthday party. Before I could say anything, Mr. Howard smiled and said, "Wait here, Grace. I'll just check inside to make sure everything's ready." He disappeared through the creaky front door, leaving me standing on the sidewalk. I looked around feeling uneasy. The street was empty, silent. Even the birds had stopped chirping. I didn't know what to do, so I wandered a bit, picking a few wildflowers that managed to push through the cracks of the cobblestones. My heart nervously thumped in my chest. I convinced myself, told myself, it was just a birthday party, a little adventure. But that feeling of dread would not leave me. "Grace!" Mr. Howard's voice called from above. I looked up and saw him waving from an open window. His smile stretched too wide again. "The party's ready, come on inside." I swallowed, nerves rising in my throat, but I did as he asked. I walked up the front steps, the wood creaking under my weight, and opened up the door. The house smelled of dust and something else, something sour. The air was thick, suffocating. I stepped inside, but there was no sound of children laughing, no decorations, no party. The place was completely empty, just the faint ticking of a clock somewhere inside the premises. My legs felt heavy, but I climbed the staircase step by step until I reached that top floor. The door to the bedroom was cracked open, and I could see the light spilling out from the inside. "Mr. Howard?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Come on in, Grace," he answered, his voice smooth as silk. I pushed the door open and stepped inside the room. It was empty except for a bed, just bare walls and dusty floor. Then the closet door creaked open. Out stepped Mr. Howard. No, not Mr. Howard. He was stripped of his clothing, his pale body stark against the darkened room. His eyes now gleamed with something far worse than hunger. He seemed excited to show me his naked form, almost prancing from side to side, his eyes fixed on my heartbeat, rising in my throat. We locked eyes and he flashed this hideous smile. I gasped and fell backward. "You'll be a good girl, won't you?" he whispered, his voice now cold, devoid of that false warmth. Terror gripped me and I turned to run, but he was too quick. He grabbed me, his fingers digging into my arms, and pulled me towards the bed in the center of the room. I kicked, I bit, I scratched, but he was much stronger than he looked. I screamed, but nobody came. No one would hear me in this forgotten place. "Call me Albert," he rasped, his hands tearing my clothes off. I started to cry and beg for mercy, telling him I'd tell my father and justice would soon be swift. Mr. Howard laughed at that and only continued to choke me. "I said, call me Albert," he said again. I whispered the name. He nodded and then clasped harder. "Good girl." My vision blurred and the world faded to black, his silhouette being the last thing that I saw. It's been 5 years since I saw my daughter Grace. 5 long, miserable years since that man, Frank Howard, he called himself, walked into our lives. I remember him clearly, even now, with his small frame and the way he held himself, like he was a humble, hardworking man. But there was something about him, something wrong that I couldn't place in the moment. I wish now that I'd listened to that nagging feeling. I can still picture him as if it were yesterday, the day he came into our home. He seemed so polite, so courteous. He wore a neatly pressed suit and cap, looking more like a businessman than a farmer, though that's what he claimed to be, a man from the countryside, looking to hire a strong young man to work on his farm. My son Edward had been placing ads in the paper looking for any kind of work to help our family. We were struggling, like most families in those days. But we always had hope that something better was just around the corner. When Mr. Howard showed up, I thought he might be that something better. He seemed pretty eager, shaking Edward's hand and chatting away about how good it would be to have a young man to work out in fresh air, out in the quiet of the country. But what sticks with me now, what haunts my dreams, is the way his eyes would constantly drift towards Grace. She was only 10, just a little girl, sitting quietly at the table. But the way he looked at her, I should have known. "Your daughter's a sweet thing," he'd say, smiling at her in that soft, unsettling way. Grace, shy as always, just smiled back, her big brown eyes wide with innocence. She had no idea what kind of monster sat across from her. It wasn't long before he started talking about his niece, about how she was the same age as Grace, and how there was going to be a birthday party for her that very afternoon. He asked if Grace might come along, meet other children. "I'll have her back before dark," he said. And in the moment, it didn't seem that strange. A children's party sounds harmless. But God help me, I said yes. Grace was excited, of course she was. A birthday party meant cake, games, and new friends. I brushed her hair, tied it with the little blue ribbon that she loved so much, and kissed her on the cheek before she left. "Be good," I told her, "and listen to Mr. Howard." Those were the last words that I ever spoke to her. Days went by, then weeks. The search turned up to nothing. Every neighbor, every corner of the city was scoured. But Grace was gone, vanished into thin air. The police did what they could, but it felt like they were just chasing ghosts. We had no leads, no real answers, just a void where my daughter used to be. After months of anguish, they finally thought they'd found the man responsible, Charles Edward Pope, the local superintendent. His estranged wife had reported him, claiming he'd acted strangely around young girls, that he'd been behaving erratically in the weeks before Grace's disappearance. Pope had no alibi, no defense that could explain where he'd been the day that Grace vanished. They arrested him, they tried him, and for a while, I thought he might really be the one. But it wasn't him. He was released without charges a year and a half later. Another dead end. Then, 5 years after that wretched day, a letter arrived. I remember the moment I held it in my hands, heavy, ominous. The paper felt too thick, the ink too black. I couldn't read it myself, illiterate as I was. I had no choice but to ask Edward to read it aloud. The moment the words left his mouth, my blood ran cold. My dear Mrs. Budd, in 1894, a friend of mine shipped a deckhand on the steamer Tacoma, Captain John Davis. They sailed from San Francisco for Hong Kong, China. On arriving there, he and 2 others went ashore and got drunk. When they returned, the boat was gone. At that time, there was a famine in China. Meat of any kind was $1 to $3 a pound. So great was the suffering among the very poor people that all the children under 12 were sold for food in order to keep others from starving. A boy or girl under 14 was not safe in the street. You could go in any shop and ask for steak, chops, or stew meat. Part of the naked body of a boy or girl would be brought out, and just what you wanted would be cut from it. A boy or girl's behind, which is the sweetest part of the body, was sold as veal cutlet, and it brought the highest price. John stayed so long, he acquired the taste for human flesh. On his return to New York, he stole 2 boys, one 7 and one 11. He took them to his home, stripped them naked, and tied them up in a closet, then burned everything they had on. Several times every day and night, he spanked them, tortured them, to make their meat good and tender. First, he killed the 11-year-old boy because he had the largest behind, and of course, the most meat on it. Every part of his body was cooked and eaten, except the head, bones, and guts. He was roasted in the oven, boiled, broiled, fried, and stewed. The little boy was next and went the same way. At that time, he was living at 409 East 100th Street, near Right Side. He told me so often how human flesh was so good. I made up my mind to taste it myself. The letter was vile, godless by all accounts. The man who wrote it described horrors, unspeakable things about children being sold as food during the famine in China. He talked about how his friend had developed a taste for human flesh, and how he too had become curious about what it might be like. His friends had lived in an adjacent apartment in New York City, and he cooked up his own stew with kid remains in his closet. This is where the letter sender had first tasted human flesh. I wanted to stop him from reading, but I couldn't. Something inside told me that I had to hear the rest. I had to know. Edward's voice shook as he continued. I could see the color draining from his face as he continued to read. On Sunday, June the 3rd, 1928, I called on you at 406 West 15th Street. Brought you pot cheese, strawberries. We had lunch. Grace sat in my lap and kissed me. I made up my mind to eat her. On the pretense of taking her to a party, you said yes, she could go. I took her to an empty house in Westchester. I'd already picked it out. When we got there, I told her to remain outside. She picked wildflowers. I went upstairs and stripped off all my clothes. I knew if I did not, I would get blood on them. The letter went on, detailing in grotesque, horrific detail about how this man, this monster, had taken my daughter, how he lured her into an empty house under the pretense of a birthday party, how he stripped her, tortured her, and choked her to death, and then how he'd eaten her. My body felt numb as Edward read those final words. The world around me seemed to dim, collapse inward as the truth sank in. Mr. Howard, Frank Howard, was not the kindly old farmer that he claimed to be. His real name was Albert Fish. He was a man far worse than anything I could have ever imagined. He had my Grace, and he'd done things to her that I couldn't even comprehend. The letter described how he dismembered her body, how he'd taken her flesh back to his rooms, and how he'd eaten her over the course of 9 days. 9 days, Edward whispered, his voice trembling. He ate her. When all was ready, I went to the window and called her. Then I hid in a closet until she was in the room. When she saw me all naked, she began to cry and tried to run downstairs. I grabbed her, and she said she would tell her mama. First, I stripped her. How did she kick, bite, and scratch? Then I choked her to death, cut her into small pieces so I could take my meat to the rooms, cook it, and eat it. How sweet and tender her behind was, roasted in the oven. It took me 9 days to eat her entire body. I did not violate her, though. I could have, and I wish I had. She died a virgin. My stomach churned, bile rising up in my throat. I could not move. I could not speak. All I could do was sit there, numb, as the weight of the horror crushed down around me. I took the letter to the police. I didn't know what else to do. They launched an investigation immediately, tracing the stationery paper that had been written on. It was marked with this distinctive hexagonal emblem, the letters NYPCBA arranged around it, belonging to a private club. It was a lead, at least, a thread to pull at. That thread eventually led them to a janitor who worked at the club, a man who had borrowed some of the stationery but left it behind when he moved out of his old address. That address had just been rented to a man named Albert Fish. When they arrested him, he confessed to everything, not just Grace's murder, but others as well. He claimed to have killed and eaten at least dozens of children, perhaps as many as 100. He was a true monster, a man devoid of any humanity. During the trial, I sat in the courtroom unable to look at him, unable to face a man who had taken my little girl. They called him the Gray Man, and it was fitting. His skin had that sickly ashen hue, like the life had drained out of him long ago. He just sat there, calm and composed, as they detailed his crimes, as they talked about what he'd done to my Grace. I couldn't bear it. I thought his execution, his death in the electric chair would bring me peace, but in the end, the nightmares would consume my life. Nothing else could erase what had happened. I thought his execution, his death in the electric chair, would bring me peace, would end the nightmare that had consumed my life, but it did not. Nothing could erase what happened, what I let happen when I agreed to let Grace go with that terrible man. Every night I still see her in my dreams. Every night I relive the moment I let her walk out that door, smiling and innocent, the monster at her side. I hear her laughter. I see her running through the house. And then I see him standing there, watching her with those cold, dead eyes. The minute I took the case of Grace Budd's disappearance, I knew it wasn't going to be anything straightforward. They assigned me as the lead investigator, and I was haunted by the feeling that I just wasn't prepared for what I was about to take on. Grace, a 10-year-old girl, had simply vanished one day in June of 1928. The last anybody saw of her, she was walking out the door of her family's home on 406 West 15th Street, holding the hand of an older man who called himself Frank Howard. The Budds had trusted Howard, or at least they had no reason not to. He had come to them with the promise of offering their eldest son, Edward, a job at his farm upstate. He was soft-spoken, kind even, brought strawberries and pot cheese for lunch that day. He seemed to know how to put the Budds at ease, talking about his farm, how they'd live cozy in this little house on his land. It seemed a godsend for Edward to work and help support the family. But when Howard asked if Grace could come along to his niece's birthday party in the country, that's when things took a turn. Grace never came home. Frank Howard disappeared into thin air, and all that remained was the devastating silence of an empty room, broken only by the wails of her broken-hearted mother, Delilah Budd. I'll be honest, when I first took on the case, I didn't even know where to begin. The man had left no trace, no farm, no family, not even a record of a Frank Howard existing anywhere in New York City. I felt like I was chasing a ghost. Days turned to months, months turned to years. We had no leads, no clues, and as far as the world was concerned, Grace Budd had been swallowed by the city, another missing child lost to the shadows. Whoever this Mr. Howard was, records told me he never owned a farm. I imagined some flavor of vagrant, a drifter with impeccable charm, a harmless demeanor, and a perfect script of lies and meaningless backstory to help him vanish much like his victim. I greatly desired to speak with Mr. Howard, just to make him sweat, if nothing else. I couldn't let it go, though. Something about this man, Frank Howard, it just gnawed at me. I kept thinking about his fearlessness, the way he slipped into their lives like he belonged there, like he knew how to manipulate every single person inside that room. And it worked. He walked right out of their lives, taking Grace along with him. 2 years later, we caught a break. At least, it seemed like one at first. Charles Edward Pope, a local superintendent with a shaky reputation. He was accused by his estranged wife of kidnapping and murdering Grace. I interrogated Pope myself. He was a nervous wreck, sweating through his shirt, shaking like an October leaf. His alibi was weak, and for a moment, I thought we might have the guy. But something didn't sit right. His story did not line up with what little we knew. After months of questioning, Pope was released. There was nothing, absolutely nothing to pin on him. He was a strange man, but Mr. Pope was no killer. The case then went cold again. Every night I went home feeling the weight of failure pressing in on my chest, knowing a little girl was dead and some lunatic was walking free. 5 years passed in angry silence. Then, in November of 1934, everything changed. It was a cold morning when I got the call. Delilah Budd had received a letter. I rushed over, unsure of what to expect. Delilah was beside herself, sitting at the kitchen table with trembling hands, as her son Edward had read through the letter. It was long, rambling, and utterly grotesque. It did begin innocently enough, speaking of famine in China and children being sold for food. But then it spiraled into something far darker. The writer described in excruciating detail how he had lured Grace Budd away that day, how he had taken her to an abandoned house, stripped her and murdered her. He spoke of cooking her flesh, eating it piece by piece over the course of 9 days. The depravity in the letter was unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. I could barely breathe as Edward finished reading. I took the letter from him, examining every inch of it, and that's when I saw it, the faint imprint at the top corner of the envelope. It was a hexagonal emblem with the letters NYPCBA arranged around it. My pulse quickened. I recognized that acronym immediately. New York Private Chauffeurs Benevolent Association. This was our first real lead in over 5 years. I launched an investigation into that association, starting with the members and employees. That's when we got another break. A janitor came forward, admitting that he had taken some stationery home from the office, but had left it in his old apartment when he moved out. He gave us the address, a place on East 100th Street. We went to the apartment building and questioned the manager. She handed us a list of tenants who had recently stayed there, and one of the names jumped out at me like a slap to the face. Albert Fish. I did my homework on Fish. On the surface, he was this harmless guy, gray-haired old man, a father and grandfather, known to be deeply religious. He could recite scripture like a preacher. But there was something beneath the surface, a darkness that twisted and contorted the man. He had a record, albeit a minor one, mostly petty crimes and just vagrancy. But the more I dug, the more my gut told me that Fish was our guy. He used fake names often, and something in my gut told me that Frank Howard was one of those names. The final piece came together when we discovered that Fish had been receiving checks from his son while staying in that apartment. The manager confirmed the last one had just arrived that morning. We devised a plan to lure Fish back to the apartment, pretending the check had arrived and was waiting for him. I staked out the hallway, pretending to be a resident, watching the door like a hawk. It didn't take long. Albert Fish appeared, his frail frame shuffling towards the mail slot. I approached him slowly, calmly, not wanting to spook him. "Mr. Fish," I said. He looked up at me, his eyes sharp and aware, like those of a cautious animal. "Yes?" "I'm Detective King," I said, showing him my badge. "I'd like you to come with me to the precinct. We have a few questions for you." Fish did not flinch. He smiled, actually smiled, and nodded. "Of course, officer, I'll be right with you." I turned to lead him down the hall, but in an instant, I felt a presence behind me. I spun just in time to see the glint of steel, a straight razor rocketing from my throat. Instinct took over. I grabbed his wrist and twisted it, slamming him against the wall. The razor then clattered to the floor, and for a moment, Fish just stared at me, his smile now gone, replaced by something far more sinister. Very animalistic. I cuffed him on the spot, heart pounding in my chest. The man I had in front of me wasn't just some old fool. He was a predator, a monster in the skin of an elderly man. Once at the station, Fish didn't even try to deny it. He confessed to everything, and then some. He claimed to have killed over 100 people, children mostly, though he could only confirm a handful. His calmness, his utter lack of remorse, chilled me to the core. As if the confessions weren't horrifying enough, medical examinations revealed that Fish had inserted dozens of needles into his groin, leaving them there for years. He had a paddle with nails driven through it that he used to flagellate himself. This man was beyond sick. He was a walking nightmare. He even admitted to letting children spank him with that paddle. Albert Fish spoke about pain as if it was his only joy. He described the act of inflicting it on others with a reverence that made my skin crawl. "Pain," he said, "is the only thing that makes me feel alive." In the end, Fish was convicted of Grace Budd's murder, though I knew there was countless others, victims lost to the abyss of time and neglect. He went to the electric chair in January 1936, but even that felt like a hollow victory. There is no solace in bringing a man like Albert Fish to justice. The real horror is knowing that he even existed at all. I sometimes wonder if we'll ever truly know how many children he took away from us, how many lives he destroyed. But one thing is for certain, Albert Fish was not a man. He was a monster, born from the darkest recesses of human depravity. And I came face to face with that monster. I went to a college in a small town called Sheridan, up in Wyoming. I moved there in the fall of 2009, just after one of the worst crime sprees rocked the entire community from top to bottom. The crazy part of it all is I actually moved into a house just 2 doors down from where this happened. I was living with my grandparents at the time, and they were really shaken up. I remember my grandpa just sitting awake at his desk until 2 or 3 a.m. every night, glass of whiskey in one hand and a gun near the other. He's a Vietnam vet, takes security very seriously. After that crime wave, he just went back to his survival instincts. I was new to the community when all the information was rolling out, so it was a little hard to follow. I'll give you the breakdown the way that I understood it all. There were 3 boys in Sheridan that ran together and were known for causing trouble, petty criminal behavior. Their names were Wyatt, Darmy, and Dennis, who was the oldest at 18 at the time. To me, these names meant nothing, but for the people of Sheridan, they were well known, and usually the first to be fingered for a lot of the basic crime that happened around town. From what I gathered, it sounded like these 3 had been on a bit of a tear in regard to shenanigans, created so much whirlwind destruction that they had it in their heads they needed to get out of town. This was all in their heads as they were teenagers, 15, 16, and 18. Nothing they were doing was actually really that bad. Still, they convinced themselves they were career criminals and about to go on the run. So they start allocating the stuff that they thought they would need, namely money. A series of overnight robberies landed them with a small pile of cash, a few items of value, and a handgun. Wyatt procured the weapon from a car that he'd broken into and handed it over to the group. From there, they felt like they'd reached it big time. They could start robbing people for real now. I believe it was within the same 72 hours of stealing the gun, they broke into the Ernst house in the middle of the night with the intent to take everything of value. They weren't expecting to find Bob and his wife asleep in bed, but they were prepared for it, now strapped with a handgun. They ordered Bob and his wife on the ground, but Bob did not like that. He rolled right out of bed and approached the boys, telling them to get out of the house. One of the boys pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bob took the bullet to the chest and died right there on the floor of his own bedroom. His wife stayed in bed and just watched the whole thing happen, which easily was the most tragic part of the story. The boys immediately realized they fucked up. They just discharged a firearm in the middle of the night in a township with less than 14,000 residents. They could have just left town that night, and they would have never been arrested. With their rap sheets, there wasn't a scenario where they escaped now. The reality was, they didn't have a means of travel, so it was essentially hiding out around town until their inevitable discovery. All three boys were rounded up within 24 hours. The investigation was cut and dry. They were given life sentences, or at least that's what I heard. Rumor was the life sentence got overturned for the two that didn't pull the trigger, but I personally never looked into it. I can't say that my time there was tarnished by the event. The community was still beautiful, still had little great social pockets, but I can't say that I wasn't affected. Sheridan is a tiny little town, a place where murder just doesn't happen very often. Being a new face around town, I could tell when old-timers were cautious around me. There was a shadow over the longtime locals, one of suspicious and unknown fear, true paranoia. Like I mentioned earlier, my grandpa would walk the house every night, check the windows until the sun came up some nights. The neighbors were reserved, elderly folk around town the same, but the college was even stiffer. All the staff were a little uptight, worrisome, the students kind of the same. The student body was big for being such a small town, because many of them were transplants from other areas, like myself. We were all shocked to hear about something so heinous going down just a couple of streets over. It made us look at other students with caution, like anybody could be a thief or a murderer. I remember that first semester being some of the most uptight energy I've ever felt. Not just at school, but everywhere in town. Rest in peace, Bob. I actually went to high school with Wyatt, Darmy, and Dennis. I won't say that they were nice guys or anything, but when I heard what they did, I was shocked. I mean, these were the kind of kids that shot spitwads in class, made loud noises to distract the teacher. It was hard to imagine them breaking into somebody's house and murdering them. We were all in shock that next morning, especially when all the details came rolling out. They stole a gun, entered a house, forced themselves on a sleeping elderly couple. It was like we were discussing details from a case from Los Angeles or New York City. What we were talking about just didn't happen in Sheridan, and yet it did. And some of my classmates were responsible. I remember Darmy being funny, almost like the class clown type of kid. He had jokes and always wore a smile across his face. He was the type of kid you actually watch in the hallway just to see what he would do. He came from a good family. I think they did pretty well financially, so to hear about him getting caught up with Dennis and his crime spree was heartbreaking. He was the last one I ever would have guessed to be involved. But just like everybody else had said, something about the energy of those three boys. They encouraged each other in a way that made it seem like they could do anything and never get caught. Poor Wyatt. The thing that I remember most about him is that he loved the outdoors. He liked camping, fishing, all that kind of stuff. But what he really loved was the rodeo. If he had more access to outlets and preferences, maybe he would have never gotten involved to the extent in which he did. Out of all three of them, he seemed to have the healthiest lifestyle, actually had his own hobbies and interests outside of causing trouble. To think he threw it all away just for an evening of what he thought would be fun, it's just crazy to think about now. Dennis, he's the only one that doesn't surprise me. He had quite a rap sheet, but aside from that, he seemed to thoroughly enjoy creating chaos. He ditched school, he stole from stores and people's houses. Sad to say, but he was probably always going to be going down the road of imprisonment. He had a history of being a hothead, fighting, making threats. There were even rumors about him hurting animals. Being kids, we did the only thing we could and just avoided him. It's sick, I know, but I'm grateful it wasn't any worse than that night. My friends and I had nightmares the rest of the school year about that group of boys breaking into our own homes, killing our parents in the same exact manner. And I guess it really wasn't totally out of the question. A boy like Dennis, he had enemies. Kids at school he didn't outright like, and all it would have taken was just one little suggestion. He might have broken into a different house that night. Maybe even my house. As hard as it is to think about, I was there the night that Robert was killed. I lived next door to the Ernst for years and years. Would have never thought that something like this could happen to Bob. There's no warning, no lead up to the strange events or confrontations, nothing. And that honestly, to me, is the scariest part. This one really hits hard because of the outright randomness of the act itself. These boys just picked a house that looked dark and empty, and even wealthy, and just fully committed to the robbery. It was well after dark, but I don't remember the exact time. I was actually asleep when I started hearing something weird outside. Walking, talking, voices. I could tell they were trying to be hushed, but weren't doing a very good job. This actually put me at ease that night. I figured it was just somebody getting home late. Surely somebody committing a crime would take much more caution and be quiet in their actions. Whatever the case, they made a few laps to the Ernst home before slipping through a window. I believe one of the ground floor slats to the basement was it. A lot of the homes around here have basements. The windows are pretty easily forced in with enough pressure. Ours had previously blown out with a hard enough windstorm. Well, being half asleep inside my own house, I figured whoever it was had gotten into their own home. I didn't think they'd slipped in through a window. It was quiet after that. I almost fell asleep until the yelling started. Suddenly there was commotion next door. I had no idea what was going on. I thought maybe a fire or some other kind of emergency until I realized I was hearing lots of different voices, none of which I recognized. Don't move! Stay in the bed or you'll get hurt! Don't fucking move! Tell us where the jewelry is. Tell us the code to the safe. This, as well as other manner of threats, were being screamed at the top of their lungs. It felt like a lifetime that I listened to it all, but in reality, it was probably just 90 seconds. The hollering went back and forth, most of it just being outright demands. Then I heard a bit of a scuffle. At this point, I was getting out of bed, thinking about reaching for the phone when I heard it. The unmistakable blast of a gun being discharged. I remember immediately hitting the floor, thinking bullets might stray through the walls and pass through my own home. We were close enough that it was a real possibility, as the light from the gun blast flashed through the windows. I crawled to the phone and dialed 911. I found the line busy. Everybody on the street was apparently calling the police as well. This was a good thing, as whatever I chalked it up to a late-night neighborly excursion was obviously something much more dangerous. I dialed again, had the same result, so I just waited. This was a huge mistake, as the things I heard are still with me to this day. I could hear Bob going through the motions of death, even a whole house away. A thud, a grunt, another thud, then haggard breathing and gurgling. It's horrendous. This was a guy I knew very well, a pillar of our own community. Couldn't imagine what could have led somebody to kill him. Then I could hear his wife, sobbing, screaming, pleading for help, probably also trying to call the police. I could also hear the killers, whoever they were, panicking and running desperately around the house, knocking stuff over, scrambling for valuables, before ultimately spilling out through the front and back doors and bolting in different directions. I sat there in a panic and waited to see if anybody would break into my own house. It might be a natural hiding place after such a crazy crime. Fortunately, nobody tried my doors or windows, so I figured they were just trying to run and not hide. Next thing I knew, my house was being lit up with red and blue sirens, cruiser after cruiser pulling into the Ernst driveway. An ambulance, EMT crews, even the medical truck from the fire department rolled up. Again, this is a very small town. Something so out of character for us was a full-scale call to action. Everybody wanted to be on scene, make themselves available after such an evil act. The boys didn't get far. Hell, Bob's wife knew a couple of them by name. They were rounded up by night or in the morning without incident, booked, and then justice was served. They all made many attempts to overturn those lifetime sentences that they received, to which the Supreme Court denied. As for the rest of us, the town was not the same after it, at least not for a few years. We're like Mayberry before the murder. Some of us literally didn't lock our doors to our homes, cars, or anything. We just didn't have that kind of criminal here. Since that killing, times have changed. We actually had a few more since. People seem to react less and less now. The younger generation just aren't as fazed, don't seem to care what happens in their own community, as long as it doesn't happen to them directly. A very strange way of thinking, one that I don't understand, but hey, I'm an old timer. What do I know? I've been retired from the police force for nearly a decade, but I was on duty the night those boys killed Robert. It was a truly tragic incident. Almost an accident, honestly. Those boys were stupid, wild, and up to no good. But I can't say that any of them have the heart of a murderer. I think one thing led to another, one bad decision after the next, and soon they were just in too deep. And to this day, I've never gotten a call like the one I did that night. We got radioed for the Ernst house just like everybody else that night. I worked for the local precinct, not the county sheriff's department, so I was one of the first to get there. The street was lit up from all the neighbors coming outside. Half of them armed themselves, standing alone on the street, waiting to hear what was going on. We taped off the property and let everybody know to stay back and put their guns up. Sheridan Police Department has it covered. First thing was securing the scene and getting poor Linda out of there. His wife was in absolute hysterics, and Robert was actually still alive. Just as we got the scene cleared and everything taped off, EMTs arrived, got the victim loaded up and transported to the hospital. Unfortunately, he died there that night. The gunshot wound was just too much for him at close proximity. Bob was an old guy, a military vet, so it was just tragic for us to see a guy like that from our community get gunned down in his own home. Linda gave us the name of one of the boys, and it was just downhill after that. The second that she said Dennis, I knew he'd only have certain individuals with him during such a high-energy crime. Like I said earlier, these kids were dealt with a lot, but we never saw anything like this coming. Dennis grew up with a history of poor behavior. Getting in fights at school was a big problem. We'd caught him vandalizing stuff before, as well as a lot of theft and burglary. That being said, all the times we busted his ass, he was under 18, so couldn't really do anything and not much happened. His family didn't discipline him in a way that mattered, so Dennis just kept having this latchkey lifestyle, right up until turning 18. At that point, I think he knew the reality of the situation had changed for him, and because of that, he decided to up the caliber of the crimes. And that was a shame, because none of the kids were that cutthroat of their own. Something about them being together just made them constantly up the ante. In fact, while they were solo on their own, they were actually pretty good kids. Great senses of humor, good work ethic. But the second they all got in the same room, it just turned into hijinks, chaos, dishonesty, and trouble. Unfortunately, Robert and the rest of the Ernst family had to pay the sacrifice for those boys to understand the weight of their own reality. We scrambled that night and had them all by morning. Two of them just went home, Darmy and Wyatt both. They were easy to locate and folded under the pressure of questioning almost right away. The story very quickly started to come together. Dennis had somehow convinced the other two that they were some kind of street gang. They needed to allocate their means of getting out of Sheridan. This is a common thinking up here for our delinquent youth. There's a couple private school facilities for troubled kids. Many of them have that same outlook. Sheridan is just a place for kids to escape. The scary part is that our township is very isolated, tucked along the Montana border, so the options for these kids are pretty minimal. Most of them end up stealing cars or wandering off into the wilderness. And if it's wintertime, temperatures can easily plummet to what most would consider fatal. Many truck drivers up here report seeing kids trying to hitchhike down the roadways, in and out of towns. Usually one escapee or criminal trying to get to the next town. It's a very weird problem to deal with living in such a rural community, but it's better than having a bunch of tweakers and junkies around, I suppose. So that's where it all started. Dennis convincing the other boys it's time to skip town, become real-life criminals. Darmy and Dennis start stealing cash from all over town. literally any place they can find money or valuables. Wyatt had a different idea. Knowing this is the quaint little town that we all know and love, he starts checking door handles, knowing that he'd find a number of them to be unlocked. It only took him a couple of tries, and soon he had his own little wad of cash, as well as a fully loaded firearm. When he brought it to Dennis, it changed the entire perception of these kids. They were in it now. Finding that gun was a whole new avenue of options for these kids. Like I said, we might be the capital of runaways for the entire country. Very few of them, perhaps none, had ever had the idea to secure a firearm before hitting the road. Nothing would secure a ride faster. Could you imagine stopping for 3 boys, hitchhiking in the cold, only for one of them to pull a gun on you, tell you to drive until the tank was empty? It's spooky because that's where they were headed. But it never got to that point. Dennis fucked that up for them before they ever got a chance. He dropped the gun after pulling the trigger and fled like the others. We knew he wasn't armed, or at least hoped he wasn't, as we combed all of town for him that night and the following morning. He knew going home wasn't a smart move, so he hopped from one friend's house to another, doing his best to avoid all the usual places he might be. One tip came from one local walking their dog in the park that morning. They said that they spotted Dennis cutting through the area. We swarmed the whole park, but he vanished. Those kids that wander at night know every little avenue of escape. Still, it wasn't even an hour later we had him cornered between a nearby neighborhood and some businesses. He surrendered, agreed to come with us, and proceeded to dodge every question we threw at him. Once we explained that we already had Wyatt and Darmy in custody, they'd flipped and ratted him out. Then he started to talk. Did his best to try to pin it on the other kids too. It didn't work though. Wyatt had carefully laid everything out for us, even admitted to finding the gun and handing it over. We even had Dennis's fingerprints on the gun, as well as Linda Ernst's witness testimony. All 3 boys received life sentences, but Darmy and Wyatt later had their sentence adjustment, 25 years for the killing and 10 years for the break-in, a total of 35 years behind bars. They'll be 50 when they get out, and many of the locals around here didn't care to hear about the lighter sentence. Bob was a local businessman in town. He had the respect of just about everybody you can think of. The craziest part of it all to me is that it happened 15 years ago. I've been retired for a while now, but for many of us long-timers, that murder still feels like it happened last night. Hell, to this day, nothing like that has ever happened again. There may have been 2 clear-cut killings since then, but they were both like parking lot disputes, or both parties were aggressive until somebody went too far. No one has been gunned down in their own home since Bob. If we hadn't arrested them as quickly as we did, who knows what that body count could have actually been.